Scarborough, Michelle Marsh, Janice Huff, and Len Berman. This is News Channel 4 at 6.
Blast off. The rocket officially launches the bomber's quest for a four-peat.
And the aftermath of the Central Park attacks tonight, the jury delivers its verdicts. Good evening, I'm Rob Morrison. Chuck is off tonight.
And we begin with a breaking story tonight. 2 of 3 men charged in attacks on women after the Puerto Rican Day Parade have been convicted on riot and assault charges. A third defendant has been acquitted. Scott Weinberger is live in Lower Manhattan with the latest for us. Scott?
Michelle, that's right. After 6 weeks of testimony and 4 days of deliberation, the jury has rendered their verdict. Let's get right to it. Abel Ortiz has been found guilty on 7 counts of riot and been found guilty on 6 counts of assault. The jury was hung on the last count. He's also been found not guilty on 4 counts of sexual abuse, and that was the most serious of the charges. The second defendant, David Garcia, guilty on 7 counts of riot, guilty on 7 counts of assault, and also guilty on 1 count of sexual assault, but not guilty on the 2nd count. Now, Juan Miranda was only charged with sexual assault. He was acquitted. Now, a short time ago, he came out of the courthouse and talked to reporters.
I left it to the hands of God, and He blessed me with that. I just feel sorry that the other 2 defendants who are not guilty are not here with me today.
Now, Abel Ortiz was a defendant that the prosecutor called the so-called ringleader of these attacks back in June of last year. A short time ago, his wife, who has been in here with him through the trial, through the whole 5-week trial, talked to reporters. Here's what she had to say.
Did not grope any of those women. I know my husband. I know he did not grope not one female there because he's not a dirty man. If he would have been a dirty man, I wouldn't even be with him.
Now, this case stems from a series of sexual attacks in Central Park on June 11th of last year, just after the Puerto Rican Day Parade. Now, dozens of amateur videotapes like this one surfaced. Now, also, several police officers were disciplined for not aiding several of the victims. Now, of the 16 suspects that were arrested, of the 19 suspects that were arrested, 16 copped the deal before the trial started. We'll have a lot more on this story coming up at 11. We're live at the courthouse. Scott Weinberger, News Channel 4. Rob, back to you.
Scott, thank you very much. In other news, it's a sure sign that spring has arrived. Baseball's opening day, and the Bronx Bombers have started this season with a bang. Len Berman is live at the stadium. Len?
Thanks a lot, Rob. Welcome to a breezy and chilly Yankee Stadium. Although it is the annual rite of spring, the Yankees return home, and they raise yet another championship banner.
I should ready out to take part in that, especially with the Yankees, and they're coming back as defending champs. So I'm definitely honored to be here and take part today.
It's like anything else. If you were playing, you'd still be nervous, regardless how many times you start opening day. It's just like a World Series game too. And once you get the first pitch, it's all right.
Gooden and Yogi among the flag raisers. Yanks were trailing Kansas City 2-1 in the 6th. Bernie Williams deep to center field off Jeff Suppan. The Yankees take the lead for good. Jorge Posada added a 3-run shot in the 6th. Big story, Roger Clemens making history in the 9th, career strikeout 3,509, becoming #1 all-time in American League history for strikeouts. Roger Clemens making history today. The Yankees beating the Royals. Final score on opening day, 7-3.
You know, once I tied it, I desperately wanted to try and have it happen here. And, you know, the fans deserve it. And every time I got 2 strikes today, I could hear them. And I definitely wanted to do it here in this setting at this stadium. So I'm very thankful for that.
Surpassing Walter Johnson on this afternoon here at Yankee Stadium. So the Yankees are now off to their welcome home dinner in Midtown. The Mets open their season tomorrow afternoon in Atlanta. Baseball is here, even though it doesn't feel like it at this moment. Let's go back to you in the studio, Rob.
Len, thank you very much. We'll see you again in sports. Bizarre twist in the search for missing slugger Darryl Strawberry. Friends of the former Yankee say they received a call this weekend saying Strawberry has been kidnapped and is being held for $50,000 ransom. Police in St. Petersburg, Florida were given this information by Ronald Daca, a New York Yankees drug counselor. Strawberry's friend and former teammate Dwight Gooden has helped in the search for Darryl.
Saturday afternoon, just me and a couple of friends just went over to Tampa, and I just thought that we might go to a couple of areas and ask around a little bit, see if they had any leading information, but unfortunately came up with nothing.
Strawberry hasn't been seen since Thursday night when he disappeared from a drug treatment center. He's serving 2 years house arrest there on drug and solicitation charges.
More fallout tonight from the racial profiling probe in New Jersey. Pressure continues to build for either the resignation or the impeachment of one of the Garden State Supreme Court justices. New Jersey reporter Brian Thompson's live in Trenton with more on today's hearings. Brian?
Hey, good evening, Michelle. They're still focused on one man, not the big picture, and that focus could certainly be dangerous to the future employment of Supreme Court Justice Peter Venero, while damaging to the reputation of former Governor Christie Whitman. Endless hours of testimony over who knew what and when seemed to literally explode over this now infamous photo of then-Governor Whitman frisking a man in Camden several years ago, with First Assistant Attorney General Paul Zubek on the hot seat. State Senator John Lynch seemingly blamed the former governor for the delayed reaction to profiling from the Attorney General's office.
This is the most heinous act of racial profiling we could see, where the governor clearly was utilizing a racial profiling, and if she's the governor of the state and these people are working for her, how do you think their attitude is towards racial profiling in the spring of 1996?
Last week, Whitman's Attorney General at the time, Peter Venero, said he could not recall nearly 600 times when asked about details of his profiling investigation. That has the Black and Latino caucus calling for his resignation from his current job as a Supreme Court justice.
If someone did lie, and that person is sitting on the highest bench in New Jersey, there should be an effort by the committee to recommend all of those things: removal, resignation, impeachment.
2 years ago, Venero was taking credit for being the first Attorney General to take action on profiling. Now he is being vilified for taking too long, and few are rushing to his support.
Peter Venero was never one of the crowd in Trenton. That has its good points, has its bad points. Right now, he could use some of that support.
Now, Venero has been offered a chance to return here tomorrow for more testimony to clear up what the chairman calls misleading testimony. As of a few minutes ago, facing a 6 p.m. deadline, there had been no response from his office. Nothing reached out to the chairman of this committee. Live in Trenton, Brian Thompson, News Channel 4. Back to you, Rob.
Brian, thank you. The heat was turned up another notch today on New York's fire commissioner. The unions representing emergency medical officers, paramedics, and technicians, which last month voted no confidence in Commissioner Thomas von Essen, now demands his resignation. Union leaders say two-way radios that were put in service without testing and then recalled are just the latest safety issue.
If the commissioner wants the credit for when things go good, he has to take the responsibility when things go bad. We have to look at the safety and the well-being of the citizens of New York, and that's why we've all joined together and called for his resignation. It's not politics, it's now for the well-being of the citizens.
Responding late today, Commissioner von Essen said in a statement, the idea that safety is not a concern is totally false. The unions would better serve their members by concentrating on improving benefits and pay through collective bargaining.
The U.S. Senate has just passed a historic campaign finance bill, and if it becomes law, it would wipe out unlimited donations to political parties. However, the battle over campaign cash is far from over. Political reporter Jada Dapper joins us now with the latest. Jay?
The vote is actually still going on, but the votes are already there, so it will pass. To be technical about this, there have more than 50 votes. The final votes are just now being taken on the Senate floor. Now, McCain-Feingold eliminates so-called soft money. That's those unregulated donations to the parties that often run from $100,000 to more than $1 million. It had, until today, never even gotten to the Senate floor. Tonight, it's on its way to the House.
First introduced, McCain-Feingold has been voted on in the Senate.
Mr. Johnson, aye.
Just prior, the sponsors had the final say.
I asked at the start of this debate for my colleagues to take a risk for America. In a few moments, I believe we will do just that. I will go to my grave deeply grateful for the honor of being part of it.
This is the best chance we've had in more than 2 decades to rebuild the election laws that have been nearly washed away by the influx of soft money.
This morning, Senate Majority Leader Trent Lott acknowledged defeat, but insisted the bill, with all its compromises, was fatally flawed.
But I am concerned that, you know, what we've come up with is sort of a hodgepodge and will cause more problems than it will solve.
Expect that argument from opponents in the House. The bill moves there next, and the Republican leadership has vowed to stop it with every trick in the book.
Just basically throwing every conceivable roadblock in the way. But I think there's so much support for it, and there is support, that it's going to be very tough to stop. And even though I'm opposed to the bill, I think we should just let it come to a vote and, you know, see what happens.
That's happened twice in the last 2 years, and both times campaign finance reform has passed the House. The question this time, were all those yes votes really sincere?
If anybody who voted for it last year votes against it now, they will look as if they were hypocrites. They will be accused of being hypocrites, that they only voted for it when they knew it wouldn't pass the Senate. Now that it passed the Senate, they don't really want it, they really won't vote for it. So I think the pressure is going to be on.
Now, there are essentially three options now. Number 1 and 2, the House can either pass or defeat McCain-Feingold as is, or they could take a third way, adding amendments and sending the bill to a conference committee. That's where opponents could add things to the bill that would be poison pills. The only thing clear tonight, campaign finance reform still has a long way to go before it becomes law. President Bush has yet to say whether he will or won't sign this, although the odds are, if it gets to this desk in this condition, most of the analysts say he'll probably do it.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Coming up next on News Channel 4 at 6, the cleanup fund for toxic dumps cleaned out. Find out why hazardous sites near you may be sticking around.
Plus, the vote's in on a proposed takeover of some failing New York schools. Straight ahead.
The next extra, a beautiful young actress mysteriously murdered in a Caribbean paradise. Now, as the trial begins, her family speaks out to Extra. Then, a man living with amnesia in the movie Memento. But for this guy, it's real life. With no memory, he even forgets how to get home. See what it's like to live with permanent amnesia in Our Extra. Plus, TV's grumpy Dr. Ted Danson gets a lesson in better bedside manner. Next extra.
Tonight at 7, only on NBC 4.
Informed people say people with mental illness need access to family and services in their own communities.
One of the goals of the Office of Mental Health for the state of New York is to maintain, for the patient to maintain contact with family and community. And now all of a sudden we're doing a complete turnaround.
Family support is a vital part of recovery.
People with mental illness need family and community support.
Isuzu presents the Isuzu 2002 Axiom Coast-to-Coast Sweepstakes. You could win the grand prize of a brand new 2002 Isuzu Axiom equipped with a 230-horsepower V6 engine, dual-mode suspension, and a 10-year or 120,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Or a coast-to-coast trip to New York and Los Angeles to see these great NBC shows. Log on WNBC.com to enter. You could be going coast-to-coast to win a brand new 2002 Isuzu Axiom.
Oh, yeah.
Got milk?
New York State's Superfund is officially bankrupt.
And on Long Island, that leaves big question marks tonight for 124 contaminated sites that have yet to be cleaned. Long Island reporter Carolyn Gushoff has more.
This is a state Superfund site. After decades of garbage being dumped here, its cleanup is finally underway. But hundreds of other toxic sites like it may never get cleaned up at all. New York State's Superfund is bankrupt.
This is a severe crisis of Superfund. We have these, toxic sites in our communities, and we don't have the ability to clean them up.
NYPIRG, the environmental group, is blasting Governor Pataki, claiming he's the one that's allowed the Superfund to go bankrupt. In gas masks and toxic suits, they warned commuters that toxic sites in their neighborhoods could now languish. All 790 Superfund sites in New York State and 124 on Long Island. They include old weapons plants, garbage dumps, even local dry cleaners. The New York State Superfund, named after its federal counterpart, was created through a bond act back in '86. It's run out of money because there have been far more sites than expected. But money to refinance the Superfund is gridlocked in Albany. The governor wants to ease some of the rules for cleaning up toxic spills. But some Democrats are resisting. The stalemate leaves the Superfund unfunded.
The governor's proposal weakens standards, and it has a cleanup timeline of 20 years. We don't think that this stuff should wait for 20 years to be cleaned up.
But there is support for the easing of some regulations. Glen Cove's mayor, Tom Swazi, says it's impossible for some municipalities to navigate through all of the state's rules.
We need to have definitive roadmaps as to what people can do to clean up sites everywhere throughout the state of New York.
But until the stalemate breaks, no new toxic sites can even be investigated. Carolyn Gussoff, News Channel 4.
Still ahead at 6, a plan to put some failing schools in private hands goes down in defeat. But did the idea ever really have a chance?
And when will our weather break out of this spring slump? John Marshall's forecast is just ahead.
Verizon is now offering New Yorkers reduced rates on all direct dial long-distance calls for a full 6 months. So you can call Canada for just 6 cents a minute. Call England for a mere 7 cents a minute. Go ahead. Call Italy for 12 cents a minute. Call all the way to Israel for just 14 cents a minute. But first, call 1-888-733-9997. To sign up for the Timeless International Plan and take advantage of these low 20% off rates with a $3 monthly fee. That's 1-888-733-9997. Of course, you'll also enjoy a great domestic rate right here in the good old US of A. These rates are good 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, that's long distance done right. Verizon.
This is your captain speaking. If I could have your attention for a moment, folks, I'd just like to say that American is proud to be the only airline to remove seats throughout coach, so you all can have more room to cross your legs. However, we do kindly request that you not all do it at the same time. Thank you.
Tonight, the final moments before the spy plane went down in China, and having trouble sleeping with daylight saving, the best new medicine so you can get a good night's rest next here on NBC4.
Mommy, have you seen my Space Patrol?
Stuffed animal or action figure?
Action figure.
Manual or battery operated?
Battery.
Your bedroom, northeast corner, second column, orange box.
The controversial plan to turn failing city schools over to private management has gone down in defeat. And tonight, some parents are complaining that the process itself doomed the effort right from the start. Education reporter Carol Ann Riddell explains.
The yes vote, 141. The no vote, 481.
With supporters and opponents watching closely, workers tallied votes in the decision to turn 5 failing schools over to private management. As predicted, the for-profit company Edison Schools lost its bid to take over.
The biggest disappointment for us is the low voter turnout. I think it's a shame that a majority of the parents will make the decision for a minority that showed up at the ballots.
But for others, the vote is a decisive victory.
I went to the meeting with Edison, and they didn't give us any options. They really don't even know us, so they don't know what we need.
Turnout was a major factor here. Edison had to win over a majority of parents in each school, and not voting counted as a no vote. Some say that made it just about impossible for the company to succeed.
It almost seals the fate even before you get started, and I think in retrospect we understand that.
Mayor Giuliani calls the vote a sad commentary on public education. He wants the chancellor to move ahead with private management, but some community activists are already bristling.
What I suggest to him is that he select 20 other schools, privatize those by contract.
If the mayor thinks that he's just going to give away
20 of our schools. We fought him on 5, and the folks in 20 schools will fight him again.
2 of the 5 schools are slated to close and be redesigned. The chancellor has already met with the other 3, asking them to prepare improvement plans. Meanwhile, Mayor Giuliani is looking at a budget proposal that would provide money to contract with management firms in troubled schools. Carol Ann Riddell, News Channel 4.
Janice Huff is off tonight, so John Marshall gets to give us a little bit of good news.
That's right, Rob. If you like the sun, you're going to have some good news, especially through midweek and temperatures finally approaching normal. Have we had it with the cloudy, gloomy weather? I think everybody has. Outside right now, we're dealing with still gloomy, cloudy weather. We had a few peaks of sun earlier today. I know, it's a broken record story here. 45 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. The wind out of the northwest at 7, light at humidity is 58%, barometric pressure beginning to rise. That's a good sign. Once high pressure works in, it will clear us out overnight tonight. Let's take a look at our neighborhood weather network. Helen Keller Middle School in Easton, Connecticut, that's about 7 miles northwest of Bridgeport, Fairfield County. They're at 42. Their overnight low was 36. Our high today, well, thankfully the sun broke out and it made it up to 49. We should be at 56. Overnight low 37, no precipitation for the date. And around the region right now, temperatures are in the 40s, and the record high was not approached. It was 81 in 1967, record low 22, and 2 inches of snow fell in 1871. Cooler up Newburgh Way, 41 degrees, 45 at Central Park, 47 Trenton, 48 down in Atlantic City. Now on the weather map this evening, plenty of clouds still hanging tough over the northeast. Back to the west, a lot of precipitation. This will not make it into our region. The clouds will dissipate as high pressure dominates over the next couple of days. The jet stream will come down at Canada, which will give us some cool air, but not really cold. The warm air will remain to the south of us, but by this weekend, we're expecting this warm air to work up toward our region. But for tonight, cool. Temperatures will be in the mid-30s to lower 30s north and west. Tomorrow morning, partly sunny skies, and then a weak disturbed area. Low pressure will work to the south of us, maybe some late-day clouds, high temperatures tomorrow. Finally getting into the lower 50s. Your sunset tomorrow, daylight savings time at 7:23. Our forecast for the tri-state area for tonight, becoming partly cloudy. Temperatures will be in the mid-30s. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, mostly sunny skies, 40. The rest of your forecast for Tuesday, partly sunny and mild at 53. A moderation in temperature slowly but surely through midweek. We stay about 50 degrees. Another area high pressure works down from Canada. But Friday, we get to partly cloudy skies, 52. And Saturday, that's the day, Michelle and Rob. Temperatures near 60 under partly sunny skies. All right.
The camera.
Yeah, finally some sunshine.
Okay, thanks a lot, John. Well, hopefully Len's staying warm at Yankee Stadium. What's up in sports?
Well, it's chilly here now, but a big warm afternoon for Yankee fans. A successful home opener for them as they raise their championship flag and they beat the Kansas City Royals. Fran Charles joins me. We'll have highlights and post-game reaction. Meanwhile, Bruce Beck is standing by in Minneapolis, the NCAA championship game tonight. It's all coming up next, live from Yankee Stadium on News Channel 4 at 6.
Tuesday at 5 on Today in New York.
What really keeps you from getting a loan or even a new credit card? Find out.
Also, regular checks on your traffic as you go to work. Katie McGee has you covered.
And the Tuesday forecast with Chris Camino. I'm Jane Hansen.
I'm Maurice Dubois. See you in the morning.
Let's see TV! NBC! Hey!
When was the last time you celebrated absolutely nothing but the pure joy of being alive? Barbados, just beyond your imagination.
Book your Barbados vacation now and save 30%. 7-day air-inclusive packages start at just $499 per person. Call Liberty Travel at 1-877-823-8888.
Medicare medication coverage. Are you having difficulty using inhalers or mixing your breathing medications? Do you use Proventil or Albuterol, Atrovent, Combivent, or other breathing medications? Did you know that if you qualify, Medicare covers breathing medications that are already pre-mixed? To find out if you qualify, call us at Med4Home, toll free at 1-800-949-3988.
I'm Pat O'Brien on the Next Access Hollywood. We're there exclusively for NSYNC's big screen debut. Then, Janet Jackson sounds off on baby rumors and who she's dating. Plus, Liv Tyler's wedding plans. Next Access Hollywood.
Tonight at 7:30, only on NBC4.
Well, the Yankees are off to a good start.
That's right. Another one in the books, Len Berman.
That is correct, with lots of changes. I mean, Derek Jeter's on the disabled list in Florida. Chuck Knobloch's out in left field. Different guys playing second and short. Doesn't matter. The Yankees shake off a bad spring, and they win on opening day, as they get to do every year. They raise yet another championship banner with Yogi, Scooter, Winfield, and the retired Dwight Gooden doing the honors. Carlos Beltran with the fly ball in the third, the new left fielder, with his first Yankee Stadium putout, gets a standing ovation. Bottom of the sixth, 2-1 Kansas City, a 3-0 pitch, and Bernie Williams hits it to deadaway center of Jeff Supan. Two-run shot. Yanks take a 3-2 lead. Still in the sixth inning, Jorge Posada against Tony Kogan, a 3-run homer. The Yanks bat around with a 5-run sixth inning. Then the big story in the ninth inning, Roger Clemens on the mound strikes out Joe Randa and becomes the #1 all-time American League strikeout champion. So quite a day, all in all, for the Yankees and their fans. They beat the Royals opening day, final score of 7-3. And I'm joined now by my colleague Fran Charles, who had the happy task of checking out the locker room.
Glenn Clemens is a guy who knows his Major League Baseball history. He says the thing that impresses him most about Walter Johnson back in the early teens and the early 20s is that these guys were expected to pitch the entire game. Clemens couldn't quite notch a complete game on opening day, but he was completely wrapped up in the emotion of the moment.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, I think I enjoy that the most when your teammates come up and, you know, they see the work that's put into it, and, you know, longevity and everything that comes with it. It's just you know, I feel very blessed.
He was just amazing. You know, he, like I said, he prepared to pitch this games better than everybody that I've seen.
Well, it's a heck of a milestone. If you look at actually what it is, all those strikeouts, I said a whole lot of guys walking back to the house. So, you know, it's great for him. I guess another notch underneath his belt in his career. It's been a great career for him, and everything for him is just gravy, probably, for Roger.
If Clemens stays healthy this year and picks up close to 200 strikeouts and move from 7th to 3rd all-time on the strikeout list behind a couple of decent pitchers, Nolan Ryan, Steve Carlton.
Right. Very good. Well, quite a day. Thanks, Fran, for joining us. Let's check out the highlights elsewhere on opening day. Let's start in Cleveland. The White Sox and the Indians, Juan Gonzalez facing David Wells, the new White Sox pitcher. Wells wasn't feeling well today. Juan Gonzalez hit 2 home runs, but Chicago won the game by a final score of 7-4, and David Wells got the win in his White Sox debut. Down the road in Cincinnati, the traditional Reds opener. It was the Reds and the Braves. It was a big day for Rafael Furcal, a 7th inning home run for Atlanta. He had 4 RBIs, a career best. Atlanta wins their opener 10-4. They open at home tomorrow and get to host the New York Mets in the Mets opener. Also tonight, it is Duke and Arizona, the NCAA championship game. Bruce Beck standing by in Minneapolis.
The NCAA Final Four has come down to this. 2 teams, 1 dream, a national championship. It's Arizona and Duke. They were 1 and 2 in the preseason poll. They're the 2 best teams in the country right now. It should...
Well, Bruce Beck will have more for us on that game tomorrow. That's it from Yankee Stadium. See you again at 11 o'clock. Back to you.
All right, Len. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Isuzu presents the Isuzu 2002 Axiom Coast-to-Coast Sweepstakes. You could win the grand prize of a brand new 2002 Isuzu Axiom equipped with a 230-horsepower V6 engine, dual-mode suspension, and a 10-year or 120,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Or a coast-to-coast trip to New York and Los Angeles to see these great NBC shows. Log on WNBC.com to enter. You could be going coast-to-coast to win a brand new 2002 Isuzu Axiom.
We can't fix your snooze button rut. We can't fix your I have nothing to wear rut. We can't fix your isn't it Friday yet rut. But we can fix your dinner time rut thanks to side dishes from Near East. Flavorful, aromatic Near East couscous and rice pilaf make dinner time deliciously different and something to savor. Who knows what rut you'll break out of next? Near East, a recipe for change.
CNBC earnings season, when major companies report their profits or losses, affecting the markets and your investments. CNBC is the source for real-time earnings coverage. It all starts Monday, April 9th on CNBC and CNBC.com.
For mayor, only Controller Alan Hevesy has fiscal, legislative, management, and education experience. Only Hevesy wrote laws to save hospitals, immunize school children, and protect nursing home patients. Democrat Alan Hevesy, most experienced, best qualified.
Closed captioning provided by your local Toyota dealer.
Susan, the newsroom now with a look towards 11.
Rob, thank you. Tonight, after Third Watch, have you lost money on recent investments? If you think your broker is breaking you, watch Roseanne Coletti's report. You'll learn whether it's possible to make him or her pay up for bad advice. That's at 11. Now back to you, Michelle and Rob.
Thanks, Sue. Finally, tonight, let's all run away and join the circus. The smell of the grease paint, the roar of the crowd, the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus is back in town. 5,000 kids were treated to a day under the big top inside the theater at Madison Square Garden. And yes, the clowns and the acrobats make the circus a magical affair. But the real magic is in the look that lights up the children's faces. And that's News Channel 4 at 6.
NBC Nightly News is next. Good night.
24 Americans held in China after their spy plane makes an emergency landing. President Bush demands their immediate return, the first major test of his presidency. End of the line. The stunning standoff and surrender of one of the world's worst war criminals. In depth, it really is getting worse. New information on just how bad the airlines are doing, how one small carrier could have a lesson for them all. And Lifeline, new time, old problem. 40 million Americans can't get to sleep. New hope tonight.
From NBC News World Headquarters in New York, this is NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw.
Good evening. It is already early Tuesday morning in China, and we can only imagine what 24 Americans are thinking as they begin their third day under Chinese guard with their very sophisticated U.S. spy plane parked nearby after an emergency landing following a collision with a Chinese jet. This could be the stuff of an international crisis, but tonight both countries, while talking tough, seem determined to keep that from happening. The Chinese island is Hainan, and tonight it is the focus of the standoff between Washington and Beijing. NBC's David Gregory is at the White House tonight. Jim Miklashevsky is at the Pentagon. We're going to begin with you, Jim, at the Pentagon.
Tom, it appears that one of the Pentagon's worst fears has been confirmed. U.S. officials tell NBC News the Chinese military did board the top-secret American spy plane. And tonight, 2 full days later, China will still not let the U.S. talk to the plane's crew.
The 24 Americans, including 3 women, essentially held hostage at this Chinese military base on Hainan Island. At the White House, President Bush is talking tough, laying out stern demands to Beijing.
The Chinese must promptly allow us to have contact with the 24 airmen and women that are there and return our plane to us without any further tampering. I sent a very clear message, and I expect them to heed the message.
At the same time, startling details emerged today about the crew's harrowing ordeal. The U.S. says the Navy EP-3 was in international airspace some 60 miles off Hainan Island, though China claims a 200-mile territorial limit. As the spy plane flies a routine surveillance mission, 2 Chinese fighters streak under the slower-moving Navy plane, then abruptly turn straight upward, just like cutting off a car in traffic. But one of the Chinese pilots cuts it too close, clipping the right wing of the Navy plane. The Chinese jet crashes into the sea. Badly damaged, the Navy plane heads for Hainan. On board, the crew frantically destroying top-secret eavesdropping equipment. But 40 minutes after landing, the crew radioed an ominous final message. Armed Chinese are preparing to board the plane. The potential loss of U.S. intelligence could be devastating.
It would tell the Chinese everything that we know and have known about them. It would tell them all about the systems that we use to acquire that information.
Some U.S. lawmakers are furious.
China is an adversary
right now. At least they're acting like one.
In a sign of increasing tensions, the U.S. first ordered 3 warships into the South China Sea, then hastily withdrew them tonight. China now says the U.S. can talk to the plane's crew tomorrow, but officials here at the Pentagon are giving up any hope they'll ever see their spy plane again. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC Jim Miklashevsky at the Pentagon tonight. This is the first major international test of the George W. Bush presidency, and it does involve a country that during the campaign he took pains to point out is a competitor, not a strategic partner. We go now to NBC's David Gregory at the White House and this Chinese test for the new president. David?
Tom, even as this intensifies tonight, senior White House officials say the president decided against calling Chinese President Jiang Zemin about all of this personally, at least for now.
His patience wearing thin after more than 24 hours of futile negotiations, the president publicly warns China, says he's, quote, troubled by the situation and reminds them what's at stake.
Failure of the Chinese government to react promptly to our request is inconsistent with standard diplomatic practice and with the expressed desire of both our countries for better relations.
But minutes afterward, Mr. Bush appears low-key, refusing to say whether he considers the Americans hostages. As the day wears on, however, it's clear China won't budge.
So the President of the United States tells China he wants immediate access, and they say, well, maybe you'll get it in 20 hours.
No, we're continuing to talk with Chinese officials both in Washington and Beijing.
But tonight, no progress, at least not yet. But senior White House officials say there is still time for the Chinese to do the right thing, explaining that China's bureaucracy often moves very slowly. One senior national security source says, quote, we don't want to overreact and make an accident become an incident. Tom?
At the White House tonight, NBC's David Gregory. Thanks very much, David. In China, the standoff is not being used by the Beijing leadership to whip up the masses against the United States. China seems determined not to have this escalate into a full-blown crisis. And NBC's Ned Colt is in Beijing.
The collision, not headline news here on TV or in the newspapers. The story deliberately downplayed, apparently just the way the government wants it. China insists the U.S. spy plane was flying in its airspace when the American plane's nose and left wing veered into the Chinese F-8 fighter, sending it crashing into the South China Sea. The one place where there is heated discussion about the collision, internet chat rooms. One message demanding the execution of the U.S. crew and the seizure of the aircraft. Outside the U.S. Embassy, all quiet so far and no signs of beefed-up security. No indication this incident could turn violent, as it did here 2 years ago, after the NATO bombing of China's embassy in Belgrade. To date, the American ambassador to Beijing says it's taking too long to get information about the fate of the crew.
It is inexplicable and unacceptable and of great concern to the most senior leaders in the United States government.
Some experts say the Chinese silence may be due to confusion on how to handle the crisis.
No one wishes to take decisions in the Chinese system. It all gets kicked upstairs because this is a very sensitive question.
So what do the Chinese want? Analysts here say an American apology and an offer of compensation for the downed fighter would be a start.
I think now China still have the upper hand to solve this problem. So they do not need to make a rush decision.
Late today, a signal. China's foreign minister saying he's hopeful of a swift solution. Analysts here say the Chinese don't want to look like they're losing face, bowing to U.S. threats. Ned Colt, NBC News, Beijing.
What will this latest incident mean for an already strained relationship between the U.S. and China? NBC's Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell joins me now from the State Department. Andrea?
Tom, this standoff does come at a particularly tense time for relations between China and the new administration.
Escalating tensions, including a major embarrassment for Chinese intelligence. A 4-star Chinese colonel defects while visiting New York in December. China wants him back. The U.S. says no. Then the new administration threatens to sell destroyers to Taiwan equipped with high-tech radar, advanced weapons fiercely opposed by the Chinese. But they now have 300 missiles aimed at Taiwan, 100 more than 2 years ago. And human rights disputes. China is holding 2 Chinese-born scholars trained in the U.S. including an American university researcher whose husband, a new U.S. citizen, and 5-year-old son were also detained for weeks before being released. How ominous is all this?
They are testing the Bush administration. They always do this. Second, they really are concerned about what these academics are doing inside China.
Can the U.S. avoid a showdown like the one 5 years ago when China and U.S. warships squared off in the Taiwan Strait? Or those anti-American protests after the mistaken NATO bombing of China's embassy in Belgrade? Former Ambassador James Sasser, then under siege, now says China will avoid a full crisis.
They don't want it to be something that would poison their relationship with the United States.
Two powerful incentives to find a faith-saving solution. China is the United States' second biggest market, and China wants to host the Olympics in 2008. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell at the State Department tonight. And in Europe and Yugoslavia tonight, an angry Slobodan Milosevic, the former president and accused war criminal, is demanding that he be released from prison right now. This as new details are emerging about the standoff and the shootout and surrender that put him there over the weekend. NBC Jim Maceda joins us now from Belgrade. Jim?
Tom, Slobodan Milosevic is spending his second night in his new residence, the Belgrade City Jail. One 8-by-10-foot room, no windows, 2 chairs, a table, and a small bed.
Today, Milosevic's wife, Mira, paid a visit to the new inmate. A day after the former dictator, like any common criminal, turned in his belt, wristwatch, and papers. His dramatic 36-hour standoff with police started on Friday night. At 7 p.m., police vans pulled up in front of the presidential villa, protected like a fortress, with bulletproof glass and shell-proof walls. Rumors of an arrest spread quickly. Hundreds of Milosevic supporters gathered outside, blocking police with an arrest warrant. Inside the house, Milosevic, his wife and daughter Maria, and about 40 bodyguards armed with an arsenal of grenades and machine guns, nervous and waiting for the police's next move. After a convoy of limos pulled up to the county courthouse, rumors circulated that Milosevic had been arrested, but they were wrong. At midnight, Milosevic, defiant, appeared at his gate, waving to his crowd. An hour later, he spoke by phone to NBC News.
The truth is that I'm here in my house drinking coffee with my friends.
But at 2:40 a.m., police patience ran out. Dozens of special forces attacked the compound and came under heavy fire. Milosevic allegedly barked orders to his guards to fight. 2 policemen and 1 photographer were wounded. But Milosevic remained inside. The police backed off, fearing a bloodbath. All day Saturday, more negotiations. Milosevic, growing more somber and manipulative, threatened to kill himself, his wife, and daughter. Just before dawn, Sunday, hunkered down in his basement, Milosevic cracked. 4:20 a.m., he surrendered. His daughter, now frantic, fired 5 shots at the convoy, taking her father away. But the ordeal, over.
Milosevic can be held up to 6 months in jail while prosecutors prepare his trial. If convicted on charges of fraud and inciting murder, he could face from 3 to 15 years behind bars. Tom?
Thanks very much tonight. NBC Jim Maceda in Belgrade. Up next, In Depth. A new look at air travel in this country. It is not your imagination. It is getting worse.
Something's got to give, and it's usually you and me sitting in an airplane on a tarmac somewhere.
The latest assessment of the air travel system. What should be done to take the chaos out of commercial flying? In Depth tonight. Later, Lifeline. An epidemic of sleep deprivation in America. Important new treatments for America's sleep stars.
Why do you shave?
Oh, because I don't want a beard.
Why do you wear a tie?
That's easy, because I have to.
Dad, why do you always eat Cheerios?
Because Daddy's cholesterol's kind of high.
And a study shows the whole grain oats in Cheerios can help lower cholesterol when part of a low-fat diet.
Why do you have high cholesterol?
Well, because Daddy used to eat not such good things before he met Mommy.
Daddy?
The one and only Cheerios.
This
has more calcium than Tums?
It's true. Maalox Quick Dissolve Chewables have more calcium than regular Tums.
That's even better.
And they dissolve faster than Tums.
I'm going to go for the Maalox.
Quick dissolve your heartburn away and get more calcium.
No doubt about it.
What if you could reverse ineffective aging on your dog's immune system? Feed him Imus Active Maturity Formula after age 5. It's the first dog food shown to help restore vital cells in his immune system. So you can shape what tomorrow brings. Imus. Good for today. Good for tomorrow. Good for life.
I prefer using natural ingredients. That's why I take Beano. Beano helps prevent gas from problem foods with a natural food enzyme. It's not a drug. So if you prefer a more natural approach, prevent gas with Beano.
I wonder, does Brenda need a sweater? I wonder if Sarah would like karate. I wonder why I ever left the house.
Seasonal allergies can make you feel miserable. Only Once Daily Allegra has fexofenadine for long-lasting, non-drowsy allergy relief, so you can feel more like yourself again. For people 12 and older, side effects include headache, upper respiratory tract infection, and back pain. Call your doctor now for more information about Allegra and enjoy your world.
NBC Monday, another Dateline Court TV exclusive. 2 teenage girls out partying with friends.
Oh, they all brought out the mixed drink.
But when a date rape drug was slipped into their drinks, it was deadly.
I thought she was passed out from being drunk.
How did my daughter end up this way?
Who's to blame? A Dateline Court TV exclusive tonight.
NBC News in depth tonight, air travel in America. An annual report on the state of the industry is out tonight. More flights behind schedule, more service complaints than ever. Last year, despite the airline's promises to improve things, it's only worse. But there are some bright spots. One airline in particular seems to be making the best of a bad situation. In depth tonight, here's NBC's Robert Hager.
A terrible report card on airlines today. The 3rd year in a row, it says, of dramatically poorer service.
1999 was a record year. Unfortunately, the airlines set another record, being worse than they were the year before.
Customer complaints up 20%. Passengers bumped from oversold flights up 18%. Bags lost up 4%. Flights delayed up 15%. And overcrowding.
At some time in the near future, we will probably see complete system failure where most of the airlines cannot get flights off the ground.
Airlines say today they have made some improvements recently and are working on others.
And one small airline, Midwest Express, so far manages to avoid the accusations of poor service and retains a remarkably loyal following.
Midwest Express is all coach class, but with amenities others call first or business class. Wide leather seats, 2 by 2 across, no third seat squeezed between. Food served on real china, and chocolate chip cookies baked in flight. Passengers say they like it. James Norton.
They have all the little perks that you wish all the rest of them had.
And surveys show they return often, like Carol Closey.
I try to fly it all the time.
So how does Midwest do it and still make money? Analysts say it's by finding a niche and not growing too fast. Flying to just 28 cities from hubs somewhat off the beaten path, Omaha, Kansas City, and its home base, Milwaukee. And targeting one type of flyer, according to its CEO, Tim Hoeksema.
The business traveler has really been our focus since we started in June of 1984 and continues to be our focus today.
Yes, at coach price, but mostly the higher last-minute coach prices businesses are used to pay. Not so many deep discount leisure fares, analysts say. And Midwest isn't completely immune to today's problems.
We have delays like everyone else. We try and communicate as effectively as possible, get a hold of our passengers ahead of time, keep them informed, take good care of them in a gate area, for example, if we do have a delay.
After 14 years of profits, the airline lost me at the end of last year. So in hard economic times, a struggle now to see if the airline with chocolate chip cookies can hold on to its blue chip passengers and stay clear of the turbulence all around it. Robert Hager, NBC News, Washington.
When we come back, Senator John McCain's big victory tonight and Lifeline, new hope for millions who get even less sleep during daylight saving.
Suddenly, a lot of people are dreaming about milk and all the great things that go along with it. The reason is simple. Lactate milk. Lactate is real milk, delicious, refreshing, and easy for you to digest naturally, so you can stop dreaming and start enjoying with Lactate milk. Lactate is just another name for milk.
When I had started, we could walk into the back of production and say, who's got Bill Johnson's computer? And someone in manufacturing would say, I do, Mo. And they you know, that's got to go today. You know, I promised my firstborn that would be on a truck tonight, and they say it's done. And people that work at Gateway are extremely passionate about working with people and helping people.
Lobster Fest has arrived, our annual celebration of everything lobster. So don't hide. Go overboard at Red Lobster.
When you eat Quaker oatmeal like we do, it actually works to remove cholesterol from your body.
We ate it every day for 30 days. Helped take 20 points off my cholesterol.
Even though we can't remove snow every day, we can remove cholesterol.
Quaker oatmeal
warms you heart and soul.
Whoa! Lawn weeds, huh, Pete?
Yeah.
Try Ortho Weed Be Gone.
Weed be what?
Gone, as in out of here.
Like adios.
Weed Be Gone kills weeds without harming your lawn.
Didn't hurt my lawn.
Ortho guarantees it.
Now that's a great lawn.
Lawn weeds? Leave it to Ortho.
From spring to fall, it's in the air. From the Sunshine Leagues of Florida to the schoolyards of New York to the golden fields of California. It's allergy season. So talk to your doctor about Claritin, the #1 prescribed antihistamine in America. And when the ump yells play ball, you'll be ready. Claritin, the official allergy medication of Major League Baseball. Claritin has a low occurrence of side effects such as headache, drowsiness, fatigue, and dry mouth, similar to sugar pills.
Once again, it's time to tell Matt where to go. From Marrakesh to the Matterhorn, your votes will decide.
Where in the world is
Matt Lauer?
MSNBC investigates the runaways tonight on MSNBC.
A historic moment in the United States Senate tonight. Senators approved a bill making it much more difficult for them to get their hands on campaign money. This is a triumph for Senators John McCain, a Republican, and Russ Feingold of Wisconsin, a Democrat, after a 6-year crusade to reform campaign finance. NBC's Lisa Meyer joins me now from Capitol Hill with tonight's vote and the new battle line still ahead. Lisa?
Tom, this is a huge step toward reducing the power of big money in politics. Reformers now believe they have so much momentum, they'll be tough to stop, even as opponents vow to fight with every weapon they've got.
Welcome to the brave new world.
The final Senate vote, 47 Democrats and 12 Republicans for the bill, a personal victory for Senator John McCain. The bill, which now goes to the House, would ban so-called soft money, contributions of hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars by corporations, labor unions, and the rich. Last year, the two parties raised almost $500 million this way. Opponents warn that closing off soft money will have consequences.
There are those that maintain in both parties that it's going to devastate the party apparatus. And I don't think that's healthy.
Right now, both parties are engaged in an arms race, raking in as much money as fast as they can, in case it becomes illegal. Last week, a Republican dinner raised $7 million. Democrats raised $3 million.
Tonight, House leaders seem in no hurry to take up this bill, and both Republicans and Democrats have scheduled events to raise millions of dollars more. So the money chase goes on, Tom.
Thanks very much, NBC's Lisa Myers tonight. On Wall Street today, it was a down day as the blue chips and tech stocks both took a hit on the first day of the second quarter. As a result, the Dow was down just over 100 points. NASDAQ fell more than 57 points on this day. I'll be right back with Lifeline getting a better night's sleep.
no nibbling.
Don't worry.
Is she kidding? Now she's cooking.
Whiskas home-style favorites taste like food you'd make, if you could. Homemade tasting meals, each with all that slow-cooked goodness sealed in a flavor-locked pouch.
Hi, ready for dinner?
Trust me, he's not.
Should we save him some?
Whiskas home-style favorites, what cats want.
This has more calcium than Tums?
It's true. Maalox Quick Dissolve Chewables have more calcium than regular Tums.
That's even better.
And they dissolve faster than Tums.
I'm gonna go for the Maalox.
Quick dissolve your heartburn away and get more calcium.
No doubt about it.
Introducing the only air freshener that's a gel and spray, all in one. New Glade Duet. When an ordinary spray won't do it, Duet. When a plain old gel won't do it, Duet. New Glade Duet. It's a gel for continuous freshness and a spray for a burst of fragrance, all in one. So when nothing else will do it, Duet. The only one that's two-in-one. S.C. Johnson, a family company.
You choose to be healthy. You choose to be successful. You choose to give back. You choose to be yourself. The choices you want, the voice you need to make the most out of life. Today's AARP.
So, Flo, Tums Ultra or Pepsid Complete?
Dose for dose, Tums Ultra neutralizes twice as much acid as Pepsid then acid. Yet the Pepsid costs much more.
Tums, Harry. You can feel better now and save enough to leave a nice big tip.
Dear Lee, you work miracles. When arthritis pain in my knees made it difficult to run my business, even a knee operation didn't stop all the pain. Products like Tylenol quit after a few hours, and it was like sand grinding in my joints. Then one of my customers reminded me how great Aleve works. Once I tried it, I could rely on being pain-free all day.
2 Aleve can stop pain all day. It would take 8 Tylenol to do that.
Like I said, you work miracles. Thanks, Aleve.
Hi, I'm Dana Devin. On the next extra, they're backstabbing bug-eaten wannabes. Thousands turn on for Survivor 3's casting call. Then a daily dose for pets. From a new way to declaw your cat to what you should never feed Fido. Plus, how you can get into a Playboy party without getting dressed. Extras next.
By now, I hope you've turned the clocks forward, daylight saving time. After all, and for those of you with sleeping troubles, I know, another lost hour of sleep. A lost hour, but not lost hope. There are major new advances for insomniacs. And NBC Chief Science Correspondent Robert Bazell has the latest in our Lifeline report.
Slept so little, she thought she would go crazy.
I was exhausted, and I often went for 4 days and 4 nights without sleeping.
56% of adult Americans, 205 million people, have occasional insomnia. 17%, or 35 million, chronic sleeplessness leading to poor memory, difficulty concentrating, even a 2.5 times greater chance of having a car accident.
Insomnia is a very common problem. It often goes underreported and underrecognized, and therefore it's undertreated.
For years, doctors offered few treatments for insomnia besides pills that could be addicting and leave hangovers. But now research in sleep labs is bringing exciting new options.
For some insomniacs, experts say, medications, sleeping pills are the best answer. The latest research shows that new sleeping pills on the market now do not have many of the harmful side effects that sleeping pills once had, and that for some people, frequent, even daily doses are safe and effective.
One of the new drugs, Ambien, works for 6 or 7 hours. Sales already total $7.5 billion a year. Another drug, Sonata, is so short-acting, it can be taken in the middle of the night. Sales already $830 million, and many more new drugs on the way.
So that the sleeper might enjoy longer periods of sleep, so that we wake up feeling rested, refreshed, and ready to function the next day.
But Erica Bell, like many, wanted to avoid medication. So she visited Dr. Rachel Manberg, a psychologist at Stanford, who administers behavioral therapy that studies show is working better all the time.
We work on changing behaviors and
changing schedules, providing light exposure for some people, timing when it's best for them to exercise, when it's best for them to take their bath or shower.
For Erica Bell, it worked so well, she is sleeping once again.
I feel like a different person, and my friends who are around me feel like they have me back again.
New evidence that help is available for the many millions enduring the terrible effects of sleeplessness. Robert Vizell, NBC News, New York.
That's all right, news for this Monday night. Don't forget Dateline tonight at 8. I'm Tom Brokaw. I'll see you back here tomorrow night.
Nightly News is a presentation of NBC News. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Next on Extra, the stunt that sent David Copperfield to the hospital.
Plus, we sent Joe Piscopo out to opening day at Yankee Stadium.
Tuesday at 5 on Today in New York.
What really keeps you from getting a loan or even a new credit card? Find out.
Also, regular checks on your traffic as you go to work. Katie McGee has you covered.
And the Tuesday forecast with Chris Camino. I'm Jane Hanson.
I'm Maurice Dubois. We'll see you in the morning.
E-commerce has opened the floodgates of one-to-one marketing, bringing with it a deluge of new information. With E-intelligence from SAS, you can harness the information and put the knowledge you need within reach. SAS, the power to know.
Minutes after
Needs and budget. Choose from our huge selection of furniture from quality manufacturers including Herman Miller SQA. Total Office also carries a full line of floor covering and window treatment. From the back room to the boardroom, let our staff of professionals work for you. Remember, good prices, better service.
5 minutes after the hour here in the Imus in the morning program. Wyatt Imus, who will be 3 on July 3rd, is not afraid of 1,500-pound quarter horses or 1,000-pound Texas Longhorn cattle or 2,000-pound buffalo or anything else. He is terrified of Collins, our cat, for some reason. We can't figure out.
Go figure.
So, he's on a bed last night with me, and the bed sits way off the ground, too far off the ground, by the way, because you sit on the edge of it, your feet don't even touch the ground. Mine don't. I'm about 6 feet tall. So he climbs down. Well, when he climbs down, he's letting himself down like as you were easing yourself down off a cliff.
Like he's rappelling down a cliff.
Yeah.
Right.
So when he gets about halfway down, I say, here comes Collins, the cat.
Yeah.
Well, he's just mortified. So then he has to climb back up.
So you're just messing with him.
Yeah, just jerking his chain. In roll call, they write, even Don Imus can shake his finger at comedian Ben Stein, whose tasteless performance at the 57th Annual Radio and Television Correspondents Association dinner on Thursday night was an unmitigated disaster. Although Imus took all kinds of heat a few dinners ago for raking then-President Clinton over the coals, at least the radio shock jock jokes were funny, and he had the guts to pick on the president right to his face. So I didn't take any guts with that chump, his fat, crooked wife.
Right.
I actually liked it in her face. Stein, however, somehow thought that it was humor in telling a Don Hinckley joke precisely one day before the 20th anniversary of the assassination attempt on President Reagan.
Oops.
Well, I don't have a problem with that, frankly.
No,
but
not at all.
But at least it should have been funny. The joke consisted of reading a fake letter, which was lame. And the letter was lame, and then the punchline was even lamer. I mean, it was just. I mean, I don't have any problem with the joke, believe me, at all. But the joke was, by the way, Jodie Foster is dating Bill O'Reilly. Well, I mean, come on, hello.
Lord.
I mean, God, that's something Rob wouldn't even steal. Well, no, Rob would steal it, but...
Wait a minute.
Anyway. Well, Ben Stein, he's the guy giving Ben Stein's money and all. I think he's not funny. He's tedious.
I love Ben. I think he's a funny old Jew.
No, not funny.
He had a bad night.
And Jon Stewart, I'm glad he declined our invitation to appear on this program because He proved at the Grammy Awards that he sucks, too, by the way.
Yeah, right.
God, he was awful.
Didn't get it done.
Ugh. I talked to George Carlin yesterday.
Speaking of getting it done.
Speaking of a comic genius.
Yep.
I'll always remember, I was talking to Joel Stein, the columnist in Time Magazine, who wanted me to do that Q&A thing, and I told him that I didn't think so. And he was dismissive of George Carlin.
Yep.
About how out of it George was.
How over.
Yeah, how over George was. Now, as Mr. Stein was telling me how over George was, George's book was then, I think, number 7 on the New York Times bestseller list, which Mr. Stein was unaware of. And then, so I told Mr. Stein some of the joke premises, some of the comedic premises that Mr. Carlin had recently adopted. And he's laughing, you know. And he said, well, I said, well, maybe he's not quite so lame after. And then about a month later, Stein totally ripped off George Carlin in a column in Time Magazine. And it was a column about rooting for people. You know, Carlin had the original thought on rooting for earthquake, the earthquake victim toll to go up. Or
yep. Casualty count.
Those kinds of things, which is what Stein's column is all about. The thing I found offensive about it was, one, Stein should have kept his mouth shut, particularly to me. And if the sniveling little punk doesn't think George Carlin is funny, then don't rip him off. Or if you're going to rip him off, at least give him some credit.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So anyway, George called me about Joel Stein. What did I know about? Because well, the facts of that situation, those are the facts. So I think George is doing some, if we're going to talk to him about something.
Huh.
I may do that Q&A thing or something.
Yeah.
So. But, I mean, there are lots of people who don't think I'm funny. But that's all subjective. That's fine. I'll tell you who is funny. Man, it's Dennis Miller.
Yep.
Jesus God. Am I just a Dennis Miller butt boy? I guess I am.
Yeah, a little bit of one, but he's also very funny.
Jesus, is he funny. I mean, he's, I don't know, he's...
Ranks right up there.
Boy, he does, doesn't he?
He absolutely does. Very, very clever.
What do you want?
When are you and Dennis Miller going to pick out China patterns?
Yeah, well, don't worry about it. He's got an HBO show. You and I don't.
And then you go on and on about this Ben Stein thing?
Well, you like Dennis Miller, too.
Yeah, I do like Dennis Miller.
Ben Stein's an unfunny old schmuck. Period.
But then he used the yeah, that's a joke even Rob wouldn't even steal. 2 words. Wolfman Jack.
Yeah, but I've never denied that.
National Lampoon.
I've never denied that.
Well, I'm denying stealing.
I credit.
What have I ever stolen?
No, I credit the people I steal from, or did steal from, or have stolen from, or whatever. No, I mean, I always attribute stuff. Always.
Oh, you're saying I don't attribute stuff? Is that what you're trying to say?
Come on,
trying to
Rob.
make me feel bad?
No.
Come on, Rob, what?
Let me get real here.
You going to the doctor again today?
Yeah.
Which one? Kevorkian, I hope?
No, Dr. Lloyd Hoffman.
And what's he going to do?
You're going to look at my butt.
Ugh. Great.
Well, my finger's crooked, and Dr. Bronson won't do anything about it.
Well, why don't you put your finger in your butt and kill 2 birds with 1 stone?
When I put my car in your butt.
You know what? You are funny. I hate you.
Not as much as I hate you.
No, I hate you even more.
I hate you more. You know how much I hate you?
How much do you hate me?
Well, I'm plugging your deals anymore.
I love you.
You and me, babe.
So, coming up on 12 minutes after the hour here on the Imus Morning program, here's David Gregory, the White House correspondent for NBC News. Apparently he's been on the line for a few minutes, having to endure all of this. And for that, I apologize, Mr. Gregory.
Well, good morning, Mr. Imus. That was ugliness.
Yeah, it was. So. Well, I don't feel well, and I don't care. What's going on with that moron who's president?
I don't think that's appropriate. Do you, as a starting point?
Why don't we tell these little Chinese men, give us back to playing into people? It would turn your crummy country into a parking lot.
Well, this has been interesting because it really has been a test for President Bush. This is really the first evolving crisis, and it's still intensifying. But the White House is really trying to strike a balance yesterday. We were all waiting in the morning as they were, still trying to negotiate and obviously getting nowhere. And then the president decided to come out and make a very forceful statement. He came out and he walked the line a little bit, didn't quite lash out, but let him know that relations were on the line here, and there are some very important decisions. In April, the president's going to decide whether to sell sophisticated weaponry to Taiwan, something that China is vehemently against.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
So this is an important test. But the balance in all of this, their senior administration officials were saying, look, China reacts very slowly. It's a slow bureaucracy. They've got a problem. This is a difficult incident for them. They have to be able to save face. There's still time for them to do the right thing. There's still time for them to react. Well, the truth is that even after the president spoke, all China would do is say, well, okay, you can see him in about 20 hours from now. And that clearly was not good enough. The president made it very clear. We want the consular officials to have access right away and get on the plane. Don't inspect the plane. Well, neither of those things came to be. The Chinese did go on the plane and inspect the plane. We don't know how significant the damage is in terms of intelligence that's lost. And there has not been immediate access. As we speak, or later on this morning, the American ambassador and a U.S. delegation is expected to get access to the crew and presumably arrange for their transfer back home. But all of this is far from certain. It was interesting that President Bush decided against calling President Zhang in China personally about all of this. Again, the feeling from senior officials here was, what we don't want to do is overreact. We don't want to turn, as one put it, an accident into an incident. But it really did have a Cold War feel around here yesterday, as there was some pretty tough talk.
Has anybody from the State Department or the Pentagon said whether the crew, one, had some sort of plan to disable or destroy sensitive equipment and or information and material on the plane in the event of something like this, and two, if they actually did it, if they did have a mechanism for that?
Yes to both questions, but there's still a question of whether you can disable or destroy enough information without completely destroying the aircraft, which is to say if that plane was boarded, even in a damaged state, that there could still be some intelligence lost from an inspection. And you'll notice, if you listen to the president carefully yesterday, he wouldn't specifically confirm that Chinese officials had boarded the plane, which the United States considers sovereign territory of the United States. But he did say that, look, I sent a clear message that I want the plane back and the crew without any further tampering, which indicates, of course, that the Chinese had initially tampered with the plane. So there could be some real repercussions here in terms of the intelligence that's lost, and all of that's going to have to be assessed in the course of the coming days. But first things first, it's going to be interesting to see, what comes of the meeting, that initial meeting with the crew. They'll obviously want to debrief them, but also we're expecting to find out when they're coming home and just what the president's going to tolerate here.
In a different arena, does anybody in the administration think that the McCain-Feingold bill that passed yesterday in the Senate is going to be fairly pretty much intact once it gets through the House and Conference Committee, and that the president will, in fact, have to sign something that he originally, of course, was against?
Yes, he was originally against it, and there's a couple of very important provisions that are in there now that the president opposes, namely banning soft money, because he's for soft money when it comes from individuals, and he wants something called paycheck protection for union giving. Neither of those things have been addressed. There's a practical feeling here that this juggernaut really can't be reversed. The question that the administration has had all along, that the president has had, is, while everybody's trying to make him out to be the bad guy who would veto this, that it's really Democrats who've got wobbly knees on this. And even McCain's supporters and McCain himself acknowledged that there were Democrats that got wobbly kneed, but they got it through the Senate. The feeling is, from the White House perspective, that Tom DeLay, who has threatened to kill the bill, doesn't have the muscle to do it in the House. There's still some question as to whether it goes to conference committee, and as you've been talking about, they can either bury it there, they can scuttle the bill, they can add things to it that become poison pills. I think the big question now is a question of timing. This administration wants its tax cut. That's the agenda item it wants. It doesn't want campaign finance reform to be dominating the headlines and the talk shows and the news shows. It wants the tax cut to do that. So Dennis Hastert, the House Speaker, has said, we're not going to take this up until we deal with the tax cut first. So that could put this thing off till much later in the year, which obviously McCain and company are going to fight pretty hard. But I think the bottom line is that the president's in a position here where he's likely to sign this thing.
So what's going on around the White House? Have any pets there?
Do they have any pets there?
Any pets, you know, dog, cat, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm afraid this might be going in an ugly direction.
No, it's not. I just wondered.
Yeah, there's a couple of dogs and a cat.
Huh?
Little things, you know, they run around. Nothing like Buddy. He doesn't have a big Buddy dog.
Neither one of the daughters live there, right?
Neither one of the daughters live here. No, they're both in college.
Right. Any visitors we ought to know about that are not on the...
No, nobody...
Willie Nelson come up there? George Strait?
No,
Shania Twain?
Not that I've seen yet. Not that I've seen. But you know, he's been meeting foreign leader after foreign leader. I mean, they come in here one right after the other.
No.
Yeah, Hosni Mubarak here from Egypt yesterday, and King Abdullah's coming. You don't really care about that, though, do you?
No. Does he use that outdoor track that Fatso built?
No, he hasn't used that yet.
No.
He exercises indoors for now. And up at Camp David, you know, he likes to use Camp David.
What's he do?
What?
What's his routine, I wonder?
What's his exercise routine, do you know?
He's a big runner. He runs a 7.5-minute mile.
Jesus.
Yeah.
You know, Dr. Kenneth Cooper, who I was talking to, who, by the way, I don't know, I don't even know if he's interested or not. This guy would make a great Surgeon General. He runs the Cooper Heart Institute in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote the defining book on controlling cholesterol. I have no interest in this other than, and he's an exercise guru and primarily a cardiologist, but a guy who walks the walk, Dr. Kenneth Cooper.
A great role model.
And a great role model. He's been Bush's doctor, I believe, for a number of years. He told me that President Bush had a 38 resting heart rate, which is what mine is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's like being dead.
Well, that's the. No, but, you know, he really is in great shape. I mean, he's such a disciplined guy in terms of when he gets up and when he goes to sleep. I remember during the campaign, if anybody around him got sick, they were quarantined. I mean, nobody gets near him if you're sick, because he doesn't break the routine, and he exercises all the time with weights, and as I say, he runs all the time. So he's pretty dedicated to that. As you know, the day of that White House shooting outside the gates, he was exercising at the time. So.
Everything else all right with you?
Everything's terrific.
Right. Thanks.
Okay.
David Gregory, the White House correspondent for NBC News, here in the Imus Morning program. The Autobody Express sale, sponsored by Mohegan Sun, now available. Any T-shirt that they sell, and they're all great T-shirts made in the USA, many of them designed by the Oneida Indian Nation, and first-class stuff. Just great T-shirts. Some of the T-shirts are fabulous.
Need it, yep.
You can buy one of those, a bag of Imus Brothers coffee, and a new ABX travel mug, which is a brushed stainless steel first-class mug, travel mug. Normally it would cost you $51. You now can get it for 20% off, $39.57, but there are not many left, so you should call them today. They're open right now. And the Autobody Express telephone number is 1-800-272-1957. You can also pick up Imus Brothers coffee and Fred's salsa and turquoise buffalo tortilla chips at netgrocer.com. Imus Brother Coffee now available in Manhattan, New York through mycornerdeli.com. Imus Brothers office coffee distributors are now available in New York City and the surrounding areas. You can call old Bill Phelan to Coffee Distributing Corporation at 1-800-356-8881. If you didn't get that number, you can always call Bob or somebody out at the Autobody Express or my office here in New York, and they'll hook you up with Imus Brothers Coffee. It really is great coffee. I mean, it's great coffee. The Autobody Express, 1-800-272-1957. Autobody Express is sponsored by Mohegan Sun. It is 22 after the hours. Anything else going on we ought to know about?
Let's see. I do just a couple of things, perhaps. There's suggestion now that Slobodan Milosevic, they're asking, could he face the death penalty? Yugoslav authorities raising that possibility. They say the former president could be charged crimes that would make him eligible
for the ultimate penalty, including ordering the murders of political rivals. A pilot of a U.S. fighter jet ejected safely after his aircraft crashed into the Pacific Ocean off northern Japan today. Japanese Self-Defense Force spokesman said he was rescued at sea by a Japanese naval helicopter. And what else? The mayor of Providence, Rhode Island, is denying charges lodged against him.
That would be Buddy Cianci, right? Our guy, Buddy.
A federal grand jury has indicted Mayor Cianci and 5 others, alleging they operated city government as, quote, a criminal enterprise designed to enrich the mayor and his campaign fund. Mayor Cianci says all lies. And actually, that's about
We don't have Mayor Cianci on tape, do we?
No, we don't. There are about 100 hours of tapes of city officials, but to this point, we have no suggestion that any of those hours of tapes include the voice of Mayor Cianci.
Well, to suggest that Buddy Cianci is a thug greatly offends me.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like harassment here.
Yeah. Once again, one of our friends has become a victim of Buddy Cianci.
Yep.
Ethnic profiling.
Yeah, and another situation, another example of ethnic profiling.
He denies any wrongdoing and calls the indictment details, quote, nothing but lies.
Well, of course.
End quote.
Absolutely. Now, we need to confirm here, you know, I run into Nike Shocks, those new Nike Shock shoes.
Right.
Which are the greatest running shoe ever made.
Which have the 4 little, literally, like little shock absorbers in the heel.
They are an unbelievable shoe. Now, Nay told me that Nay is a doorman over at they said that the original came in silver and black, which I have about a dozen pair of those. But now I understand there are some new colors.
Uh-oh.
I was not aware of that. We need to confirm that this morning.
Okay, let's get on that.
We need to confirm whether there, in fact, are new colors.
Yep.
And where they are.
Or is this just merely a rumor?
Right, or does Nate just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Right.
So, but Nate, I think he does because he's into this shoe stuff.
Well, let's nail it down.
So we need to find that out. We need to find that out almost immediately. What's the cue?
George Carlin and Warner Wolf are both here. Mr. Carlin's doing a show on HBO called Back in Town Saturday Night Live. And
I'll tell you something else I think they ought to do in basketball. Right at the center court line, there should be like 6 feet of gasoline fire. And you get a real fast break going. You want to see and a ball off, if you get a basket by bouncing it off a guy's head, another 50 points.
Another 50,
a lot of guys would try it.
If your radio sounds funny in the morning, you're listening to Imus in the morning.
did you get involved in all that, caught up in the OJ thing?
Yeah. I love people under pressure.
You think he killed these people?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, and hey, who knows? Maybe they had it coming. I don't know that. I don't know that. You never know.
Well, no, I don't think anybody considered that,
No,
George.
it's a thing
Except
you
you.
have to think of. You have to put that in the equation.
Where does that come from? Maybe they had it coming.
Some people deserve what they get. Some
I
people get what they
understand that,
deserve.
but Jesus
Well,
God.
you never know. Who am I to get about their lives?
Well, no, but I mean...
Jesus God, there's another one. See?
Another lending success story from LendingTree.com. I needed a home. If you want the inside information.
I'm going to ask you the toughest questions of the night. These are hardball. Don't squirm, don't hide, don't cry.
The lowdown from powerful people.
I'm not going negative on your show.
For the latest political buzz.
There's some political lowballing going on.
Get ready to play hardball.
The Republicans are scared to death.
Chris, you're a sneaky little devil.
No, I'm not a little devil, but I am sneaky.
Hardball with Chris Matthews.
I'm Chris Matthews. What's my hardball?
Tonight, live at 5 Eastern on MSNBC. The whole picture.
NBC Tonight. Must-see TV.
So, you think you know everything? Okay, prove it. If you fail, I tell the whole world you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Couple of flurries around low pressure up in northern Maine. We also have some showers and flurries with a cold front moving through the Great Lakes. Rain in the Ohio Valley, some light snow in the northern plains, just a few low clouds around Texas. See cold weather with high pressure moving down to the northern plains, only 30s and 40s there. It'll be downright summer-like, warm and humid, 70s and 80s, all the way into Oklahoma and Texas today, with the rain spreading to the coast.
Your kitchen is the heart of your home. And at Kitchens by Toronto, we know how important redesigning it can be.
For over 25 years, Kitchens by Toronto has designed and installed kitchens the old-fashioned way, with dependability and craftsmanship. With our on-staff architect, we personally work on your project until it's complete. And now, together with KBT Builders, we custom build additions, decks, bathrooms, and renovations. Talk to us about your plans, because we'll treat your home with the care it deserves.
All Seasons Cartique and Florist in Waldwood will be sure to have the perfect gift for this Easter holiday. Creative, personalized gift baskets, perfect for that special someone in your life. Unique floral arrangements from our truly innovative floral designers. Gifts from our Hallmark Gold Crown department and from our exclusive giftware suppliers. Special cards, gifts, and gourmet foods for the body and soul. And while we do the gift wrapping, you can relax at our coffee bar. Visit All Seasons in Waldwood, Hamilton Square for all your Easter holiday gifts.
I think the stock market, to some degree or another, is a puzzle. Stock price doesn't necessarily mean that you're right or wrong. What does matter is are the fundamentals of these companies improving day after day. What we're trying to do when we invest in mid-caps is find potential blue-chip companies. There's so much information out there, people don't often see the forest for the trees. We have to cut through the information and find the kernel of truth, and that's really the key to portfolio management.
Still don't know what I was waiting for, and my time was running
Today,
wild.
companies are struggling with the complexities of the net, trying to make intranets, extranets, the internet, and multiple software platforms work together, simply and securely, as one net. Well, now they can. With Net Services software from Novell. The power to change.
Come on, Billy. You got it, Billy. Take your time. Take your time. Oh.
Doesn't Billy remind you of Grant at his age?
Mm-hmm.
He's got the height. He's going to be over 6 foot.
Yeah.
All net.
Told you. I told you.
Billy, go. Yes.
Oh.
I think we should be considering an agent.
Oh,
Agent? What Billy needs is a really good retirement plan.
TD Waterhouse provides the online tools to help you plan your retirement and real people you can actually talk to. How easy is this?
Craig Johnson's office. Hello, Craig Johnson's office. Hello.
Craig Johnson's office.
Mr. Johnson?
Post your resume now. Monster.com.
You the monster.
Road near Wallbound. Adult kids haircuts for under $12. Manhattan slightly higher. Call 1-800-SUPERCUTS for a location near you. I'm Lori McNichol for the Hagstrom Maps and Highway Patrol.
The Autobot Express, actually, this quarter is sponsored by Nikon. I said Mohegan Sun, but
okay,
it changes every 3 months. And they have a store at Mohegan Sun and Autobot Express store with the new one actually is being designed by Deirdre Imus, and then but the sponsor this time is Nikon, and I was remiss in not mentioning that. Nikon, of course, a corporate sponsor of the Imus Ranch for Kids with Cancer out in Reader's Digest in Mexico. A cattle ranch for kids with cancer, in which in about a month and a half or 2 months or so, they'll be back there ordering the little bastards around also.
Darn right. Do that.
They'll be, now I still haven't talked to the, I don't think I've heard from Steinway Pianos or Brunswick Pool Tables. But I don't want to be in a position, for some reason, I don't know if I don't think I should spend ranch money on a piano. I didn't think I should spend it on a jukebox, I spent my own money.
Nor will you have to. Well, as far as the piano is concerned, we'll work that out, man.
Do you know something that I don't know?
Well, I have a good friend at
you do?
At a piano company here that we'll talk about it.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Steinway?
Who not necessarily Steinway, but a fine piano in any regard.
No.
We got to talk about it. There's some other considerations that I discovered yesterday that we'll want to discuss.
No.
You and me, we'll want to discuss it.
I know that. No. I want a Steinway.
Well, that's fine. That's which is fine.
Rice-sucking yellow.
You're not going to get it. Hey, that's a fine piano.
I don't want it. Here from Pentagon, NBC News is Jim Miklashevsky on this, on the Chinese with not giving back our people our plane. What the hell's going on, Jim?
Well, patience is growing a little thin in Washington. It's been
and here.
Yes, it's been more than 60 hours since we've even seen these crew members. And now word is that they've been transported to the opposite end of the island.
What?
Yes, far from where the plane landed, and they're being held virtual prisoner, actually. The meeting that's supposed to take place could come at any minute, but I've got to tell you, nobody's holding their breath, and they think the Chinese are just using these crew members to jerk us around.
Well, absolutely. And what does Bush plan to do about it?
Well, President Bush, as David Gregory said, came out with a strong statement yesterday, but stopped short of that. Earlier in the day, the U.S. dispatched 3 warships to the region as a symbolic show of force. Then somebody in Washington said, well, if we're trying to reach an end to this through diplomatic means, maybe that's not such a good idea to be rattling sabers. So they pulled the ship back at the last minute. In answer, I heard you ask David Gregory a question about, does the crew have any procedure for getting rid of that intelligence material on board in such a case as this?
Yeah.
And in fact, they do. It's not as nearly as sophisticated as you think it might be. There's no, the tape will self-destruct, Mission Impossible in 60 seconds kind of deal. But what they do is essentially they start unscrewing the modules from the racks, open the door, and throw the stuff overboard into the sea. That which is too big to throw overboard, they just take an axe to. As far as any computer disks on board, they try to erase those. But it's not clear that they had enough time to do all that. The most ominous aspect of this whole thing came, it was revealed to NBC yesterday that while on the ground for about 40 minutes, the crew was in constant contact with their commanders via radio. The very last transmission from the crew said that there were armed Chinese boarding the plane, and that was it. Now, there's no indication that anybody was hurt. The Chinese assure everybody that the crew is safe. But nevertheless, Joseph Prier, the U.S. ambassador to Beijing, confirmed this morning on the Today Show that the Chinese boarded the plane and have essentially had 60 hours to pick it clean of whatever intelligence is left.
Does seem outrageous, though, that we have to pussyfoot around with these people, but if you want to be serious about it, which I'm sure you do, but there's not many other options.
No, there's really not. The Chinese pretty much hold all the cards right now, meaning the 24 crew members and the airplane. The U.S. expects to get the crew members back eventually, but they've pretty much given up any hope of getting that plane back. The Chinese today are saying, look, we demand an apology. We demand the U.S. take the blame. We demand that the U.S. conduct no further surveillance flights. The official here at the Pentagon said, not likely.
You know, I was on a different note. I was talking to Brokaw the other day, and I guess his wife told him that he needed to lose some weight. And when you do the NBC Nightly News with Brokaw, do you actually see him from your location, or?
I can see Tom. Sure, he looks great.
Doesn't look fat to me, does it? You?
No. Are you kidding me?
But well, apparently Meredith thinks he's fat, but she sees him probably without any clothes on.
Yeah. I think of all the anchors out there, I think Tom has the most rigorous physical fitness routine of them all.
Probably does, yeah.
Yeah. Like yourself?
I mean, Peter Jennings is a mushy-looking thing. Rather actually looks pretty good.
Rather looks great. They all look great. I'm impressed at how good they all look every night.
But Rather's 69.
That's incredible.
Oh, he looks pretty good.
Yeah, a real workhorse.
All right, Jim, thanks.
Okay.
Jim Miklashevsky, the thing on NBC News here on the Imus in the Morning program.
We're talking with Vincent A. Seance Jr., who is the mayor of Providence, Rhode Island, and
I also have something else for you.
Oh, great.
They said name a street after him. So what we did is...
oh, you did that? Oh, great.
No, wait a minute. I didn't do anything yet.
Oh, okay.
If your radio sounds fun in the morning, you're listening to Imus in the Morning.
Is that your hair?
No.
I just wondered.
This is his honor. Stop it. You keep that crap up. And I ain't going to let you off the hook so easy this time.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr.
By the way, you're in Providence because we have a lot of unsolved murders here. We get you up for one. You kind of fit the description of our last serial killer.
In the morning. Sports Radio.
on the help.
How well do you know your children? These 5 teens turned fantasy into a deadly reality. MSNBC investigates. Tonight, 8 Eastern.
Do you need to learn how to operate a computer? Hi, I'm John Scheer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. Seems like everywhere I go these days, somebody's recognizing me as the Video Professor. Well, that's because we've been teaching people how to run computers for over 14 years now. You know, our product is quick and it's easy to learn with, and you can try it for free. You know, over the years, millions of people have learned how to operate the computer using our product. We get happy letters every day from people thanking us. Violet from Alabama writes, "Your lesson makes using the program seem so simple that even I can use it." Janet from California writes, "Your tutorials have opened up the world of computers to me at last. But the most rewarding thing for me is having people stop me on the street and telling me how easy it was to learn with our product. They had tried expensive classes, they tried big, thick manuals, they couldn't get it. If you just want to learn how to run a computer once and for all, save yourself a lot of time and energy, try our product. Let me show you how simple this is. You put this CD in your CD tray, your lesson will come up. The lesson plays right on your computer. It works just like a VCR. You have a play button, pause, rewind, fast forward. Just follow the step-by-step instructions. You know, I'm so confident my product will work for you, I'm going to send it to you absolutely free. It's regularly a $59.95 value. You pay a small shipping and handling. The reason I'm going to do it is because I know that once you try our product, you'll come back to us for all your computer learning needs. And if this doesn't teach you how to run that computer, I'll even refund your shipping and handling. So what do you got to lose? Try my product.
I felt so good. I mean, phew, what a relief. I can understand this. After all, choose from lessons on Windows 98 or 95, Word, Quicken, or the Internet. To take advantage of this free computer learning offer, you must call now. Call 1-800-478-5996.
You'd try anything to get some relief from your nasal allergy symptoms. But before you change your life, make an easier change. Ask your doctor about Flonase. Multi-symptom Flonase relieves all these nasal allergy symptoms. Sneezing, itchy, runny nose, and congestion. Multi-symptom Flonase once a day relieves them all day and night. And to help make the change even easier, call now to receive a $5 rebate coupon for Flonase, plus valuable allergy information and the latest Allergy Talk newsletter. For best results, use daily. Side effects are generally mild and may include headache, nosebleed, or sore throat. Call to learn more or ask your doctor. And don't forget to take advantage of the $5 rebate offer. So before you change your life, make an easier change. Ask your doctor about multi-symptom Flonase. When you get it all it takes is Flonase.
What if you could earn your college degree from a leading accredited university, from home, at the office, or while traveling? At University of Phoenix Online, you attend class when and where you want via the internet. You learn from current industry leaders, and you can earn your degree in just 2 or 3 years, so you can start applying it toward your success. To learn more, call 877-386-GRAD or visit our website.
License member, NASD, SIPC. It's 19 till the hour.
2020 sports. Let's go to the audio tape.
I'm a firm believer in guardian angels. And a couple of the moves I made down the stretch, I firmly believe that my 2 angels were helping me.
So there you are. We find out that Shane Battier does not act alone. 82-72 was the final score last night. The Duke Blue Devils are national champions with a victory over Arizona. Good morning. This is John Minko with Sports, brought to you by SixFigureJobs.com, where today's top executives find tomorrow's great jobs. And there you have some inside information there. Shane Battier with himself, his Angels, has had a storied career, has won everything except the national championship. But last night, Battier and his Angels accomplished the feat with the 10-point win over Arizona.
Now he'll go to the pros, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Okay. Oh, yeah. He'll go there. Sure, he'll be one of the top picks in the first round. Now, Shane Battier has had a storied career. Mike Dunleavy is a sophomore, and he was on fire. And he had 18 second-half points. Did he have some angels last night, Mike Dunleavy, as you were watching him drain those threes there in the second half, one after another in a 40-second span?
Well, something's going on. I don't know.
Maybe some angels there. Yep. The Angels are in Durham. No Angels in Tucson. Tucson police had to battle some unruly fans. As a matter of fact, there were some people that were hit by rubber bullets by police last night.
I have no weapons. Look at me. Am I a threat? Am I a threat? No, I don't think so. The Tucson police are out of their mind. They can't just shoot unauthorized people like that. That's ridiculous. I had 8 bruises on my stomach. Yeah, I was hit by a rubber bullet.
Well, it's better than getting hit with a metal bullet.
Well, you're going to get a plunger up your butt.
Man.
Shut up.
Get out of the street.
Yeah,
Stop turning cars over and setting stuff on fire, you moron. That's why you got shot. Shut up.
Hunter step.
What are you doing?
God, boy, I wonder
Idiots.
how long the swelling will be there.
Well,
not long enough.
You know, there's some part in that body, especially, down the lower extremities. If it gets swelled up, you have to get it checked out.
Yes, you do, Mako.
Might have to go with the doctor.
Well, yeah, you would.
You don't want anything lopsided or anything
you
like
don't.
that.
No, big old lopsided butt.
Cottage cheese butt.
You
Yeah.
might tip off the chair or something.
That would be
like that.
fine, Mako. Come on.
Now, all stars from yesterday in baseball, Roger Clemens passes Walter Johnson, becoming the American League's all-time strikeout king, yanks over the Royals 7-3. Mike Hampton struggles in the rarefied air of Colorado. Not yesterday. 8+, 5 hits, Rockies over the Cardinals 8-0. How about Barry Bonds of the Giants? Career home run number 495, and he threw out Tony Gwynn, who's put on a couple of pounds. Out at the plate, Giants beat the Padres by the score of 3-2, and Dodger fans were booing Gary Sheffield, but you know what happened in the 6th inning?
Wow.
The game with the Milwaukee Brewers was scoreless. Sheffield goes yard, hits a home run. They start cheering, curtain call, and then everybody goes home happy.
Well,
Typical.
of course, fans are a bunch of fickle looters. Yeah, front-running weasels. John Minko with Sports here in the Irish Morning Program. Here's John DePietro. Is that the way you pronounce it, John?
That is right, Mr. Imus. Good morning from Providence, home of the Cianci crime family.
Okay, John is a midday host on our very fine affiliate, 9:20 a.m. there in Providence, WHJJ. Well, I actually understand we're doing enormously well in your ratings area, and one would hope is transferring over to John's program as well. Anyway, our friend, buddy, fiance, the mayor of Providence,
a sweetheart,
one of the most gentle figures I've ever met.
Right. Tony Soprano.
In fact, he's not Tony Soprano.
Colonel Enterprise.
So he put a cigarette out in somebody's forehead. The guy was stripping his wife. Come on.
Yes, 97-page, 30-count indictment. It's a huge misunderstanding with the government.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Do we have, before you give us the facts here, do we have Mayor Cianci on tape discussing any of this?
Well, it's alleged that it may be on audio tape, but the cooperating witness who might have taped them is currently in jail. Meanwhile, Mayor Cianci's heading off tomorrow night to meet with President Bush at the White House.
Okay,
Well,
there you go.
there you go.
Hasn't been convicted. He's now a global leader.
Yeah.
Mr. Imus, one thing that is criminal is the cheap hairpieces these guys wear. You should see Frank Parenti's right-hand man.
Yeah.
He still has the price tag on. You'd think with all these kickbacks, these guys would get some decent rugs. I mean, they are on national television now.
Well, what are the facts here, John?
The facts are that essentially the federal government alleges that the mayor has been operating city government and his campaign as a criminal enterprise. And one of the more interesting things in this is the mayor's address in the indictment is listed as the Biltmore Hotel. I think the last person indicted living in a hotel was Al Capone. And one of the other things listed is he forced his way into a place up here called the University Club, which would be like John Gotti bullying his way into the New York Athletic Club.
Yeah.
They essentially say if you want to do business in Providence, you're going to pay. It also leads to the police department. And, the mayor was tough last night. He's got a great attorney in Richard Egbert. But, he's a smart guy. This is going to be quite a battle. But for a lot of people, the show Providence should be on HBO Sunday nights at 9. Tony Soprano's been running the city, and it's a crime family.
Well, we'll not tolerate you attacking our friend, Buddy Cianci, John. This is a very ugly situation.
Yeah, you
It's
don't
an
have to live
outrage.
up there.
And it sounds to me like a piling on deal here, John.
Not at all. We're all rooting for him to beat the rap once again.
Well, okay. Well, that's better. All right, John. What time are you on?
10 and staying on until 3 o'clock today.
Okay. Well, thanks. Thanks for calling.
Thanks, Mr. Imus.
John DePietro. who is a midday host on WHJJ in Providence.
Not being a good goomba. You know
No,
what I
he's
mean?
not.
Not at all. He can walk around in Providence these days without getting knifed. How about that?
Yeah. So, but Mayor Cianci, of course, is having some.
Well, some difficulty, but I'm sure he will overcome it.
People obviously jealous.
Sure.
And
ethnic profiling.
Right.
Have we been able to get to the bottom of the Nike shoe situation yet?
That's the question. That's the important issue this morning.
Is Nike making that Nike Shox running shoe in colors other than the silver and red of the men's model?
Let's find out.
We want answers.
Yes or no?
Inquiring minds want to know.
Well, maybe.
And I want to know, it's 12 minutes till 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I want to know within 12 minutes.
Or else.
It doesn't seem like it's an unreasonable request, does it?
Or a difficult one to settle.
Imus in the morning.
It's golf season again, and this is the year. Hollywood's hot take on America's drug war. Now it's time to get the real story. MSNBC takes a hard look at hard drugs, ecstasy, painkillers, the new heroin. From our first-hand investigations, an entire night of life-saving information. Tomorrow beginning at 8, only on MSNBC.
CNBC, the world leader in business news, brings you Business Center, the final word on Wall Street. Ron Insana.
A cloud of caution still hangs over Wall Street.
Sue Herrera.
There is a new development to tell you about.
Comprehensive, in-depth, most trusted. Understand what happened today and what's coming tomorrow. Now more than ever, you need CNBC's Business Center. Profit from it.
Thanks.
Post your resume now. Monster.com.
You the monster. At Provin, we see the world through your eyes. That's why our experts help you select eyewear as individual as you are. Right now, save $75 on revolutionary micro thins, the thinnest, lightest, most scratch-resistant lens in sight. From designer frames to eye exams, ProVision helps you see what's important in your world. Save $75 on glasses with micro thin lenses.
Nobody cares your eyes more than girl.
1935. The year the first Suburban was introduced was a simpler time. Unless, of course, you locked your keys in the car. In that case, the simpler time would be now.
OnStar, how can I help you?
Yeah, I locked my keys in the car.
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
It's the best Suburban yet. The new Chevy Suburban, like a rock.
Okay, you're selling your home. With a real estate agent gets a 6% commission. That's some pile of cash you're giving her. And that's her new car. But if you call yourhomedirect.com, we'll sell your home for only a 2% commission. Give you great service and you keep the money. Now that's YHD selling your home. That's your cash now. And that's your new car. Call YHD for a lower fee.
Mama won the Masters.
Maybe.
Yes, sir!
For the 20th consecutive year, USA is proud to present golf's most coveted tournament, the Masters, with limited commercial interruptions. Live Thursday and Friday at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on USA.
How would you like to earn TD rates without tying up your money? Simple. With the Orange Savings Account from ING Direct, everyone earns the same high 5.5% rate. With no minimum balance requirement and no fees. And unlike CDs, you can always get at your money. Still think there's a catch? There isn't one. You just didn't have a choice before. Call 1-800-ING Direct for great rates with no minimums and no fees. 1-800-ING Direct.
What if you could earn your college degree from a leading accredited university, from home, at the office, or while traveling? At University of Phoenix Online, you attend class when and where you want via the internet. You learn from current industry leaders, and you can earn your degree in just 2 or 3 years, so you can start applying it toward your success. To learn more, call 877-386-GRAD or visit our website.
Both ways of Queens Midtown Tunnel. I forecast a mix of sun and clouds today with a high around 53, the low tonight 32, and right now it's 38 degrees. This report's brought to you by McDonald's, introducing something new and different from McDonald's. It's creamy, crunchy, and delicious. McDonald's new fruit and yogurt parfait. Try it today for breakfast, lunch, or as a treat. McDonald's, they'd love to see you smile. I'm Lori McNichol for the Hagstrom Maps Fan Highway Patrol.
It's 7 minutes till the hour here on the Imus morning program, so I'm having a raging debate with Charles here over pianos.
Raging debate? What do you mean debate?
Well, Charles is trying to sell me on a Yamaha now.
No, not at all. I'm just telling you I'm just telling you what this particular company has available, that's all.
Oh, I see. Well, is Yamaha a better piano than Steinway?
I would not say that, no.
Are they?
The equivalent?
No.
Well, again, you're getting into a subjective thing. Steinway, is obviously one of the finest pianos in the world.
No.
But then there are people who would argue that in the Asian group of pianos, there's Asian, there's European, and they're American.
Well, these rock and roll guys play Yamaha, but they come for nothing, right?
Well, Steinway places mini pianos as well.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Baldwin?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mason Hamlin, Petrov, Borzendorfer.
Well, I was taking 2 or 3 days here. It's becoming irritating now. I'm coming up with a piano. I don't know if I can put a Yamaha out on a cattle ranch in New Mexico.
You may not want it.
You
may want to go American.
And trying to come up with a pool table. But
what's up with that? No response.
Can't get any
Come
response.
on. Let's go.
Brunswick dragging their feet. I don't know who else makes them, but I know a bunch of people make pool tables, but I don't know.
Annoying.
You used to play pool. Don't you know what a good pool table is?
Well, yeah. That.
Doesn't Brunswick make the best pool tables?
That's generally what you see. Sure.
Oh. You watch that pool stuff on ESPN ever?
I do sometimes, yeah. Happen across it.
Does every update guy on ESPN have to, they all want to sound like a kind of a Dennis Miller wise ass, don't they? Have you noticed that? Lou, have you noticed that?
Well, you can't help but notice it.
Trying to be a little too clever?
Oh, well, it's tedious.
Like the format.
Yeah, it is like it's a format.
Format
there.
Say something witty.
Hey, babe.
Mm-hmm.
It's that burger, goodbye.
Duke Jam. Just
the score.
They're essentially untalented local radio schmucks who got a job at ESPN, and they
trying to translate all of that. I don't know.
Here's Don from Worcester, Mass. Good morning, Don.
Good morning, Mr. Imus. How are you?
All right.
Super.
I just wanted to complain again. As soon as you leave the Boston radio area, Boston station, they start blocking out the call letters again on you.
What do you mean?
Then they block out other stations' call letters. When you start talking, all we hear is dead air. A guy called you about that, I think, about 3 days before he came to Boston, and they behaved himself for a week. I was just curious if they ever explained why they did that.
Here's Joyce from Indianapolis on line 1. Good morning, Joyce.
Hi, how are you?
All right.
Not good, I guess.
I don't feel well. What do you want?
Well, I'm a pianist of 41 years, and I have some experience to share with you about Steinway. Steinway is no longer made by the original Steinway company.
It's been purchased, yes.
And I have experience on both the
B models?
Yes, I have experience on both. But I was raised and took about 12 years of piano lessons on a Baldwin Acrosonic, and I have a Baldwin Grand in my living room. And that's the piano that I chose, and is an excellent piano. I think you'd be very happy with it. I don't know that you'd have to get a Grand, but, and also I don't know if you were aware that Liberace no matter what you may think of him personally, he was a great musician. And
Wait a minute. The lady was making a point.
Have you ever made love on your piano?
With life in New York always so hectic, why should you have to go out?
Do you need to learn how to operate a computer? Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. Seems like everywhere I go these days, somebody's recognizing me as the Video Professor. Well, that's because we've been teaching people how to run computers for over 14 years now. You know, our product is quick and it's easy to learn with, and you can try it for free. You know, over the years, millions of people have learned how to operate the computer using our product. We get happy letters every day from people thanking us. Violet from Alabama writes, "Your lesson make using the program seem so simple that even I can use it." Janet from California writes, "Your tutorials have opened up the world of computers to me, at last. But the most rewarding thing for me is having people stop me on the street and telling me how easy it was to learn with our product. They tried expensive classes, they tried big, thick manuals, they couldn't get it. If you just want to learn how to run a computer once and for all, save yourself a lot of time and energy, try our product. Let me show you how simple this is. You put this CD in your CD tray, your lesson will come up. The lesson plays right on your computer. It works just like a VCR. You have a play button, pause, rewind, fast forward. Just follow the step-by-step instructions. You know, I'm so confident my product will work for you, I'm going to send it to you absolutely free. It's regularly a $59.95 value. You pay a small shipping and handling. The reason I'm going to do it is because I know that once you try our product, you'll come back to us for all your computer learning needs. And if this doesn't teach you how to run that computer, I'll even refund your shipping and handling. So what do you got to lose? Try my product.
I felt so good. I mean, phew, what a relief. I can understand this. After all, choose from lessons on Windows 98 or 95, Word, Quicken, or the Internet. To take advantage of this free computer learning offer, you must call now. Call 1-800-478-5996.
With over 400,000 jobs, one will make you happy.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Greg Jarrett. Imus in the Morning continues in a moment. First, a look at the day's headlines. U.S. ambassador to China now says he expects American diplomats to meet with the crew of that crippled Navy spy plane shortly. NBC News has obtained these pictures of the inside of a plane very similar to the one that collided with a Chinese fighter jet on Sunday and made an emergency landing on an island off the South China coast. Ambassador Joseph Crooker says the Chinese have probably boarded the plane and inspected its technology, but the retired admiral says it's not clear whether they can actually exploit the information. In Washington, the campaign finance reform bill now goes to the House, where Republican leaders are vowing to defeat it. The Senate passed the legislation yesterday on a vote of 59-41, and now the Senate has moved on to debate President Bush's budget. As for that, most Democrats and some Republicans say the 4% increase in spending just isn't enough to pay for initiatives on education, health, and defense. And now to Money on Wall Street. Look out for a new batch of earnings warnings for that and the rest of the morning's business news. Here's CNBC's Liz Clayman in your Money Minute. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning, Greg. The chilly winds of Wall Street are sweeping across the markets even as we forge ahead into spring. Yesterday was one we could definitely forget as the Dow fell triple digits on the first day of the second quarter. Don't look for much sunshine today. Overseas markets are not showing strength, and on top of that, a whole slew of earnings warnings came out after the bell yesterday, a chunk of them from the software sector. Pretty big names like Ariba, Redback, Broadvision, Inc-to-Me, all giving rather dismal outlooks for the near future. That may taint the markets this morning, but let's get back to the Dow, which had during the day been up 113 points. So what happened? Why did it close down 100 points? There is speculation that U.S.-Chinese tensions helped drive the markets down, particularly the NASDAQ, which had its lowest close since October of 1998. As the spy plane incident continues, and of course you just referenced it, we'll get a better sense of how much it could affect the market. So, Greg, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I had a feeling that had something to do with it. Liz Clayman over at CNBC. Many thanks, Liz.
Sure.
For the third time in 10 years, the Duke Blue Devils are the champs of college basketball. They knocked off the Arizona Wildcats last night, 82-72 in Minneapolis. It's the first time the #1 ranked team has won the championship since UCLA did it way back in 1995, 6 years ago. Those are the headlines of this hour. I'm Greg Jarrett. Imus will be right back. At the top of the hour, MSNBC Live. Might the standoff between Beijing and Washington over that U.S. spy plane plunge us into the start of yet another Cold War? And former Yankees slugger Darryl Strawberry is now in custody 4 days after he left a residential drug treatment center. Is he now facing serious prison time? We'll have those stories and much more coming up on MSNBC Live, beginning again at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. Hope to see you then.
Come on, Billy. You got it, Billy. Take your time. Take your time. Oh.
Doesn't Billy remind you of Grant at his age?
Mm-hmm. He's got the height. He's going to be over 6 foot.
All net.
Told you. I told you.
Billy, go. Yes.
Oh.
I think we should be considering an agent.
Oh, agent? What Billy needs is a really good retirement plan.
TD Waterhouse provides the online tools to help plan your retirement and real people you can actually talk to. How easy is this?
Choosing the right Medicare supplement plan is so important, but it can be confusing. I needed answers to several questions and found them in this guide to health insurance for people with Medicare. It's available absolutely free, just by calling this toll-free number. I learned how Medicare supplement policies give you the freedom to choose the doctors and hospitals you want, that almost all your Part B process claims can be filed automatically, and how once the policy is issued, your coverage can never be canceled. This free guide could help answer your questions about Medicare supplement insurance. I know it helped me make the right choice. Call for your free Medicare supplement guide today. You'll be glad you did. Call right now.
This informative guide to health insurance for people with Medicare is available absolutely free from United American Insurance Company. To receive your free guide, call 1-800-457-4106. That's 1-800-457-4106.
It is 5 minutes past the hour here on the Imus in the Morning program. The national news, world events, and all that sort of thing are coming up. Stock market opens in 25 minutes. The Dow predicted to be down this morning on a bunch of these earnings reports that are down for these companies. So market was down 100 points yesterday. I don't know.
Not good.
Market open, sponsored by buyandhold.com, of course. Before we get going here, on line one, Dave from Pasadena, California. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Mr. Imus.
What's up, baby?
Hey, man. I was brought up in Pasadena and an avid listener to KRLA, and you've talked about Real Don Steele and Emperor Bob and all those. Do you remember?
I don't think Don Steele ever worked at KRLA.
Oh.
He might have, but I don't think
you
so.
would be right, but I do remember Emperor Bob Hudson. I was wondering if you remember his sign-off, and if you sort of relate to that.
No, I don't remember what his sign-off was.
It was, "Get off the freeway, peasants. His Highness is coming."
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. It just reminds me of you.
Well, Emperor Bob was pretty good, wasn't he?
Oh, he was fantastic. He was great.
He's still around somewhere. I don't know what he's doing, but...
I think he died.
Oh, he did die?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah, he did. But he was a great man. Thank you very much for taking my call.
And he was part of the... I'm not done yet here.
Time out. Oh, okay.
Not so fast.
He was part of the comedy team, Hudson and Landry.
Yep. Yes, Hudson and Landry, exactly.
Well.
And when Hudson would sign off, a woman would say, "Get off the freeway, peasants. His Highness is coming." And I thought it was apropos for you.
Get off my phone.
Thank you.
Here on line 3 is Kate from New Jersey. Good morning, Kate.
Good morning, Mr. Imus. When you're looking for a piano, because we just bought one, and we found out that the Baldwin is made somewhere in Southeast Asia where they're holding our plane, and the Yamaha is made in Baltimore. So you need to find out where they're made, I think, not just look at the name.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have a Yamaha piano on it.
Yeah, no, that was tough for us, too. It was a tough call because, you know, my father was a World War II vet.
There you go.
And could I just compliment your wife? I thought she was your best guest sportscaster. She was wonderful.
Actually was pretty good, wasn't she?
I thought she was excellent. I loved her Final Four. I played on the first women's basketball team at Notre Dame, so I liked hearing about women's sports.
Yeah, well, I think she needs a little work on her reading the sports, but other than that, she was very good.
Yeah, the material was great.
At least she had some yucks, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And enthusiasm and energy.
Especially at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, it was nice talking to you.
No, I get off.
I hope you feel better.
Let me hear you hang up. It's coming. Jesus, these people are just...
I hope you feel better, Don.
Man.
Mr. Imus.
Here's Chuck with the news. Good morning, Charles.
What it am I? The U.S. ambassador to China says he expects diplomats will be gaining access to the crew of our Navy surveillance aircraft in the next few hours. That is a quote from Joseph Brewer on the NBC Today show this morning, optimistic about a reasonably speedy release of the 24 crew members. Again, his words, reasonably speedy. He says U.S. officials are dismayed and displeased that there's been no contact with the crew now for better than 2 days. Ambassador says he believes the crew is either already in the capital of Hainan Island or on their way there.
Or dead.
We just don't know. Ambassador says the Chinese probably have in fact boarded the aircraft and have gone through all the technology or that which was left aboard. Of course they have. But he says it's not clear whether they can exploit that information. Meanwhile, former U.S. ambassador to China, James Sasser, believes the Chinese government didn't know its military was having such a close mid-air contact with American aircraft.
I don't think there's any doubt that the civilian government probably was not aware of this, these close...
Moron. What did they think they were doing then? I mean, hello?
What are you doing? Stop going to the cocktail parties, those hideous, thieving little murdering bastards, and start paying attention to what's going on.
Meanwhile, China's president said today that the United States must, in his words, bear full responsibility
Shut up, you little jerk.
for the collision, and has accused the U.S. plane of ramming their aircraft.
Why don't you kill some more innocent of your own people there in Tiananmen Square, you murdering little bastard?
Well, that's a good point, man. While some of us have yet to complete our taxes for last year, Senate's debating the budget blueprint for the 2002 fiscal year. Bush tax cut plans at the heart of the nearly $2 trillion package, which the president claims will be good for everybody, including small businesses. An appeal against detention by former Yugoslav leader Slobodan Milosevic expected to be rejected by a court today. Milosevic facing domestic charges of abuse of office and committing financial crimes. Also growing pressure for Milosevic to be sent to face the United Nations War Crimes Tribunal in The Hague.
Is it Milosevic or Milosevic?
Milosevic. Slobodan Milosevic.
Vic.
Yeah.
I hear it's the other way.
Well, as you prefer then.
Not spelled. It's spelled V-I-C at the end.
Tell you what I will do. I'll look it up on the Associated Press pronunciation guide to get the official word. At least one British official says the Army should take over the battle to stamp out foot and mouth, Britain's opposition.
Fat murdering goon.
That could very well be the official pronunciation.
No.
Britain's opposition leader William Hague said a backlog of 350,000 animals is waiting to be dispatched, and chaos in the government are two great reasons that the military ought to come in and take over the operation.
Wow.
Some 800 British soldiers have already been called in to help with the logistics of disposing of the animals. And a Stanford University physiologist claims many cases of increased fatigue, apparently is due to weight gain and not to advancing years.
What?
Dr. William Haskell says a gain of even 15 pounds could significantly decrease one's energy. He also says the effects of aging on the human body are minimal at best, particularly in comparison to the effects of weight gain on the human body. There you go. One more reason to get on that old treadmill.
11 minutes after the hour now.
All right, here now, Imus, Washington Senior Military Affairs Advisor, the late General George S. Patton, Jr.
At ease, as you were, rotten scum. As you fine killing units are aware, if there is anything I will not abide in my beautiful army, it's a coward. I also will not tolerate a slacker, a defector, or some distracted, daydreaming bastard who falls asleep at his post. Well, men, guess what?
The
has detected an inattentive, cowardly, slacking, daydreaming bastard in the ranks, sir?
Sounds a little harsh when you put it just that way, but yes, I have. Boys, our internal intelligence has identified what appears to be a complete breakdown in one of our most sensitive forward listening positions.
Oh, no.
A dereliction of duty on the part of one of our top information-gathering operatives. This is an individual who, until now, we believed to be above reproach. The importance of the dispatches transmitted to us twice weekly by this observer cannot be overstated. Absolutely critical in setting our geopolitical agenda. Now, regrettably,
Begging the General's pardon, but,
Yes, Private?
this operative wouldn't happen to be a female, would it, sir?
As a matter of fact, yes, it would. You are correct.
Got it, sir. You read that Can't Suck Enough column by Mo Dowd, didn't you, sir?
Say it again, Private?
I said you read Wednesday's New York Times column from Maureen Dowd, didn't you, sir? The one she just kind of mailed in when she got back off of vacation?
I can't hear you, Private. If you have a comment germane to the discussion, then sound off like you were equipped with the glandular structure in which Maureen Dowd is deficient.
Are you talking ball, sir?
I am. Sir, the General must have seen Maureen Dowd back from vacation column that read like it was the collaborative effort of Kathy Lee Gifford, Pump Daddy Combs, and Evander Holyfield upon Quaalude, sir. Obviously, you read it as well, Private.
Must have wrote that on with her feet, sir.
Indeed. It clearly didn't involve the other end of her body.
You mean her head, sir?
I do. Men, why do we buy the New York Times?
Because we want to see how Marxism and entrepreneurial socialism's doing in the country, sir.
I mean, other than that.
The New York Times? Other than that?
Yes.
Well, hell, I don't know, sir. If it ain't some wild-eyed lunatic, lefty, fanatical, fringe, commie anarchist deal, then I just wouldn't have no idea.
We buy the Times, maggots, for the cogent observations of columnists Dowd and Frank Rich.
Yeah.
No other reason.
Rest of it's fish wrap, sir.
You try to figure out an Anthony Lewis column.
Like parsing a Chinese phone book, sir.
Therefore, when columnists Dowd or Rich, or God forbid both, abdicate their fundamental responsibility to those they serve, well, boys, I'm afraid we're looking at the journalistic equivalent of an Ulrich Ames or Robert Hansen.
But those are a couple of out-and-out traitors, sir.
Yes, and your point is?
Oh, I believe I'm getting your central theme, sir.
We have come to rely on and expect something more out of Maureen Dowd than some weak-kneed, disengaged, dial-in essay based on the strictly old news that George Bush would like to choke the living out of John McCain. Or Vince Foster him, if he could just think of some park where he could dump the body.
Thing wasn't worth housebreaking a dog on, sir.
May we remind you, Ms. Dowd, that you're the one who's supposed to be leaving the damn bodies behind. Let's conclude, men. Next time you disappear for a month and create an op-ed drought, be a man, Mo. When you get back, take some son of a bitch out. Thank you for your attention, boys. That is all.
If you want the inside information,
I'm going to ask you the toughest questions of the night. These are hardball. Don't squirm, don't hide, don't cry.
the lowdown from powerful people.
I'm not going negative on your show.
For the latest political buzz.
There's some political lowballing going on.
Get ready to play hardball.
The Republicans are scared to death.
Chris, you're a sneak little devil.
No, I'm not a little devil, but I am sneaky.
Hardball with Chris Matthews.
I'm Chris Matthews. Let's play hardball.
Tonight, live at 5 Eastern on MSNBC. The whole picture.
NBC Tonight. Must-see TV.
So, you think you know everything? Okay, prove it. If you fail, I tell the whole world you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Rain ahead of
of an outbreak of warm air continues to move through the Ohio Valley. Some light snow and rain showers in the Great Lakes. Also a band of light snow moving through Minnesota. We have a couple of showers out west as well. Now, it looks like our weather system will be moving into the Rocky Mountains with some light snow there today. We'll see that rain heading for the mid-Atlantic coast. On high temperatures today in the 80s and 90s in the south, cooling to the 20s in the north night.
Hi, I'd like to start getting home delivery of the Sunday New York Times.
Now you can enjoy Sunday even more by getting the New York Times delivered to your home every weekend. And when you call now, you'll get 50% off the regular home delivery price.
I enjoy waking up and having the Sunday New York Times waiting for me. I know it'll tell me things that I won't hear, read, or see anywhere else.
I get international and cultural news, and I get a jump on the week ahead.
Call now to order, and you'll get the book review, travel, arts and leisure, week in review, and the New York Times Magazine.
On Sunday mornings, we catch up on what we really love. She goes straight for arts and leisure. I check out the magazine.
So call now to enjoy the Sunday New York Times for 8 weeks with home delivery at 50% off.
Hi, I'd like to start getting the Sunday New York Times at home. I think the only thing I enjoy more than doing the crossword puzzle is actually finishing it.
Call now, 1-800-453-3301, and get the Sunday New York Times delivered to your home every weekend.
For me, Sunday was made for the New York Times.
You may know Delphi Automotive Systems is in your car.
Happy anniversary.
Honey?
But how would you like a glimpse of what we're developing for tomorrow?
Take a look at our communication systems, where we're bringing the internet, even email, into your next vehicle.
And our advanced vehicle dynamics will give drivers greater control. Have a nice evening.
Delphi Automotive Systems, driving tomorrow's technology.
Are you going to stay out here all night?
Come on, Billy. You got it, Billy. Take your time. Take your time. Oh.
Doesn't Billy remind you of Grant at his age?
Mm-hmm. He's got the height. He's going to be over 6 foot.
Yeah. All net.
Told you. I told you. Billy, go. Yes.
Oh.
I think we should be considering an agent.
Oh, yeah. Agent? What Billy needs is a really good retirement plan.
TD Waterhouse provides the online tools to help you plan your retirement and real people you can actually talk to. How easy is this?
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed.
Before you can inspire,
We hold these truths to be self-evident
before you can touch,
that all men are created equal.
you must first connect. And the company that connects more of the world is Alcatel, a leader in communication networks.
You know, a chief executive is only as effective as the people around him. And so tonight, I see this as an honor for all our people. Their intelligence, professionalism, and their poise.
Want to stop rushing to make shipping cutoffs?
Yeah, you got later pickups now.
Introducing FedEx Extra Hour service. Ship up to 3 hours later and still get it there overnight.
You got a shrimp thing happening in your pocket.
Event tonight, 8 on CBS 2. I'm Laurie McNichol for the Hagstrom Maps Fan Highway Patrol.
Andy Rooney this week is strapping on his spurs. Andy?
Have you heard about this Imus Ranch? Okay, I know. Have you heard about peanut butter, paved streets, and gravity? Yes, the host of this program, the aforementioned Imus, does tend to go on a bit about his ranch project. But what the heck? He's understandably keen about it because the Imus Ranch is for kids with cancer, and therefore, as Martha Stewart might say, a good thing. Did I say understandably keen? Well, that's where views diverge, I'm afraid, as there are those who might plug in the word overwrought, where understandably keen appears, and some who might choose the even stronger fixated psycho in characterizing Imus's enthusiasm for his New Mexico spread. I don't know where you come down on the question, but inarguably, falling into that latter group, the fixated psycho bunch, is broadcast management, the command and control boys of Imus Network's flagship radio station, WFAN in New York City. Wait a minute, Did I say command and control? My mistake. It is Imus, after all. Easier to control a nuclear reactor that's just gone China syndrome. Or Puff Daddy, P. Diddy Combs, in a nightclub called the Shooting Gallery than it is to try to put a governor on Don Imus. That's where management has historically made its most fundamental mistake in its approach to America's favorite radio icon. Like the other day, when program director Mark Chernoff volunteered that when broadcasting from his ranch recently, Imus had leaned a little too hard, in Mark's estimation, on mentioning the ranch. Did you ever accidentally step on the tail of a starving, rabid Rottweiler? I'd say that today, Mark wishes that's all that he had done. Consequences? Well, first, Mr. Chernoff and the rest of WFAN's management team revealed themselves to be, in Imus's estimation, people who wish everybody would get cancer. And they extracted from our I-Man the exact opposite of the effect they were looking for. Follows here the I-Man's reaction to Mr. Chernoff's comment of too much ranch, the very second the studio door closed as Mark made his exit.
Ranch, Imus 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 ranch, kids with cancer,
I want a piano to fall on your head, Imus.
Imus ranch, kids with cancer, ranch,
And don't let that studio door hit you in the ass. Juvenile? Yes. Typical? Of course. They never learn. Well, Mark, let's try to help you reclaim your composure. Picture yourself near a beautiful brook. Birds call softly in the cool mountain air. The soothing sound of a gentle waterfall speaks of serenity and removes you from that place called the world. The stream is crystal clear. You can easily make out the face of the person whose head you're holding under the water. It's Imus. There now. Feeling better? Oh, failed to mention, he's wearing that oxygen contraption. Therefore, while you hold him under, he's got you by the balls. Here's one old Roadhog's favorite tunes now by old friend of mine, Burl Haggard. Called I'm Proud to Be an Imus Ranch and Foreman. All right now.
Well, there's a place out west they call Ribera. It's 50 miles northeast of Santa Fe, where Don and Fred and Deidre bought a parcel. $1 million cash is what they paid. Now I'm still be tougher than a saddle. Them kids, they won't be getting too much sleep. They'll learn to rope and ride and drive them cattle, while old Fred gets busy with them pretty sheep. But I'm proud to be an Imus ranch hand foreman. Hell, it only cost me just $5,000. And now I own an acre I can build on, along with about 800 other schmucks.
Don't nobody leave the room now. Old Burl ain't done singing. There's another verse coming.
You know, Imus got support for his plantation. It took a bunch of pledges on the phone. But if you don't make good on your donation, you'll have your knees both broke by Vinny Pepitone. Well, I'm proud to be an Imus ranch hand foreman. It only cost me just $5,000. And now I own an acre I can build on, along with about 800 other schmucks. And now I own an acre I can build on, along with about 800 other schmucks.
Larry Kenny here on the Imus Sunday Morning program. All right now. The Autobot Express this quarter sponsored by the folks at Nikon, and the Imus Brothers travel mug sale continues. Buy any t-shirt at the Autobot Express, and they're all great, incidentally. A bag of Imus Brothers coffee, which is terrific, and the new stainless steel, brushed stainless steel, a very attractive Imus Brothers coffee travel mug. Normally it would cost you around $51, 20% off on these bad boys. Now $39.57, 1-800-272-1957. They're open right now. The Autobot Express, sponsored by Nikon.
Former au pair Louise Woodward is back in England for the first time in nearly 2 years. Massachusetts Supreme Court upholding her manslaughter conviction in the death of 8-month-old Matthew Eapen, but letting stand the controversial decision to commute her sentence to time served. Woodward said she could not get a fair trial in America.
I was thrown in jail. The only way I could get my side across would be to give away my entire fence.
There's your new Spice Girl right there. Shaky Spice.
Shaky Spice, that's very good.
There you go. That'll sell tickets.
If your radio sounds funny in the morning, you're listening to Imus in the morning.
Oh, wait, Fred, I know you have to go feed the horses.
Go call them now.
What is your automotive tip of the day, Speed Vision automotive tip of the day?
Well, it's a safety tip when you're driving your automobile.
All right.
When you're out with your date,
right,
keep the adjustable steering wheel pushed as far forward as you can. So your date would not bump her head.
I hear that.
In the morning. Sports Radio 66, WFAM.
Hollywood's hot take on America's drug war. Now it's time to get the real story. MSNBC takes a hard look at hard drugs, ecstasy, painkillers, the new heroin. From our first-hand investigations, an entire night of life-saving information. Tomorrow beginning at 8, only on MSNBC.
NBC Tuesday, a Dateline exclusive. In his first television interview, the sub's captain shares his story.
I'm in such great pain. I can't get back what I took away.
The Stone Phillips interview.
What were you thinking as you saw that ship go down?
Part of me died.
Dateline tonight.
Announcing Singular, the wireless company that believes in the value of self-expression.
Heard any good investment advice? Janice has some. Never stop asking questions. Janice had a stake in a fiber optic company. A competitor showed up and the market started selling, but Janice started listening. Interviewed engineers and scientists. Was it a threat? The experts said no. Janice held its position, and so did the company. Invest and forget? Not Janice. Get there. Janice Mutual Funds.
Would you like to refinance your mortgage to a lower fixed rate or use the equity in your home to consolidate your credit card or other debts? Just log on to ditech.com or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Today's low fixed rates with 0 points only 7.125%, APR 7.295%. And there are no upfront fees, lower interest rates, lower monthly payments. It's smart money from ditech.com. Apply online or call us at 1-800-71-FIXED.
At Lens Crafters, you can find lots of sunglasses with polarized lenses. They help eliminate glare better than regular sunglasses to help you see your best. There's nothing wrong with looking your best, too.
When your eyes feel dry, gritty, irritated, protect them with Refresh brand eye drops. First, Refresh relieves dryness. Then Refresh forms a lasting shield of protection that keeps irritation out and moisture in. Refresh. It relieves and protects.
Attention, Americans without prescription drug coverage. Don't wait to find out if Medicare will ever cover all your prescriptions, or if your employer will ever offer you coverage. Get the People's Prescription Plan today. Members have already saved over $180 million on prescription drugs, eyewear, hearing aids, and more at over 50,000 locations nationwide. Your household is covered for just $7.95 a month, with no limits on use, so the savings can really add up. And as a special offer, when you call today, you pay just $2.95 for your first month, a savings of $5 off the regular price. Plus, your satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. There are no claim forms or waiting periods. You save right on the spot. So don't wait for the politicians or your employer to decide if they're going to help you with prescription costs. Save now with the People's Prescription Plan.
Call 1-800-603-4499 for free information on the People's Prescription Plan. 1-800-603-4499. Call now.
Stock Exchange, sponsored by buyandhold.com. No matter what happens to tax laws this year, IRA is still one of the best deals you'll ever get from the tax man. Find out how at buyandhold.com. Here's Joe from Allentown, Pennsylvania, on line 3. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, Imus.
Yeah.
I was calling to see if you were dead. I flicked on the TV and I saw you laying on the console there.
Right.
Got a little excited
Right.
because got a bunch of stuff you signed. I thought I'd call eBay real quick, but I'm glad to see you're alive. I'll hang on to that.
What's this about? I don't have a bald spot on my head.
You most certainly do.
No, I don't. You can here. Look now.
Hey,
You know,
tell him to play it back.
it's play back now. It's where my hair separates when I comb it.
Well, it separates pretty damn far.
There is no bald spot on the back of my head.
You're going to wake up, Chrome Dome.
There is a bald spot.
Well, okay. Put the camera on. It's not there.
Well, you just flipped it over your head.
Oh, no, I didn't.
You did too.
No, you can pull it apart.
I'm not pulling anything on you.
There's no bald spot there. It's where my hair was. Where my hair parted.
We could sell advertising
A-hole.
based on that bald spot.
Get off my phone, jerk face. Here on line 2 is Khalib from Jackson, Ohio. Good morning, Khalib.
It's Caleb, man.
Well, whatever.
Okay. Don't be talking about getting bald or nothing here now.
Yeah.
Rarely is the question asked, do Americans still have any balls?
Yeah.
Let's pull an IMAX version of Hiroshima on our favorite land of Lilliputian.
Well, that's ugly. I don't think we can do that. Here on line 4 now is Michael from Atlanta. Good morning, Michael.
Hey.
Yeah.
You were talking about that Nike Shox. I know at Nike.com, they have a site where you can go and make your own colors for the shoes.
Well, you can.
Yeah. I don't know if it's every shoe, but I know you can do that.
Oh, for the Nike Shox running shoe?
I don't know if you can do that shoe, but I know, I know they have it. I don't know what shoes they offer it.
Oh, man. Well, then you have no information. Here on line 1 is Michael from T-Next. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Mr. Imus. It's time to go back to an old strategy.
Yeah.
I think you need to have Brad fire up the limo, gas it up, find the Chinese flag. We don't care if it's at the UN or a restaurant or Rock Center. Climb the pole, rip it down, sign it. We'll send you money for the ranch. I can hang it next to my Russian flag.
What do you think, Chuck?
Sounds like a damn good idea.
We need a pulley to get you up the pole.
And the last time you did it, you brought down the Russian Empire.
Well, what did you say, Bernard?
We would need a pulley to get the Iron up any kind of a pole right now. But we can arrange that.
Why would we need a pulley?
You can barely walk to the bathroom. How are you going to climb a pole and rip down a flag? You're not having to beg anymore like you were back then?
One of those automatic seats that just takes them up there.
It's a good idea.
Rip it down. You brought down the Russian Empire, didn't you?
We should launch an operation.
Very good point.
Yep.
So one over at Rockefeller Center?
We don't care. Go to a Chinese restaurant.
I'm not talking to you, moron. Get off my phone. Is there one over at Rockefeller Center, Bernie?
There must be.
What happened?
What?
The gentleman who
He's gone.
suggested the mission.
Well, he's gone. I don't need people calling on the phone.
Well, yeah, there's one at Rockefeller Center.
Well, let's take it down.
The only problem there is that ever since the Russian flag episode, a new policy was instituted for the flag staffs there at Rockefeller Center.
And it is?
Locks on every one of them.
Really?
Yep. They're all heavily padlocked. The mechanism for lowering and raising them.
Go up and throw blood on it or something.
Well, can't you cut the lock?
Sure you could. I guess.
We need to investigate this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We need to investigate to see what tools we need.
But that happened right after the now celebrated Russian flag incident.
We took the Russian flag down at Rockefeller Center when the Russians shot down that Korean airliner.
Yep, Flight 007.
And well, the late Jim Iyer distracted the guard there at Rockefeller Center.
Yes, he did.
Pretending Jim was a radio TV reporter.
Yeah.
And he pretended to be interviewing the guy and got him with his back turned to the
area where the flags were on display.
Exactly, so the guy couldn't see what was going on.
Yeah.
So, and we had people sign the flag, contribute money, and this has been a long time ago, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And then we raised about, I think, around $25,000, which doesn't sound like a lot now, but it was more then.
Substantial, yeah.
Contributed to that fund that Senator Alphonse Delano started. And we were going to send the flag to the Russian premier, but they went through a period there where one died about every 20 minutes. So we never sent it, and the flag is still back in the safe in my office.
That's right.
Right. We can add another one to that collection.
Yeah. 24 till they are.
We're talking with Tim McCarvard for Fox Sports, and he does Yankee games here in New York.
I talk to Bob Gibson about 3 times a year, Steve Carlton.
Do you color your hair?
Yes, I do.
Do you really?
Yes, I do. Of course.
You color your hair?
I'm 57. I have to.
Well, I'm 58. I don't color my hair.
Well, I think you ought to start.
If your radio sounds funny in the morning, you're listening to Imus in the morning.
Do you do it yourself, or do you go to, like, Fred Fakai, or?
No, have it done. About once a month.
You go to a salon and have your hair colored?
I do.
Get out of the stadium. Jesus, what are you?
You are one of my heroes.
Yeah, you're a major league baseball player.
Do you want me to sit here and lie?
Yes.
No,
Yes, I want you to lie. I don't want you to tell me you go to a salon and have your hair colored. What are you, nuts? God.
Have your toenails done?
God almighty.
In the morning. Sports Radio 66, WFAM.
How well do you know your children? These 5 teens turned fantasy into a deadly reality. MSNBC investigates. Tonight, 8 Eastern.
She doesn't know her stock is about to split. He has no idea his team just wanted the buzzer. He figured tonight would be warm and dry. Keep up with the news that matters to you with MSNBC. It reaches you anytime, anywhere, online or on cable. With video, webcasts, and live breaking news. MSNBC.com.
Come on, Billy. You got it, Billy.
Take your time. Take your time.
Oh.
Doesn't Billy remind you of Grant at his age?
Mm-hmm.
He's got the height. He's going to be over 6 foot.
Yeah. All net.
Told you. I told you.
Billy, go. Yes.
Oh.
I think we should be considering an agent.
Oh, yeah. Agent? What Billy needs is a really good retirement plan.
TD Waterhouse provides the online tools to help you plan your retirement and real people you can actually talk to. How easy is this?
This is your captain speaking. If I could have your attention for a moment, folks, I'd just like to say that American is proud to be the only airline to remove seats throughout coach, so you all can have more room to cross your legs. However, we do kindly request that you not all do it at the same time. Thank you.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed.
Before you can inspire,
We hold these truths to be self-evident
before you can touch,
that all men are created equal.
you must first connect. And the company that connects more of the world is Alcatel, a leader in communication networks.
You'd try anything to get some relief from your nasal allergy symptoms. But before you change your life, make an easier change. Ask your doctor about Flonase. Multi-symptom Flonase relieves all these nasal allergy symptoms. Sneezing, itchy, runny nose, and congestion. Multi-symptom Flonase once a day relieve them all day and night. And to help make the change even easier, call now to receive a $5 rebate coupon for Flonase. Plus, valuable allergy information and the latest Allergy Talk newsletter. For best results, use daily. Side effects are generally mild and may include headache, nosebleed, or sore throat. Call to learn more or ask your doctor. And don't forget to take advantage of the $5 rebate offer. So before you change your life, make an easier change. Ask your doctor about multi-symptom Flonase. When you get it all it takes is Flonase.
Come to a place where the power of legend has a presence unlike any other. Ancient legend tells of a time when 2 rivals, a warrior and a hunter, courted a beautiful Indian maiden. The warrior killed the hunter, and the earth opened up, swallowing them both. The young maiden wandered the land, weeping over the loss of her suitors. It is said that the outpouring of her tears formed the waterfalls of Nampe. During time of rampant lawlessness, one outlaw fighting injustice made history. Seeking revenge for the loss of his longtime friend, he took on the law. And on a still afternoon, you can almost hear the gunshots ring out as Billy the Kid escapes one last time. Come to New Mexico, where legends are as much a part of the landscape as our open skies. Put yourself in a state of enchantment. Call for your free vacation guide today.
This report's brought to you by McDonald's, introducing something new and different from McDonald's. It's creamy, crunchy, and delicious. McDonald's new fruit and yogurt parfait. Try it today for breakfast, lunch, or as a treat. McDonald's, they love to see you smile. I'm Lori McNichol for the Hackster Mass Fan Highway Patrol.
Baby, you gotta love it. Imus in the morning, 2020 Sports.
8 seconds, 7, 6. Duke with the ball, Jason Williams at midcourt. The clock runs out, and Duke is won its third national championship. Final score of 82-72. Duke reigns over Arizona. Good morning. This is John Minko with sports. And the NCAA... the NCAA tournament started with 64 teams, including the I-Man's Boston College Eagles.
Shut up.
The Boston College Eagles.
Why do we have to keep mentioning that?
Because I respected your pick with the Boston College Eagles, and I want to know why it didn't work out.
Well, because they sucked. That's why it didn't work out, right, Chuck?
That's exactly right.
They sucked. It didn't work out. And I mean, who knew?
Who knew they sucked that bad?
Why don't you hammer Francesa about picking Providence?
At least he had Duke in the Final Four.
Yeah, he did. He had Duke in the... Did you have Duke in the Final Four? Who'd you have? You had Kansas in the Final Four? That's not good.
Iowa State and Florida.
Florida?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Iowa State lost to Hampton.
I'm well aware of all of that. I'm well aware of that.
All right. Well, then you were well aware of Mike Dunleavy on fire. 18 second-half points last night, a 40-second span in which he hit 3 straight three-pointers.
I started off pretty slowly and, missed some easy shots I normally make. But the second half, I was just able to settle down and hit the ones I normally make. And the guys did a good job of finding me. And, it just feels great to be a national champ.
As opposed to being the runner-up, which apparently disturbed some people in Tucson, Arizona last night. There were several disturbances, police firing rubber bullets.
Find him. He's only a white guy in a court. How hard is he to find? We wouldn't even have finding him. How hard was that?
They were firing the rubber bullets.
Look for the white guy. Learn of all.
Stands out like a fluorescent.
I mean,
look for Opie.
The guys did a good job of finding me.
Marshmallow campfire.
I mean, hello. That's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, yes it is.
Got one white guy within 8 miles of the court.
Here I am.
That's crazy.
They overturned some cars in Tucson last night.
Yeah.
And here's a student who felt thrilled. I mean, literally thrilled to tear down and stomp a stop sign.
This looks like fun. Everybody else is doing it, so I was like, hey, I want to jump on it. Never jumped on a stop sign before.
The first time.
Great.
Parents would be proud.
Don't procreate.
First time throw for that student. You know, baseball season started yesterday.
I'm well aware of that, Mank.
And Roger Cummins pitched extremely well yesterday, passing the big train.
I watched part of that game.
You did? How much?
About an inning.
Is that in the doctor's office in the
I saw Tino hit a home run, wasn't
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I saw that.
And Jorge hit a home run.
I didn't see that.
You didn't see that. Bernie Williams hit one into center field.
I didn't see that.
And they won 7-3. That's all you need to know.
I turned it off at 1-1.
1-1. Oh, then you missed the majority of the game.
Well, that's things to do.
But they have other games on the schedule coming up starting tomorrow night. The Mets play today against the Atlanta Braves.
Why do they play one game and they're off? I don't get that, do you?
Oh, yes, I do. Because if it rains, then they automatically play the next day.
Right.
See, they want the sellout crowd to move from one day to another. And if it rains or snows or something like that, then you don't want to have an opening day doubleheader, do you?
I smell what you're cooking.
Yep.
You do.
All right. I don't know what to say, Bernie. I'll smell what you're cooking.
I think so.
You know the flavor.
I hear you noise.
Chuck's Cardinals had a tough day yesterday, opening up in Mile High.
I hope they lose every game this year, the Cardinals.
You know, you're supposed to score runs in Denver. Yeah. You know, it has the benefit of the air, it's light air, you know. You know, well, they lost 8-0.
Somebody did score runs in Denver.
That's right, and it was the wrong team, the Colorado Rockies.
Who pitched for the Rockies?
Mike Hampton, remember him? He pitched for the Mets.
Yeah.
And he was supposed, a lot of these so-called experts said that Hampton's going to go out to Denver, and what's going to happen is that he's not going to be able to pitch out there, and the balls are going to be flying over the grandstand into no runs, just 5 hits over 8 1/3, shutout ball.
Right.
Okay. And baseball, Japan. A couple of Japanese players really stand out to the Mariners' victory over Oakland 5-4. Remember these names:
Ishiro Suzuki hit a couple of hits, and Katsuhiro Sasaki works the ninth for the save. SNS coming
mind
up
all that.
big
Give us back our
for
plane.
S.
Oh, my God. Give us back our plane.
Wrong country.
No, well, whatever.
Idiot.
That's a look at sports. This is John Mako.
Coach Manko here in the Imus Morning program. Thanks, Mike. Here on line 3 is Jim. Jim, how are you?
Morning, Mr. Imus. I'm well. How are you?
What do you do now?
I work along with the folks at Yamaha with the pianos.
Oh, you do?
Yes. I was the guy who called your ranch office.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the deal?
Well, I heard you on the radio last week saying you'd like to have a piano for the ranch house.
We need a grand piano for the main hacienda, yeah.
Well, I've spoken with the people at Yamaha that I work with, and they say we should talk. They'd like to help you get something.
What? Help?
What is something? Help? What does all that mean? We want a grand piano, period. Right, Charles?
That's
pretty simple.
Then we can do that. We have dealers out in Santa Fe who can help provide it for you, and we have dealers in Fairfield if you're at home, if you want a demonstration of everything the piano can do.
Well, let me ask you this. Can we take the name Yamaha off of it and put Steinway on it?
Oh, man.
Just a little joke, Jim.
Yeah, that might take a couple extra phone calls.
All right, Jim, we'll call you. Thank you very much. Here's Madeline from Michigan on line 4. Good morning, Madeline.
Oh, hi. I can't believe I got through.
Well, you did get through. Now, what do you want?
Oh, that's very rude.
Well,
I'm
get over it.
I'm looking at you and you're talking to me.
What?
I'm watching you and you're talking to me.
I know that.
What'll they think of
Have a couple more drinks, lady.
If you want to...
Shock struck about 5 minutes to 11 Pacific Coast time.
Renewed violence in the Middle East.
Israeli forces are striking back at Yasser Arafat.
Breaking news at this hour.
The Fed has cut a key interest rate by a half point, and stocks go through the roof.
USS Cole lies drowned and crippled. When news breaks, MSNBC takes you there 24 hours a day.
A very serious breaking news story.
MSNBC, we bring you the whole picture.
If you want the inside information,
I'm going to ask you the toughest questions of the night. These are hardball. Don't squirm, don't hide, don't cry.
the lowdown from powerful people,
I'm not going negative on your show.
for the latest political buzz.
There's some political lowballing going on.
Get ready to play hardball.
The Republicans are scared to death.
Chris, you're a sneaky little devil.
No, I'm not a little devil, but I am sneaky.
Hardball with Chris Matthews.
I'm Chris Matthews. What's my hardball?
Weeknights live at 5 Eastern on MSNBC. The whole picture. She doesn't know her stock is about to split. He has no idea his team just wanted the buzzer. He figured tonight would be warm and dry. Keep up with the news that matters to you with MSNBC. It reaches you anytime, anywhere, online or on cable. With video, webcasts, and live breaking news. MSNBC.com. Integrity.
Our challenge is to make it as understandable as we can.
Insight.
If you don't pay the piper, you don't set the tune. What are you going to do about campaign reform?
Imagination.
You as a doer and a lot of your neighbors have something to say about what's happened.
Experience.
There are indications tonight that United Democratic Front just might be showing some cracks.
The real questions are going to be decided in the center.
We now have a story on our hands.
The next generation of news is on MSNBC. The whole picture.
Simpleton.
It's Simpson, sir.
Here's your spring bonus.
Oh, it's something great. Sir, this is a coupon.
A GM Goodwin Simpleton Plus coupon. The bonus, the plus is the bonus, Simpleton. In use Blue Plus all changes are only $19.95 or less.
Oh, but, sir, this coupon is free.
That's right. Bonuses for everyone.
Yeah. Coupons at GMGoodwins.com. Coupon must be presented at time of purchase. Processing service taxes and received for details.
It is 7 minutes till the hour. Here's Deirdre Imus. And what now?
Well, you just can't stand it when anyone slightly gives me a compliment, or when that young girl called in and said she thought I was pretty good on the day I did sports, and she even played basketball for Notre Dame. You couldn't say one nice thing.
That's not true.
Yes, it's
okay, we're looking for the tape.
Talk about unsupportive.
No. I thought you were great.
No,
I said you could.
didn't
Wait a
say
minute.
that. Your answer, your instinctual comment back to her was.
You could have read better.
She was all right, but she.
But you were funny. No. What I said was
she's
you.
really got to work on her reading of sports.
Okay, well you do. But other than that.
I know I do. Of course I do. I know that.
But wait a minute. Let me talk now. One, you
But
were.
I don't need you to say that constantly. That's
Hang
all
on.
Negative.
One, you brought great enthusiasm. Two, you were funny. Three, I would have you back. So that's
and four.
Whenever you want to do it.
And what was 4? 4 was a comment that could have been left unsaid, wasn't it?
Right. See, Charles,
I don't want people to think that I'm patronizing my wife. So I'm going to be honest.
Since when are you worried about what people think?
What?
Since when are you worried about what people think?
Well, I don't want to.
Telling them about you wearing
I don't want to think
maxi pads, and you're worried about what someone thinks.
No. You're misinterpreting what I mean by that. Hello?
Maxi pads?
Okay, what?
I don't want people to think I'm patronizing my wife. That's all. That's what I mean by that. I don't care what people think.
That's
Obviously.
you know what? That's
You're a chump.
That's a titty boy answer.
You're a titty baby. You're a titty baby.
That's ugly.
Hey, Charles.
You're a nice
yes, ma'am.
Wyatt got his dad really good on April Fool's Day.
Now wait a minute. What are you telling here?
And Don doesn't even know it yet.
Really?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, Walter Levine, our neighbor, who's just a sweetheart.
Yes, he is.
Who you hollered at, by the way.
I happened to explode.
Who you chewed out for driving his golf cart on our lawn.
No, I didn't. No.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
You know,
yes,
you're unbelievable. Again,
did
you are totally taking the truth out of context and making it up.
Well,
just making something up.
Making it up out of whole cloth.
No, I was in the middle of. We were in the middle.
You were middle
of a conversation, a heated conversation about something very important, Charles.
Yeah.
And the timing. All of a sudden, Walter Levine comes over with this pseudo golf cart thing he has.
Yeah.
Comes driving across our property without any warning, and comes right up to. We're in the family room, right up to the window and the door, knocks on it, in total invasion of privacy. Now, normally, because I love the guy, I would never say anything, and I'd invite him in. I opened the door and I lost it because I was in the middle of already a heated conversation about something.
I see.
So it was the
you
timing
were already exercised.
And I completely apologized to him.
Yeah.
It was wrong of me. I lost my temper and I took it out on him.
There you go.
Poor Walter.
Yep.
Reduced to tears because you lost your temper. Unbelievable.
Well, you would have done the same thing except for he was bringing money over to us for the ranch.
Now, you know. You're an idiot.
What?
But you're an idiot. And I tell you stuff and you can't remember anything. God. You and Fred, you can't tell either one of you anything. You aren't supposed to say anything about that. God.
Well, it wasn't. Well.
No. Just be quiet.
I'm not. You know, you're the idiot. You're making something out of nothing.
Well, just is so easy to jerk your chain.
So anyway.
What did Wyatt do now?
Wyatt and Walter are best friends, and Walter gave Wyatt this great. It's a rubber stamp with his name. It says Wyatt Imus. So Wyatt had a great idea, and he stamped all his dad's underwear with his name. But of course, Don never puts underwear on, so he'll never know that.
I have underwear on today.
Is it stamped?
Why? Because your pants are so tight.
My pants are not tight.
That's why you don't feel well, you know. I'm surprised Dr. Mathey hasn't figured that out yet. But that is exactly the reason why you can't breathe, because your pants are so tight. It's cutting off your esophagus, and your abdomen is all squished up.
And there's the Stanford University study, Deirdre, that says many cases of increased fatigue apparently due to weight gain and not age.
Go ahead, go design a house. I have to go. Go design something else. Do you have something to build? Hello?
Yeah, I am building something.
Well, go, okay, do that.
A doghouse for you.
Oh, okay, I love you, honey.
I love you.
Can you find that tape, Lou?
I'm still looking.
No, never mind. We'll get it tomorrow.
All right. She's out of here.
I don't need all this.
This has been an ugly episode, hadn't it? No. Oh, what are you going to do?
It is. What a nightmare. And now please welcome to the Imus Morning Program our program director, Mark Chernoff. So these two guys are here this morning.
Yes.
They at an auction.
Yes.
For the Tomorrow's Children's Fund.
Yes. They want an hour to sit and watch the Iron
wait a
Man.
second. To come down and watch the program.
For?
Well, what
1 hour.
Yes, but now you're throwing people out of here.
I do not draw.
Now on MSNBC Live.
The diplomatic dogfight. Who's to blame? And what does this mean for U.S.-China relations?
Our priorities are the prompt and safe return of the crew and the return of the aircraft without further damaging or tampering.
And our first look inside a plane just like the stranded EP-3. The sensitive equipment on board. Will it return intact? And what about the American crew?
We're very eager to hear from them, to know that the diplomats have been able to meet with them and talk with them.
It's Tuesday.
Call 1-800-477-8110.
Okay, you're selling your home with a real estate agent who gets a 6% commission. That's some pile of cash you're giving her. And that's her new car. But if you call yourhomedirect.com, we'll sell your home for only a 2% commission. Give you great service and you keep the money. Now that's YHD selling your home. That's your cash now. And that's your new car. Call YHD for a lower fee.
Still less than 5 at the inbound Holland, New George, Washington Bridge. This report's brought to you by Jennifer Convertibles, home of the $299 designer sofa bed. Their style and quality far surpass the price. Jennifer Convertibles, America's largest sofa bed specialist. Call 1-800-JENNIFER for locations. I'm Lori McNichol for the Hagstrom Maps Band Highway Patrol.
Imus in the morning, 2020 sports with Bob Dole's favorite sportscaster. Gives Bob Dole such a tingly feeling down in Bob Dole's wiener. Bob Dole doesn't need that Viagra. Here's Warner Wolf, or whatever.
Good morning, Warner.
Good morning, I-Man. In Dallas last night, the debut of 7'1" Chinese center Wang Zhuzhu. The Mavericks beat the Hawks 108-94. Zhuzhu received a standing ovation when he entered the game with 26 seconds left in the half, and Mavericks leading by 21. Zhuzhu, who scored 6 points, 3 rebounds in 8 minutes, then became a hero when he scored the Mavericks' 100th and 101st point of the game, giving the fans free chalupas.
Down the lane, shovels low to Wong, who leans in and sticks it, and there it is. Wong Zhuzhu, known as Dodger, was able to dodge the Hawks, and he provides the goods for the crowd. 101-89 Mavs.
Matt Pinto of KLIF. Actually, because of a communication problem, Nelson tried to bring Wang Zhuzhu into the game early in the second quarter. He started to get up but had to sit down because Nelson was actually pointing to Juwan Howard, not Zhuzhu. So he told Zhuzhu to sit down, Juwan come in. You know, you talked about that earlier, I mean, they didn't have to boo him, but I think some people might think it was unpatriotic, right? Coming over here, representing a country that's holding our servicemen and women hostage. Yeah. It's not him that's doing it, true. Maybe on the other hand, the cheering might help the negotiations.
That's right.
We treated them great. I mean, anything that would help would be terrific.
Diplomacy.
Yeah. The Knicks trailing the woeful Wizards in the fourth quarter outscored Washington 26-10 to win at 93-80. The Wizards dropped to 18-57. Michael Jordan's really turned that franchise around. After the game, here's winning Knicks coach Jeff Van Gundy.
We start, and we're either behind or tied at the end of the first quarter. Third quarter, awful. Fourth quarter, win or lose. So I am concerned, and I think the players should share my concern.
They don't care. They're making the money. They care about these measly regular season games.
Yeah.
All right, man, you don't realize in that NBA Western Conference, 5 teams could win the conference title. Lakers, Jazz, Spurs, Suns, and Blazers. Kings beat the Jazz, and the Lakers beat the Bulls last night. Shaq at 39, including 13 out of 22 from the foul line. Baseball, stop the presses. A complete game. Rick Reed went all the way for the Mets, a 3-hitter, and also went 2 for 4 and knocked in 2 runs. The Mets beat the Braves 7-1. Mike Messina's Yankee debut, 7 2/3 shutout ball. Yanks beat the Royals 1-0. All right, the Masters going into the second round today. 32-year-old unknown Chris DeMarco. He was a former All-American, University of Florida, has the lead, 7 under par 65. 1-stroke lead over Steve Strickler and Angel Cabrera. But the other story, 23-year-old amateur James Driscoll had a 68. A 68 for an amateur.
Wow.
Tiger Woods had a 70. And 88-year-old two-time winner Byron Nelson teed off to start the tournament.
Thank you as the greatest gallery in the world for your support all these years, and I'm delighted to try to hit this little white ball.
Try that little white ball. And finally, the dying XFL, with the lowest TV ratings in the history of any prime-time program, has changed the rules.
Okay.
They've changed the rules.
All right.
Starting from now on in the playoffs, after a touchdown, teams will be able to go for 1 point, passing or running from the 1-yard line, 2 points from the 5, and 3 points running or passing from the 10-yard line. Well, that ought to improve the ratings.
There we go.
Well, I'm tuning in for that.
That's what I was waiting for.
For Imus in the Morning Sports, this is Warner Wolf.
There's, thanks, Warner, 13 till the hour now. There's a benefit in Boston that's coming up Wednesday, April 11th, called Bridge Over Troubled Waters, the annual dinner and auction. It'll be at the Four Seasons Hotel. The chairman of the event is Peter Smythe, who's President Chief Operating Officer of Greater Media, which is the outfit that owns the radio station we're on in Boston. And I talked to him. He's actually a pretty nice guy.
Yeah, he is.
Robin Brown, who's the general manager of the Four Seasons, is going to be the auctioneer. Barnacle's going to be there. Sarah Edwards from WHDH-TV's entertainment reporter should be there. And one of the Taylor kids, Livingston Taylor, will be the entertainment. The Bridge Over Troubled Waters is an organization that helps children who live on the streets of Boston after they have run away from home, normally homes characterized by violence, abuse, neglect, often the result of alcohol or other drug abuse in the family. And for a lot of these kids, the chaos and deprivation of the streets are still better than staying at home. So the Bridge outfit offers an alternative to the streets and provides these kids with an outreach, counseling, medical, dental care, housing, education, job development services. So it's a great organization. They do a great job. And you should support them if you can. And if and I would endorse you doing that. You can send donations to the Bridge Over Troubled Waters people at 47 West Street in Boston. You can contact Barbara Whalen. She's the executive director at 617-423-9575. I realize it's tedious giving you that information, but you can call my office and we'll give it to you. Coming up on, I have jury duty starting Monday.
Oh, man, is that? Here we go.
Nobody gets called for jury duty more than I do.
It's unbelievable.
It's
like a serial jury call.
So in addition to not being able to go to pulmonary rehab,
great,
which I saw that I then missed, and I only have a couple months to do it before I have to go to the ranch.
Right.
I have to go down to jury. Well, I'm going to Norman Goodman's office and explain that to him. That's just ridiculous. And now it's affecting my health. and clearly affecting my job. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's such an outrage. It is. It's an outrage. They're not going to put me on a jury. Period. It's a complete, total waste of time. Everybody's time. Their position down there is that everybody has to serve. Well, I don't mind that. That's fine. But
But they're not supposed to call you for every 3 years. They call you every year.
and I'm not going to be. Well, I keep getting postponement because I don't want to go because it's a waste of time. They call me when I'm at the ranch. I mean, it's stupid. It's far more important I be out there than you would think, than going down there and wasting my time and not being put on a jury.
Sitting around waiting to not be put on a jury.
Yeah. So now, you know, I go to pulmonary rehab 3 times a week, and I only have between now and June 1st when I go to the ranch to do it.
Yep.
So I either get better between now and then, or
you don't get better.
So now I wind up missing all next week probably.
Nonsense.
Unless I can talk some sense into them when I go down there Monday. Anyway, then the following week, following Monday, we're going to give away this $1 million from i1.com.
Yeah. 10 million.
10 million, rather. $10 million. And so we'll be talking a little bit about that. Bernie will be down at the post office with these folks, and we'll contact 3 people. One of the 3 will win the $10 million. And then the Radiothon, which is a week I was actually called for jury duty, which I had to get that changed.
Oh, absolutely.
These idiots.
Lord.
The Radiothon is April, not that they should know, but I mean, it's just absurd. It's April 19th and 20th, and we'll be at 30 Rockefeller Center this year.
All right.
Indoors there in the concourse level across from the hideous ice skating rink where Charles and I worked for 17 years.
You still remember how to get there?
It is, the voice you hear is Mark Chernoff, who could be the single most unamusing person on the planet. And he's filling in for Bernard because Bernard is on his way to Chinatown.
He's on a mission.
And Bernard will be live from Chinatown, well, as soon as he gets there.
Sampling sentiment.
Yeah, here on the Imus Morning program. Then we're going to talk with James Carville and Denise Austin. And my man, I
can tell your throat is really sore.
It is sore.
Crying out loud. One more.
Apparently, New York has changed the rule now. Once you serve, you can't be called again for 4 years. But that isn't the case with me.
You haven't served, have you?
Well, yeah, I went down there and
No, you got to be picked.
You have to be picked to be on a jury?
That's how, yeah, if you're excused from duty, they can still call you.
But they're not going to put me on a jury.
Ever, I know.
So we go through this silly exercise annually, at least. Seems like it's more often than that.
And you wonder why people are irritated with the bureaucracy of our government. And this is why. Because they waste time and money by doing stuff like this.
Yeah,
and it's not that I haven't been vocal about it either. And they know better, and they're not cutting me any slack because I don't care. I got a limo. I just get in a limo and go down there. It's not a hassle for me to go there. I mean, it's no big deal.
It's just that it's pointless.
So
they're not putting Don Imus on a jury.
I'm not losing any money. It's not ruining my day. It's no inconvenience to me at all, other than, you know, it's now interrupting my ability to interrupt my medical care, which I probably could get out of again if I just wanted to do that. But I thought, well, I'll go down there Monday and appeal to them and say, look, I mean, we've reached the point here, and I guarantee you what they'll say to me. Well, go in and let's see what happens today. And I mean, So what I need to find out is what happens if I just don't go at all. Do you know, Eddie?
Probably get a fine.
Yeah.
I'd almost rather pay the fine.
They can put you in jail if they want.
Get a summons.
You probably just get like
They're not going to put me in jail. Well,
yeah, that's right.
You never know.
Well,
barricaded.
Yeah, I do know.
Barricaded over there on CPW.
No, but I mean, it's stupid. I don't know.
Yeah.
Aggravating.
7 minutes till the hour.
Imus in the morning.
How do you punish a child who has committed a very adult crime?
MSNBC investigates Mercy for Murder. Tonight, 8 Eastern on MSNBC. A mother convicted of killing her son reveals her story in our exclusive prison interview. MSNBC investigates Little Boy Lost. Tonight, 10 Eastern on MSNBC.
Come on, Billy. You got it, Billy. Take your time. Take your time. Oh.
Doesn't Billy remind you of Grant at his age? He's got the height. He's going to be over 6 foot.
Yeah. All net.
Told you. I told you. Billy, go. Yes.
Oh.
I think we should be considering an agent.
Oh, yeah. Agent? What Billy needs is a really good retirement plan.
TD Waterhouse provides the online tools to help you plan your retirement and real people you can actually talk to. How easy is this?
When that pastrami on rye catches up with me, heartburn big time. My passenger says, here, take a Zantac 75. I say, what are you, a doctor? And he says, yeah.
Zantac 75, the heartburn relief doctors trust.
At Pearl Vision, we'll help you select eyewear as individual as you are. Right now, save $75 on glasses with micro-thins, the thinnest, lightest, most scratch-resistant lens in sight.
Nobody cares your eyes more than Pearl.
Good evening. Here's the news flash.
He's outrageous. He's out of control. He's Benny Hill, television's king of comedy. Now, for the first time ever, you can own the Benny Hill collection. The only complete edition of Benny's greatest comedy routines. Now available on home video. It's shocking. It's unforgettable. It's Benny as you've never seen him before. Call now and get Benny Hill for the feel-good price of just $9.99. Use your credit card and we'll also send you Benny's Video Spotlight, absolutely free. That's 4 full hours of Benny's Best for just $9.99. You'll get your favorite sketches and hilarious routines. Then preview other great Benny Hill videos. There's no minimum to buy. Cancel anytime. Call now and get Benny Hill for just $9.99. Order with your credit card and you'll also get Benny's Video Spotlight, absolutely free. The complete Benny Hill collection is not available in stores, so don't wait. Call now.
Call 1-800-317-9966 to order Benny Hill for only $9.99. Use your credit card and get Benny Hill's Video Spotlight free. That's 1-800-317-9966. Or send $9.99 plus $3.99 shipping and handling to Benny Hill, Department 4, Richmond, Virginia, 23280.
Tired of dusting with rags and feather dusters only to spread the dust? Is your vacuum acting like a bull in a china shop? Not anymore. Introducing Glove Vac, the world's first vacuuming glove. Just connect the hose to your vacuum, insert your hand, and away you go. It's that easy. Then watch the Glove Vac suction holes grab dust from virtually any place or any space. Watch again. Glove Vac does all the work for you. Now remove hard-to-reach lint, dirt, pet hair, pollen, even dust mites with ease. And because it's flexible, Glove Vac will contour to whatever shape you're cleaning. It gets in and around to lift out the dirt. The reason is the patented glove design that draws dust and dirt into the internal chamber, then down into your vacuum bag. The mess is gone, and your hand is perfectly clean. Now remove hidden dust above the refrigerator, from household plants, or in between sofa cushions. Glove Vac goes where no other vacuum has gone before. And look at this. Glove Vac is great for grooming your pets. It's the smart way to eliminate loose pet hairs before they hit the floor. Don't waste hundreds of dollars on cleaning supplies that just spread dust around. Eliminate it. Order the amazing Glove Vac with the extra long hose for just $19.95. Call right now. It'll also include this powerful citrus cleaner. Cut through grease and grime in no time. Easily removes stubborn stains and clean tile and grout to a sparkling shine. And because it's concentrated, there's enough to make 4 bottles of power-packed all-purpose cleaner. A $20 value, yours free. Try Glove Vac in your home. If you're not 100% satisfied, return it for a full refund of the purchase price. But keep the citrus cleaner as our gift. This is a special limited offer and not available in stores, so order now.
Call 1-800-403-3399 to order the amazing Glove Vac with the extra long hose for just $19.95 and receive the citrus cleaner, a $20 value, yours free. Call now or send check or money order to this address. Call now 1-800-403-3399.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nika Brzezinski. Imus in the Morning is up next, but first, a quick look at the day's headlines. Right now, American diplomats are meeting for a second time with the crew of that U.S. Navy spy plane being held on an island in southern China. No reason given, but the meeting started almost 90 minutes late. The White House says it's working all diplomatic channels to win the release of the plane's personnel. President Bush says the U.S. regrets Sunday's mid-air collision of the Navy plane and a Chinese fighter jet, but says a U.S. apology is not needed. China continues to demand one. Well, a new poll finds Americans are solidly behind President Bush's handling of the spy plane incident. He gets a 64% approval rating in a new Washington Post ABC News poll. Even more people, 74%, say trade with China should be restricted until the plane and its crew are home. A majority of those asked support the no apology decision. Well, Israel rocketed 2 Palestinian police stations early today, shelled another position, and knocked out power to thousands of homes in Gaza. The attack came after 4 Israeli communities were hit by Palestinian mortar fire. Just hours earlier, a high-ranking Islamic Jihad activist was killed in the West Bank when a booby-trapped public phone he used regularly exploded. Back in the States, investors are hoping Wall Street can build on yesterday's rally, but analysts warns the markets are still vulnerable. Stock prices soared yesterday, giving the Dow its second-best ever one-day point gain of 402 points. The Nasdaq also got a boost, ending up 146 points, or nearly 9%. The S&P 500 climbed 48 points. And in Washington, the Senate hopes to conclude its work on President Bush's budget and tax cut plan today. A final vote on the budget is expected this afternoon, and Republicans acknowledge their final victory may hinge on just a few votes. The Bush proposal suffered a major setback Wednesday when the Senate voted to slice the tax reduction by about a third. And General Motors is recalling 6,000 SUVs because of concerns about a part in the front suspension of the vehicles. The recall affects 2002 model Chevy Trailblazers, GMC Envoys, and also Oldsmobile Bravadas. GM is asking customers to stop driving the vehicles immediately and has even asked dealers to pick them up. The automaker says there have been no reports of any injuries. And that is the news. I'm Nika Brzezinski. Imus will be right back, and coming up later on MSNBC Live, we'll have much more on the U.S.-China showdown. Stay tuned. I'll see you at 8 a.m. Eastern with another news update.
A U.S. spy plane sits in China.
Our servicemen and women need to come home.
As both sides heat up, MSNBC is there.
What's going to happen from this point?
We need to bring this to a resolution.
Turn to MSNBC for around-the-clock coverage of the U.S.-China showdown. MSNBC, the whole picture.
The old slogan, "You've got a friend in the business," still, to me, encapsulates the Gateway brand, because it says everything about honesty and Midwestern people being friendly and neighborly and not doing anything to a customer that you wouldn't want done to yourself. It's just all woven together. It is being a friend in the business.
Been playing for a while. I've been playing since I was 8. Been a pretty big part of my life, upbringing, and now I just play. whenever I can, but I have a lot of fun with it, though.
The Yankees are sponsored by Dr. Richard A. Norton, winner of the Physics Star Award as one of the top 100 LASIK eye surgeons in the country.
Got bad credit? Get help fast. If you need a better car, but your credit is holding you back, call now. Get approved financing even if you've been turned down before. Call now. There's no cost, no obligation, and no hassle. Call now. It's fast. It's easy. It's just what you need. Call now. We've financed thousands of people. We can help you. Phone lines answer 24 hours a day. Call now.
Author. He's written 2 or 3 bestsellers now, hasn't he?
Yep, he has. Yep.
And then I think he's working on something else.
Wouldn't doubt it at all.
And then Denise Austin, I like her, and you know, may think she's just some fluffy goofball, but
she's not, though.
She's actually not.
No.
You know? I was in one of my well, not mean, but I was in one of my cranky moods one morning here a few years ago, and I was trying to, you know, I was going to illustrate what a dope she was and know what's going on about Washington politics. And turns out who did she live next door to?
No, I
don't know, some Secretary of State.
Yeah.
She knew more about it, obviously, than I did.
She certainly did.
Yeah, so put me in my place.
Smart business.
So I'm trying to be cute, you know, and she just slam dunked me. about like Carville did to Chris Matthews. He said, believe me, if I ask Carville a question, he'll answer it. I mean, he doesn't have to answer it, but I mean, he'll get the opportunity. And then Fred Imus is going to be on. Bernard McGurk is in Chinatown. We're going to go to Bernard in a minute. I've been called to jury duty yet again. Here's Bob Palmieri, who's a court clerk for... Bob, where are you a court clerk?
Yeah, I'm in Manhattan Criminal Court, I'm in.
Yeah. So what happens if I don't show up?
If you don't show up, first they'll send you another warning, and then they'll hold you in contempt, and they'll get a $250 judgment against you. But they're going to keep calling you anyway.
Yeah.
Because if you own an automobile, if you pay income tax, if you vote, if you exist on paper, they'll find you.
Yeah. Well,
that's just the way it is.
Of course, here's my position. I believe in essentially abiding by the rules. So if they call me, I'm going to go. I just think it's absurd for them to call me to... Now they're interrupting my medical treatment. It's a waste of time. Nobody's going to put me on a jury anyway. We've been through this. I begged them to put me on a jury last time. I was going to send this guy to the chair who had, until the attorneys explained to me it wasn't a capital crimes case, it was a civil lawsuit. And I said I didn't care.
Still getting the chair.
He was still getting the chair. And the guy said, well, you won't have the opportunity. I mean, they were very frustrated with me. I said, I don't care. And I'm not going to sit in judgment of somebody who's suing some company that I have some interest in. You know, whether I own stock or work for them or whatever. So that was a problem in a couple of areas. So it's a waste of time to send me down there, but I'm going to go. So anyway, thanks, Bob.
Well, you know, I mean, a lot of people go down. Even judges have to go on jury duty, and they get picked for juries also. I mean, judges. So Robert De Niro goes, Susan Sarandon goes.
I've gone.
They've actually been picked for juries. It's just the luck of the draw.
Yeah, but I've never been, but they're not going to pick me for a jury. I can't, because they're just, well, okay. They might pick Susan Sarandon or some,
you might be a little bit more opinionated to the right. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I wouldn't say I was to the right here.
Just more opinionated.
Okay.
And more insistent on a swift form of justice than, say, some granola-eating, tree-hugging wussy like Susan Sarandon or Robert De Niro might be.
They don't usually have the chair in the courtroom, by the way,
I understand that, but what do I do with my gun, by the way? Can I take that in with me? Or I have to
no. Don't bring your gun to court. That's really not a good idea.
Okay, well, do I have some place where I can keep it there? Or?
You have to check it at the door?
Technically speaking, they should be able to check your weapon for you when you go in. Notify them that you have it before you get to the metal detector.
I'll just pull it out. No, I know what to do. I know what to do.
There's 10 people working there.
I know what to do.
Just pull it out as you're going through the metal detector. That'll work, man.
Some folks actually go through the metal detectors with guns, but that doesn't work out well.
Yeah, I know. I've been down there. I know what to do. All right, thanks, Bob.
Good luck to you, man.
Yeah, thanks. It's 9 minutes after the hour here on the Imus in the Morning program. Well, the news is, the
second meeting is underway right now.
Yeah.
Diplomats, our diplomats, and the 24 crew people. And they think that we may be drawing closer to a way to save face on both sides and settle this thing, is basically where we're at.
Okay, Tiger Woods shot a 70 at the Masters. He's 5 off the lead. Doesn't mean anything.
Chris DeMarco leads it right now.
And we'll never hear from him again.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. There was a few baseball games and some other stuff. And the Chinese guy played for Dallas last night. Got a standing ovation. And is Mick Olszewski on the phone?
Yes.
Let's see what he knows. Hi,
Sure.
Jim. How are you?
Good morning, Don. I think this idea of you on a jury is a great idea.
You do?
It will ensure swift justice and save the government a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because if I were a criminal and I walked in and saw you sitting in the jury box, I'd immediately cop a deal.
Yeah. Well, they should. Because there are a few crimes I don't think people... My position is the following. If you're there and they're bothering to have a trial, you must be guilty.
Something must have happened.
Something happened.
You wouldn't be there.
You wouldn't be there. Right.
My point exactly.
No.
Well, listen, speaking of copping a deal, U.S. officials say this morning that both sides are very close to an agreement that could bring the 24 American crew members home as early as next week. Now, under this agreement that's now on the table, neither side would take responsibility yet. Neither side would assign blame for this accident. But instead, there's a standing military-to-military U.S.-Chinese committee that meets occasionally, twice a year, and that was established in 1998. And they were scheduled to meet in San Francisco at the end of this month. So instead, they'll bump the meeting up by a couple of weeks. They could meet as early as the week after next to discuss the situation. But in the meantime, the 24 American crew members could be released next week, and then the American plane returns sometime shortly after that. However, they say, look, these negotiations are at a very critical stage. It's very delicate, sensitive, and that any wrong move could derail any deal at this point. So they're being very guarded.
Do you happen to know that if when the American plane wound up in trouble and landed there on the island, if they got permission to land?
They did not get permission to land, but according to U.S. officials, international law stipulates that when you go on the Mayday and start squawking Mayday, Mayday, there's a separate channel on the radio that is specifically assigned to that. When you start squawking Mayday, it essentially gives you right of way to seek the nearest safe haven. And that in a case like this, the American plane did not need permission. Now, the Chinese feel differently about that, but there's also evidence that the Chinese had heard, and some military officials I talked to said there's some it involves some of the eavesdropping going on. There's some classified information that indicates the Chinese, in fact, heard the Mayday and just refused to respond. Chinese are saying they never heard it, but they had to know the plane was coming in because the other Chinese fighter, the one that didn't crash, circled and sort of shadowed the American plane as it neared the military air base and landed just prior to the American plane. So, and apparently there was a welcoming committee on the tarmac. So the Chinese knew full well the plane was in trouble and that it was coming, and they're just apparently denying they heard it just to use it as a bargaining chip.
And there's not any acknowledgement, I guess, on the Chinese part that the pilot might have been, well, of course not, that the pilot was, I saw him described, it could have been on the News with You and Brokaw as the Tom Cruise of the Chinese.
Well, they do in fact have classified photos of this pilot buzzing other aircraft, and at one point he's very near the American plane, and he's holding up a sheet of paper. He's got it pressed with his hand against the canopy, and his email address is on it.
Well.
So there's a little bit of it's serious business, but almost as if in the movie Top Gun, there are some antics that go on up there too.
Another lonely soul in the world, Jim, looking for love. And in this case, all the wrong places.
Well, we did try the email, and it came back no response. Well, I guess not, because he's apparently dead.
Jim, now I don't know whose idea that was. I mean, you guys all have a big session there with Russert and decide, hey, I got a great idea. Let's email a guy. He's sleeping with a fish, Jim. Hello.
Email address, you know.
I'll talk to you later.
You know, we thought maybe perhaps somebody was on the other end monitoring his email.
Oh, God. All right, thanks, Jim.
Okay.
Jim Michalczewski, NBC News, 14 after the hour. Bernard's down at Martin Canal in Chinatown in Lower Manhattan with this report. Good morning, Bernard.
Good morning, Mr. Imus. That is correct. I am here in the heart of Chinatown on the corner of Mott Street and Canal Street, between Mulberry and Mott Street, actually, where I feel like a modern-day Marco Polo on a mission for the I-Man. Believe it or not, I'm here to reach out to my yellow brothers and sisters, you know, see how they feel over this spy plane incident, where their loyalties lie. Is it Yankee number one? Is it China number one? Are they united as Chinese Americans? Do they, you know, are they speak as one, or are there any chinks in the armor, if you will? I also want to find out whether these people realize, if they realize and appreciate that the capital of China today would be Tokyo if it were not for the United States in World War II. We're going to find these things out. Are they loyal Americans, or as the I-Man would say, rice stuck in ingrates? We're going to find this out. We're also going to ask people if they've anyone's ever seen a stray dog in Chinatown. As a matter of fact, sir, can I speak to you? How do you feel about the spy plane incident?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't speak English.
You don't speak English? What are you, some kind of communist? Yeah, we're going to find out also down here how these people feel. We're going to find out if I leave Chinatown, by the way John McCain left Hanoi, which is on a stretcher. So let's get busy. By the way, there's nobody down here. It's like somebody dropped a neutron bomb. All the buildings are here, but there's no people. Take a look. I don't know what they've been drinking last night, but look around. There's nobody here. So we're going to find out here. Let's chase somebody over here. There's a restaurant. Maybe we have a... Oh, here comes a woman. I'm going to jump her right here.
Well, no, don't mean jump her.
Hanoi Sally. Come here. I'll talk to you. Can you follow me?
This is not
Ma'am,
good.
can I speak to you? How do you feel about the spy plane incident? You're not into it?
I don't say actually.
Are you with us? Or are you with the Chinese? What's the deal? All right, they're running away from me. So,
this is not a good idea.
We're gonna need some pedestrian traffic.
You're gonna need Jimmy the Wags before this is over.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it back to the studio, but that might not be a bad thing.
All right, we'll check back with you, Bernard. Bernard McGurk at Martin Canal in Chinatown with what is not a good idea. It's just there's no way that this is going to end well. The Imus Morning Business Report is sponsored by the New York Stock Exchange. Today's New York Stock Exchange ABB Limited President and CEO Jürgen Centerman will ring the opening bell to celebrate the company's first day of trading. The company, headquartered in Switzerland, is a leading industrial energy and automation company. I saw the New York Stock Exchange, I guess, annual report yesterday. God, I thought, man, what a beautiful booklet, you know.
Document,
yeah. And not realizing that Tana Graphics had printed it.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, there you go.
And David Jones Company.
I'll be darned.
So why can't we get that kind of work done for the ranch from the Autobot Express?
I feel there.
No, we do. Well, of course, the big news is that Charles and I, our contracts are up at the end of this year with Viacom. Right, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
And we've agreed to a new 5-year deal beginning next January, right?
Salary reduction, right?
Yeah. And it's a very fair deal. Don't you think?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't have any problems. Well, of course not.
Congratulations.
But it doesn't make any difference because I wouldn't work for anybody else anyway. So this was a moot point. And Charles probably wouldn't either, although if I guess I retired, he might. But he's not going to now.
I would hate to.
He's not going to now.
No.
So we will be with. Now, what happens if Mel decides to go buy something? Oh, who knows? Well, then we'll cross that deal when we come to it. But
nothing's changing now.
But my position on these deals, well, why would it be negotiated so early? And then not kick in until the end of the year. Well, it doesn't kick in until the end of the year because the current contract, that's how long that runs. And I just don't believe in. I believe once you sign these deals, you sign them, and then you abide by that deal. And then when that deal's up, if they want to make a new one, that's fine.
So in other words, you're not Gary Sheffield.
No. So you know, 25 years ago, I guess I caused some problems over at NBC for some people over a contract. Well, I was wrong. So. Which I believe Mike Lynn at the time pointed out to me I was wrong.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, there were times I wondered who he was representing. Turns out he was right.
I hope we put that disabled list clause in for you, though.
At any rate, so we'll do it another 5.5 years. And it's a great company to work for. We're back on in Los Angeles. We're on 9 of the top 10 radio markets. The MSNBC thing, they need to help us a little bit, MSNBC, instead of whining all the time. They need to work with us if they want to. You know, there's stuff they can do. They know what it is, and they need to get with the program. So the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 402 points at 99.18. It was the Dow's second largest one-day point gain. The S&P 500 climbed 48 points, 1151. The NASDAQ had 146 points. A lot of investors wondering if it's time to jump back in the market. So I don't know. I talked to, I call people like Shelley Shear over at Merrill Lynch and Vinnie Andrews, other people. Yeah. I don't know if they know. They know as well as anybody, but you talk to Insana, you talk to these kinds of, I don't know. You can make yourself crazy, I guess. So, I need to worry about it. Firestone going to try and improve public relations with a new advertising campaign. What would that be?
Boy, no kidding.
What the rubber stays on us? After last year's massive recall, they're trying to improve their image. The chairman of Firestone will appear outlining this plan of action to restore consumer confidence. That's going to be tough.
Oh, it's going to be next to impossible.
Although Tylenol did it.
Goodness. Yeah, they did. After all that horrible deal. Yeah. So it's not impossible, but it's tough.
That's a business report sponsored by the New York Stock Exchange for y'all in Washington, D.C. On Monday, we moved to 570 on the dial from 980. And I received a call yesterday from a bald-headed loser, Bennett Zier, which I refused to take. And
good plan.
I was talking to Peter Smythe from Greater, what's the name of Peter's outfit?
Greater Media.
Greater Media. He's the guy who runs the whole thing, or runs that a portion of it anyway. He's actually a nice guy, isn't he?
Oh, he's a great guy. Really?
He is, isn't he?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Anyway, but he's very sensitive. And I guess they're used to having people work for him who get all hysterical when they call him and immediately drop everything and return their phone calls, which is what I don't do. There's one person's phone calls I return, and that's the end of it. Why else would I call anybody? Why would I call anybody else? I don't have to.
Well, what do you got to say?
No, I have nothing to say.
Come on.
So I didn't mention Bennett Zier's name to him, and he did say that he has a higher opinion of Bennett than I do. But Bennett really is a skunk. Don't you think?
No, I do not think Bennett Zier is a skunk.
He is.
No.
He is a skunk of the magnitude of almost Scott Meyer.
Oh my God! That's horrible thing to say.
Well, that's the business report sponsored by the New York Stock Exchange. The great James Carville coming up 22 after the hour.
Once upon a time, you guessed so fine. You threw the bump of dime in your prime, didn't you? My voice is gone, man. Can you want to try it again? Imus in the morning.
Satan. He's a mysterious biblical figure with a huge following. Join Forrest Sawyer as MSNBC ventures inside the world of evil. It may surprise you. Meet the people who believe the devil is still with us. Understand why. Learn how the internet is attracting a new generation. Get closer than you've ever been as MSNBC goes in search of Satan. Monday, 8 Eastern on MSNBC.
1 week from Monday on NBC, the television phenomenon that's sweeping England is coming to America.
Welcome to the weakest link.
They'll answer questions as a team, vote each other off one by one, and face a host like you've never seen before.
You are the weakest link, but...
Weakest Link, 1 week from Monday on NBC.
A warm front from the Central Plains to the Great Lakes will be the focus for showers and thunder showers for today. There could be some severe weather breaking out in Nebraska and Kansas later this afternoon. Some showers in the southwest A couple of showers in the northwest. High temperatures 70s and 80s as far north as the Ohio Valley today. Cooler north of that front, only in the 40s. The wettest weather extending from the Central Plains all the way through the Great Lakes into the Northeast today.
It's time to visit Lexus of Englewood. Luxury cars. In your hometown luxury car dealer. Before you make your final decision, come see Lexus of Englewood, where every new and pre-owned automobile promises to exceed your expectations, not your budget. Like a 97 EF 300, agile and stylish. Lease it now for as little as $299 a month with only $2,000 down. Visit your hometown luxury Lexus dealer right now. Lexus of Englewood.
He killed my father, he killed my brother, and both my sisters. Pancreatic cancer killed them all. We don't know how or why they got it, but we knew it, and it was already too late. There still isn't any way to detect it early or to treat it effectively. But we do know the cure, research. Just look how far we've come with other diseases.
Still don't know what I was waiting for, and my time was running
Today,
wild.
companies are struggling with the complexities of the net, trying to make intranets, extranets, the internet, and multiple software platforms work together, simply and securely, as one net. Well, now they can. With Net Services software from Novell. The power to change.
When I evaluate a company, I ask myself, would I put my own money in this company? I see no reason to buy the stock in here. This is not a job that's done well behind the desk. We go out doing the field work that the individual investor does not have time to do. Inventory was in terrific shape going into the fourth quarter. My job as an analyst is not just about buy recommendations. It's about not being surprised by anything. At the end of the day, we just want to do what's right for the investor.
What if the daily supplement was clinically shown to work on both sides of PMS, physical and emotional? It's true. I did the research. I suspected that calcium affected hormone balance. We used one specific calcium.
New Calcium for Life, PMS, from Tums. So unique, it's patented.
The results? A significant decrease in physical and emotional symptoms. It has a dramatic effect on women. Changes their lives.
Tums Calcium for Life, PMS.
Will you travel down this road with me? Help me be the one I want to be. Help me see the things I long to see. Will you travel down this road with me?
After the hour here on the Imus in the morning program. Speaking of the ABX, huge sale going on there. Buy any Auto Body Express hat. You know, the Fat Loser, Lion Weasel,
Sure.
Bald-headed geek hats.
Got it.
All big-time made in the USA stuff. Buy any T-shirt. Buy a bag of Imus Brothers coffee and a new brushed stainless steel travel mug. And get another one of any of those items, any one you want, free. A package valued at over $100, close to $100. You can get it all now for $69.57. For example, you could get the Fat Loser hat.
All right.
Buy any T-shirt you want. Get the coffee and the travel mug. And also get the Lion Weasel hat thrown in for $69.57. That's a good deal.
Pretty good.
Auto Body Express opens in a few minutes here at 1-800-272-1957. Denise Austin is coming up here a little bit later. She's obviously got some new book out or some scam she's got going, called Fit and Fabulous After 40. Girlfriend does look good.
Sure does.
5-part program for turning back the clock.
That's a good idea for actually. That's a good idea. I mean, you know.
She's a little more enthusiastic than I than really appeals to me and people, but then that's obviously her business. And I did discover that our friend Jeff Copeland, who wrote this book on bull riding, and the book's been out for some time, so I don't even know if it's still available. But I've been starting kind of thumbing through it. This is the guy who's helping us with the book at Simon & Schuster, because Rosenthal has just jumped ugly with us now.
Yeah,
he either wants the money or the book.
Squealing.
Fat, squealing loser. Well, she's all right. He's Carvel's guy. Let's talk to Carvel. Here now, the campaign consultant par excellence and best-selling author, James Carvel. Good morning, Mr. Carvel.
Good morning, Mr. Imus. How's jury duty going?
Well, I haven't gone yet, but I'm going Monday.
Well, you want me to call? I can try to track President Clinton down, see if we can get you a pardon.
Perfect. That's a very good idea. I forgot I had friends in high places.
Can I talk to you about a little library donation?
That's on its way.
It's on its way. Checks in the mail, huh?
Absolutely. So does Rosenthal over there at Simon & Schuster, does he hassle you all the time? Or?
Well, yeah, but Gal and I are writing a book together, and we owe him a book. And
oh, you are?
Yeah, he calls me all the time. I just deep six those call slips.
What are you and Begala working on?
We're going to write a book about how to win an argument. It's not so much going to be a political book, but, you know, sort of how to get in a cocktail party and people are berating you, sort of how to come back. And it's we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. We got some ideas, but we got to sit down and go to work, and it's the same thing. I kind of need the money now. My wife's got this government job, so I got to get on the stick, you know.
She goes over to the White House every day now.
Yeah,
huh?
boy, she's working. She's working hard. She's working on the energy policy.
What is
She's working in Cheney's office. That's the only thing that has any energy over there is the policy.
How are they doing, do you think? I mean, is the economy their fault? Is it?
Look, yeah, I think she's doing fine. She likes it, and she enjoys working over there. Well, I go back and think of this China thing, and I really fault anything that he's done. But remember the great caning incident? When everybody in this show and the Republic going crazy in the United States was being humiliated, oh my God, it was the end of days. It was the end of days all over the press and somber people and great name. I'm just saying, wait a minute, let me finish.
Well, no, I'm not clear what deal you're talking about.
The caning, remember the caning in Singapore?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay,
yes,
remember that?
Yes.
And you were very big on that, as I remember.
I was?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That you know, we should go over there and bomb them to smithereens or something.
Oh, well, I think we should bomb everybody.
Right. There's nothing I don't think Bush has done. They've done anything wrong since this plane, since we got these people. Obviously, they have no business holding our people, and we hope we get them back. But they isolated themselves in the world. They've made the Europeans mad, the Russians mad, the Arabs mad, the Mexicans mad. I mean, the Bush foreign policy is let's make everybody in the world mad at us. Which don't seem to be a very good idea to me. I thought the idea of foreign policy was to get people like you.
Well, or at least work with you.
The Europeans can't stand us. They're running cartoons. We insulted the Mexicans. The Arabs, Mubarak came over there. He don't say, I'm not getting in the middle of the Middle East peace. It might fail. The Russians are furious at us. We don't, and so here the Chinese, they're holding out people illegally, and nobody in the world has come to help us. I mean, even the British haven't said anything.
Particularly Herman.
And that's the problem with the Bush administration is not that they've mishandled this, and obviously the Democrats are going to support the president on this, and whatever he does to get our people back, we're going to support that. But they have set out, they might have some nuts over there in the White House. They had all these goofy right-wingers there thinking they're living 20 years ago, arrogantly making everybody in the world mad at us. And so then we have a situation where we got our people illegally and immorally detained, and we got nobody there to help us. The Koreans can't stand us. We pull the rug out. We cut their knees off. Colin Powell made him nothing but a press spokesman over there at the State Department.
Well, you know, it's not funny, but it is funny, kind of.
It is.
Yeah,
they're going to, in Korea, the Koreans are living on the peninsula with these people trying to get something resolved. The Bush administration completely pulls the rug out on them. Well, where are the Koreans speaking up?
You know, we took great delight, it's 33 after the hour, talking with James Carvel. Charles and I and all of us took great delight when you were on with Chris Matthews, who I happen to like, by the way, but...
I like Chris, too.
Got to let you answer the questions, which you pointed out to him rather effectively. But he was talking about counting those votes down in Florida. Well, now they've counted them again.
Well, I think there's another thing coming out. I don't think we've heard the end of Florida, and I think there's a lot of shenanigans going on down there, and I think the best thing we can do is keep our powder dry here for the next couple of 3 weeks. And obviously, by 23,000 voters or better, people intended to vote for Al Gore. Obviously, the exit polls are right. People don't know that they didn't vote for somebody when they thought they did. And let's see when this other thing comes, because there were a lot of missing votes, and there's a lot of suspicions down there. And I think the best thing we can do right now is let's let these stories develop or not develop. And, hey, look, if they don't develop, as I said on Tim Russ's show, if in the end it looks like Bush got the most votes, I'll say, well, you know what? He got the most votes.
I was talking to this guy from the Miami Herald, and they had, I guess this latest deal, they had recounted all of the undervotes.
Right.
And my question was, why don't they just go down there? If they want to recount the votes, recount all the votes.
Well, they're gonna. The consortium is the Herald's point in defense of them is that was being recounted when the Supreme Court stopped it.
Right.
So that's why they did that. But
yes.
there's a whole other. They got another media count going on there. But I think that I think there are any number of books coming out. There are any number of other things coming out. I don't think we've heard the end of Florida. I think there was some pretty serious shenanigans going on there. But I may be wrong, and I think we'll know pretty soon.
Well, then. What difference will it make in the end?
Bush is still going to be president, but I think I think history. Look, we spent $100 million tracking down an act of consensual sex. I mean, we ought to be able to spend a little time tracking down who really won an election.
Oh, I agree, but I mean,
it's not going to make it. He's going to still be president, but I think history is going to be pretty relentless in tracking down what happened in Florida.
You would think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't see how we ever find. I mean, I just don't. Nobody's demonstrated to me how we actually conclusively find out. I mean, what standard we apply, what, you know what I'm saying?
I agree. And conclusively, we never find out anything. History is always, it changes its opinion of Grant or Lee. It changes its opinion as whether Little Round Top was the, pivotal battle of Gettysburg. But you know what? We keep looking. And I mean, there's some questions, but the more we know, the better off we're going to be, and we're going to find out. No, now, if the element of fraud is injected in here, then that would be something more serious. But we've got to wait and see.
Well, nobody knows more about conducting a campaign probably than you do, Begala, people like that.
I don't know about that, but we sure don't know much about conducting them after. We kind of always stopped on Election Day.
Well, my question is, this campaign finance bill of McCain's, do you know him at all?
Yeah. You didn't know him. Not well, but fair well.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Does this mean anything, or is it just makes him look good, makes him feel good, and he?
Well, if it didn't mean nothing, why are they fighting so hard to stop it?
Well, I don't know. They got all these laws in the books they don't enforce now.
Well, one thing it's done is it has sure raised the issue. You can't have as much power as those guys have down there, and as much need for money as they have, and not have some kind of a corrosive effect. You really can't. And what these guys have done, now, it's always the thing, well, it won't fix the problem. After this passes, it's still going to be the problem. Well, you know what? We have rape laws, and they still have rape. Didn't fix didn't solve the problem, but it damn sure can make it better. And I think what these guys have done has a good chance to make things better. Guess what? If it doesn't, you come back and fix it. It's not just, you write a law, you pass a law. It's not the end of days. If something goes wrong, you can go back and fix it. But I think it's a step in the right direction. It certainly got people thinking about it. And you got to give the guy credit. It's a humongous achievement, what he's been able to accomplish. I mean, he's got people scared to death to vote against him. He's got Bush he don't know whether to wind his butt or scratch his watch right now. You know what I mean? I'll sign it, I won't sign it. If it's better, but I won't say what may. They asked him yesterday, did you see him at the newspaper editors?
No, I did not.
They asked him a question about the First Amendment, freedom of the press. But these were the newspaper editors, okay? It's hard to you would have thought that they asked me a question about quantum physics. He had the foggiest idea what to say. He was so bad I was pulling for it.
Yeah. Somebody wrote, I think it could have been Maureen Dowd, that somebody said they wondered if, when he comes out to speak someplace and he has all these papers there, if the wind blew him away, if he'd know what to say,
That is something else. And the other thing you wonder is this old blind, but you'd wonder if it was a nice day and a leaf flew on his desk and Dick Cheney told him to sign it if he'd signed the thing.
It's 22 to the hour we're talking.
That's a long line.
We're talking with James Carver. Well, y'all said when you originally ran, it's the economy, stupid.
Right.
And Charles and I And we ask everybody, what was the one, was there a single event that caused, because the market obviously and the economy was going along, and some people still think it's not in as bad a shape as we've been led to believe. But my question is well, what happened? Is there some single seminal event that caused the Dow the wheels to fall off? And
you know, during one time when something happened with the market when President Clinton was in, and I was talked to Bob Rubin, and I said, Mr. Secretary, what do you think's going on here? Shrugged his shoulders. He said, markets go up, markets go down. So Bob Rubin didn't know. How the hell I know? I mean, here's a quarter. Call him. He don't have the answer, so I got it. He's kind of walked away. You know, you got all of these people on. The only people more full of bull than us are these financial people. You know what I mean? And bellwether 30-year and capitulation, and we haven't seen bottom yet. We're coming out of it, and I mean, you want 6 opinions? Ask 5 financial people.
Why not?
I mean, it's unbelievable. I don't, you know, and they say this happened, and they tie events that don't have anything to do with anything else. I'll give you the answer the markets went up so good is because Bush's tax cut took a hammering, and investors said, you know what? We're not going to blow this deficit in the hole. Now, I don't doubt if that's, you know, really what happened, but I guarantee you if they would have passed the tax cut and the market would have gone up, you'd have had all those clowns at the Wall Street Journal editorial page all out of breath on TV saying, ha-ha, look. But I don't know. I mean, you know, I don't think anybody knows. I really don't. It's because, like I said, I asked Bob Rubin. He didn't know. So if he don't know, I don't know.
Well, some of it was being blamed on when they were running Bush and those folks and Cheney and some of them, and were bad-mouthing the economy and almost talk people into getting scared and selling stock. And
if you go back and look at the agenda, that was one of the points I made in the early Clinton administration. If you got to be out front, you got to sell what you're doing is being something. I mean, I'm a huckster. My mother sold encyclopedias, bless her heart. And I think these guys, they talking down the economy. They're creating an energy crisis when we don't have one. They're talking down the energy thing. I mean, they're talking up a war, a Cold War, that we don't have one. They're talking down our allies. And I think what happened here, I don't think Bush knows. I think they got a bunch of crazies all over that administration that they just beginners. They're kind of people, what they call them, cave. It's citizens against virtually everything. They're against, you know, children's health programs. They're against conservation. They're against uninsured people. And so that's what's happening. I don't know. Now, why wouldn't Bush be talking up his own country? Why wouldn't he be talking up the fact that we got this energy, or we can do better, or we can conserve, or even if we can drill more? Maybe there's a case to be made for nuclear power. I'd be open to listen to what they got to say about that. But they just want to trash everything. And I want a president that talks my country up, not trashes the country. And I want a president that leads the world and gets people to like us. Remember when President Clinton went to Ireland? Yeah. It was adored over there. You have any idea what's going to happen when President Bush shows up in Sweden in June?
Could be ugly.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. I mean, because the Europeans feel like that he insulted him. I don't know if he knows he did or not, because I'm sure they had some, you know, right-wing clown over there in the State Department or something that told him to do that.
Senator Clinton said yesterday that she was never going to run for the presidency.
Oh, I hope that's not true. I hope she run. I don't think she's not going to run in 2004.
Well, she said 2008, 2012.
Yeah, she said it, but
well, you know her pretty well. I mean, she doesn't say stuff like that, does she?
She would have thought about it if she said it. Yeah. I'm surprised. You know, look, people ask me if I think she's going to run for president. I think every senator over there, with the possible exception of Strom Thurmond, you know, and he's already done it,
yeah,
would run for president if they had half a chance.
Sure.
And I thought it was I thought that the New Republic article on her and Al Hunt's column yesterday, I think she's, you know, being pretty methodical in doing doing some work there.
But whether, regardless of what one thinks of all of the information about them, it's just been so much stuff now that's been dredged up. It'd be tough for her, wouldn't it?
You know, I've been with the Clintons since December 1st of '91. There's some awfully resilient people.
Boy, that's the truth.
You know, I mean, we've been up and down like a whole nightgown, you know? And there's some, really do admire her. And you look at what happened in the campaign and everything people said. What always tickled me was they said, aha, she has a ceiling of 42. And then it was a ceiling of 45. She'll never get above 45. And then it was 48. Then she can't get over 50. And what did she get, like 56%?
Something like that.
I mean, everybody just moves the bar. And now in the Senate they said, oh, she was just going to be this publicity seeker, et cetera, et cetera. Now she's working on this stuff, is getting along with colleagues. The Republicans are hugging her and everything. And they have an unbelievable ability to surprise people.
Where'd you come up with the horse nightgown analogy? I don't know if I'd have gone there. But...
It's just up and down, you know. It's
I
just
see.
no slogan. It doesn't. It doesn't. No.
Could have used a penis analogy, even if you don't. I mean, you wouldn't, but I guess maybe I would. What's the name of yours in Begala's book?
I don't know if we thinking about one. You got any ideas? When Begala comes on there, give him some ideas.
That sounds like it might be fun, doesn't it, Charles?
Yeah, have a good time. Paul, he came out. He's got those 4 boys of his. They came out to our farm and they fishing with them, caught a big bass out there. But he's doing fine. I'm looking forward to doing a book. We just got to sit down and get it done.
He needs a job now, doesn't he?
Well, I'm 56 and I've never had a job.
Well,
So I was 49 before I got married. I was 50 before I had my first kid, and 56. I don't think I've ever had, like, FICA taken out of a paycheck. But my wife with this damn government job is forcing me to... I'm in Pittsburgh here giving a speech today, you know?
All right, man, thanks.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
See you,
you're
Charles.
welcome.
All right. You bet.
James Carville here on the Imus in the Morning programs, 15 till the hour.
Imus in the morning.
I am. Hold on. What the hell am I doing?
What's the FSB?
Oh, I can't find it. I can't find any of my copy. Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, it's going to be just thick. Yesterday, it seemed like everybody was making money in the market. Now they're not. Well, the market's up. Dow was up yesterday 400 points. So maybe the worst is over. Maybe it's not. But anyway, if you want to invest online, CSFB Direct.
How do you punish a child who has committed a very adult crime? MSNBC investigates Mercy for Murder. Tonight, 8 Eastern on MSNBC.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I was hosting my first big business dinner, and I paid with my Visa card. Turns out I was over my limit. I was so embarrassed, I didn't know what to do. So I got the American Express card, and it never happened again.
We can take your application right over the phone. Call now to apply.
Applying for the card was one of the easiest things I've ever done, and smartest. And anyone who's ever gone anywhere knows it. I have a place to cash checks, get my mail, and get help when I need it.
My dad said the minute you get a job, get an American Express card. He said, trust me on this one. I've gone everywhere with it. And here's a tip. Sign up for membership rewards, and everything you charge on the card will earn you program points, so you can keep on traveling.
So call now for the American Express card. You can apply right over the phone.
It helped not having a preset limit.
It's great getting points every time you use the card.
I can call 24 hours a day. That helps.
No matter what you do or where you go, the American Express card can help you do more.
Do you need to learn how to operate a computer? Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. Seems like everywhere I go these days, somebody's recognizing me as the Video Professor. Well, that's because we've been teaching people how to run computers for over 14 years now. You know, our product is quick and it's easy to learn with, and you can try it for free. You know, over the years, millions of people have learned how to operate the computer using our product. We get happy letters every day from people thanking us. Violet from Alabama writes, your lesson makes using the program seem so simple that even I can use it. Jen from California writes, your tutorials have opened up the world of computers to me at last. But the most rewarding thing for me is having people stop me on the street and telling me how easy it was to learn with our product. They had tried expensive classes, they tried big, thick manuals, they couldn't get it. If you just want to learn how to run a computer once and for all, Save yourself a lot of time and energy. Try our product. Let me show you how simple this is. You put this CD in your CD tray. Your lesson will come up. The lesson plays right on your computer. It works just like a VCR. You have a play button, pause, rewind, fast forward. Just follow the step-by-step instructions. You know, I'm so confident my product will work for you, I'm going to send it to you absolutely free. It's regularly a $59.95 value. You pay a small shipping and handling. The reason I'm going to do it is because I know that once you try our product, you'll come back to us for all your computer learning needs. And if this doesn't teach you how to run that computer, I'll even refund your shipping and handling. So what do you got to lose? Try my product.
I felt so good. I mean, phew, what a relief. I can understand this. After all,
choose from lessons on Windows 98 or 95, Word, Quicken, or the Internet. To take advantage of this free computer learning offer, you must call now. Call 1-800-478-5996.
In a world where financial services come in shades of gray, ING Direct introduces the Orange Savings Account, where everyone earns the same high 5.5% rate. With no minimum balance requirements and no fees. Still think there's a catch? There isn't one. You just didn't have a choice before. Call 1-800-ING Direct for great rates with no minimums and no fees. 1-800-ING Direct.
So the old kinkster running some material that some of us have heard before, but we're appealing to a wider audience now. Sure. Bernard's down at Martin Canal in Chinatown, checking out our peeps down there to see what they think about this whole hostage situation, which is, I guess, is a way to describe it.
It's not an invalid way, no.
Good morning, Mr. McGirt.
Good morning, Mr. Imus. We're here right at Mott Street and Powell Street in the heart of Chinatown, trying to get a flavor from my yellow brothers and sisters. However, none of them, not one to a man, will speak to us on camera, which leads me to believe that they have something to hide, which leads me to believe that we should start constructing internment camps in the event of some sort of tragedy. We're out here in the middle of the street, and here we go. I'll give you an example. Hey, yo, Ho Chi Minh, over here. Come here. Yo, my man. Can we go on TV? Can we go on TV, bro? Hey, yo, what do you think about the U.S. spy plane in China?
I know.
Come on, what are you trying to hide?
I know.
What are you, related to Wen Ho Lee? You hiding something there or what? I swear, not one person. It's unbelievable. They're worse than the Hasidic Jews, these people. Not a word out of them. Not a peep, not one. Look at this guy. Look. Were you with the VC at one time? He still got the black pajamas on. These people are hiding something, I tell you. Let our people go! Let them go! Come on over here, talk to me! Give me your opinion! I want to know!
Now wait a minute. Imus in the morning.
That's a horrible idea, but I'm happy it wasn't mine. If you're a leasing company or a bank and require help with your lease and loan defaults or end-of-term lease, call South Fork Asset Management Corporation at 1-877-99-ASSET. Let the recovery and remarketing experts in South Fork provide you with nationwide asset management solutions for all types of equipment. Whether it's a truck in Tennessee, construction in Connecticut, aircraft in Arizona, machinery in Maryland, or an entire manufacturing facility anywhere in the country, let South Fork turn your assets into capital. In other words, if some clown has bought a truck from you, or leasing a Caterpillar, or whatever, and they're not taking your phone calls and they're not paying for it, these people will go get it, one way or the other, and then they will store it for you and sell it for you. So it's a way to solve your problems. Believe me, it's a good outfit, and they get it done. South Fork, 1-877-99-ASSET, A-S-S-E-T-T.
A U.S. spy plane sits in China.
Our servicemen and women need to come home.
As both sides heat up, MSNBC is there.
What's going to happen from this point? We need to bring this to a resolution.
Turn to MSNBC for around-the-clock coverage of the U.S.-China showdown. MSNBC, the whole picture.
NBC Friday, an early Dateline starting at 8/7 Central. First, when love dies, who gets the fortune? Then the secret life of a television personality. And a lottery ticket tears a workplace apart. 2 hours of Dateline Court TV exclusives for love and money. Dateline tonight, 8/7 Central.
At ERA, we believe real estate isn't just about property. It's about people. It's simplifying the moving process for the Changs with ERA Select Services, a one-stop resource for everything from a mortgage to finding a moving company and even a home security system. It's giving the Simpsons an online profile of neighborhoods and school systems and helping them make sense of it all. Every time we help someone buy or sell a home, we help write a new chapter in their lives. ERA Real Estate.
Of the rub-a-dub scrub of home cleaning hard labor? Now there's a better way with the incredible Simonized Magic Maid. The mop that's so amazing you'll think it's magic. Watch as thousands of electrostatic microfibers with Simonized Static Clean technology attract and hold dirt, dust, and pet hair. It's magic on hardwood floors, ceramic tile, and linoleum. The giant cleaning surface cuts cleaning time in half, and the revolutionary swivel head maneuvers easily into tight corners, under cabinets, and around furniture. As a moist mop, dried, stuck-on messes are no match for the Magic Maid. Footprints and scuff marks vanish before your eyes, and it soaks up king-size spills, leaving disposable mop heads in the dust. Forget expensive refills because if the Magic Maid gets downright dirty, just rinse and you're ready to mop. And it's guaranteed for life. That's right. If it ever loses its magic cleaning power in your lifetime, your Simonized guarantee replaces it free. This mop and refills will cost you over $100. But the amazing Simonized Magic Maid guaranteed for life is only $19.95. And that's not all. Order now and get the revolutionary Simonized Dust Demon. Like metal to a magnet, it instantly attracts dust from furniture, electronics, and hard-to-clean blinds. Use the easy extend handle to reach cobwebs, walls, and windows, and clean fan blades on both sides at the same time. With millions sold at over $20, the Dust Demon is yours free. And there's even more. We'll also include the Simonized Dirt Demon. Watch as hundreds of indestructible power pods deep clean what a vacuum won't. On hard surfaces, it makes ordinary brooms obsolete. It's incredible on concrete, weather-stained wood, and siding. And on windows, it's a scrubber and squeegee all in one. When the job's done, simply clip and store. Sold at retail for $20, it's also yours absolutely free. Call now and get the Simonized Magic Maid with a lifetime replacement guarantee, the Dust Demon, the Dirt Demon, and the Easy Extend Handle, all for just $19.95. That's right, 4 revolutionary Simonized products, a $75 value for one incredibly low price of $19.95. Simonized, the brand name your family's trusted for generations. Operators are standing by. Order the Simonized Magic Maid right now.
Because you need some private time to think. Because nobody works harder. Because they count on you for the tough decisions. Because big ideas need focus. Because when you can be yourself, you achieve more. Because you deserve it. The Hotel of Beverly Hills.
Okay. You're selling your home with a real estate agent who gets a 6% commission. That's some pile of cash you're giving her. And that's her new car. But if you call yourhomedirect.com, we'll sell your home for only a 2% commission. Give you great service and you keep the money. Now that's YHD selling your home. That's your cash now. And that's your new car. Call YHD for a lower fee.
I chose Fidelity's Power Street because they have some of the hottest technology.
I can't believe he said that. He chose it because it's from Fidelity Investments.
I like the excitement of online trading.
He likes the security of knowing someone's behind him.
If I'm going to build a portfolio, I need a stock screener, complete view, and map of the market.
If he's going to build a portfolio, he's going to do it with the people who built one or two themselves.
To invest, call, click, or visit Fidelity.
I love you too.
I'm on an all-night flight when suddenly, terrible heartburn. The guy in the next seat says, try this, Zantac 75. Thanks, I say. You know, maybe I had to see a doctor about this heartburn. He says you just did.
Zantac 75, the heartburn relief doctors trust.
At Pearl Vision, we'll help you select eyewear as individual as you are. Right now, save $75 on glasses with micro-thins, the thinnest, lightest, most scratch-resistant lens in sight.
Nobody cares for eyes more than her.
You have a very talented son.
Cornell.
Northwestern.
10,000, 15,000.
Are you ready for this?
33,000.
What college? Florida!
The GE Financial Network at GEFN.com has mutual funds, annuities, and stocks that make it easy to save for college.
Arkansas. Go Razorbacks!
In fact, you can manage your financial life from investments to lending to insurance with a name you trust. So when they're ready, you'll be ready.
Is college expensive? Yeah, I think it's free.
Log on to GEFN.com.
There's a new universe of fun and excitement waiting for you at Universal Orlando Resort. It's 2 amazing theme parks in one great location. Experience the innovative thrills of the new Universal's Islands of Adventure, Orlando's next-generation theme park. Right next door, you can ride the movies at Universal Studios Movie Theme Park. Call now for your free video to learn about no-line, no-wait ride access. Imagine not having to wait in line for your favorite rides and attractions. Best of all, you can stay just a short walk away at Universal Orlando's spectacular hotels. The luxurious Portofino Bay Hotel with its Mediterranean charm. Or the new Hard Rock Hotel, the coolest hotel on Earth. Guests at both hotels enjoy no-line, no-wait ride access at both parks. Call now, 1-888-349-1716 for your free vacation planning video. 1-888-349-1716. Universal Orlando Resort.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Greg Jarrett. Imus in the Morning continues in just a moment. First, this quick check of the day's headlines. A flurry of intense diplomatic activity may be paying off in the mid-air collision that sparked a U.S.-China standoff. Beijing still holding out for a full U.S. apology. However, they did allow a second meeting this morning between U.S. diplomats and the crew of that Navy spy plane on a South China island. In another sign of progress, U.S. diplomats were told today they'll be allowed to see the crew for a third time tomorrow. The White House, meanwhile, has signaled if this crisis drags on, it could harm U.S. support for China's entry into the World Trade Organization. Turning to the U.S. economy now, analysts say yesterday's surge on Wall Street could quickly become a thing of the past amid new earnings reports. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had its second best ever one-day point gain yesterday, closing up 402 points. The tech-heavy NASDAQ also made major gains, ending the day up 146 points. The S&P 500 climbed 48 points. In Washington, D.C., the U.S. Senate today is hoping to wrap up work on President Bush's budget and tax cut plan before leaving for the Easter Passover weekend. Republicans admit their final victory may hinge on just a few votes. And Majority Leader Trent Lott says the tax cut may end up being below the president's proposed figure. The final vote expected late this afternoon. Israel is making good on its threat of relentless retaliations. Israeli helicopters rocketed 2 Palestinian police stations and knocked out power to thousands of homes in Gaza early today. That attack came after 4 Israeli communities were targeted by Palestinian mortar fire. Hours earlier, a member of the militant group Islamic Jihad was killed in the West Bank when a public payphone that he regularly used exploded. Back in the States for the first time, California Governor Ray Davis has endorsed rate increases for customers of the state's 2 largest utility companies. In a televised speech to Californians yesterday, Davis said he thinks rate increases are needed to resolve the state's power crisis. Rate hikes of up to 46% were approved by regulators last week. And a new .com company really wanted to sock it to bad internet karma. eTranslate, that's a new .com startup, is moving into the former Pets.com building, and to purify the building, eTranslate held this 20-minute ancient ritual to ward off any lingering evil spirits. Pets.com, known for the dog sock puppet, closed its doors in November. And that's a quick check of the headlines. I'm Greg Jarrett. Imus will be right back. Coming up later on MSNBC Live, the U.S.-China showdown. Nearing a week now. Should America apologize for this incident? Maybe the Chinese should apologize. All that and much more coming up on MSNBC Live.
A U.S. spy plane sits in China.
Our servicemen and women need to come home.
As both sides heat up, MSNBC is there.
What's going to happen from this point?
We need to bring this to a resolution.
Turn to MSNBC for around-the-clock coverage of the U.S.-China showdown. MSNBC, the whole picture.
Growing up in Brooklyn, it was only natural to play sports. I
like to build a portfolio the same way a lot of people like to build a baseball team. Hire great management to work for you. You want to draft great companies to put into your portfolio. It always comes back to owning companies with great fundamentals. If you stick to a discipline, that's probably a good secret for success. We're entrusted with enormous responsibility. We're taking people's life savings and trying to enhance them. That's really what motivates me.
It's easy. It's fun. It's 3 dealers in one. McGuire Pontiac, McGuire Buick, McGuire GMC. McGuire Pontiac Buick GMC, New Jersey's only triplex facility where we promise you the best and lowest price, and where we'll give you free oil changes for the life of your vehicle, whether you buy or lease. Visit our new 5-acre triplex facility and leave with the best deal.
McGuire Pontiac Buick GMC, Route 46 East in Little Falls, 2 miles east of Willowbrook Mall.
At Geico Auto Insurance, we handle your claim quickly, so you don't have to bum a ride to work. Geico, a 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
9 day, the calls. Save me this, save me that. I'm a gecko, not Geico. So stop calling me.
Geico, a 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
After 40, a 5-5 program for turning back the clock on your hideous body, as she's coming up. Talk with Fred Imus, live from the ranch out in Reader's Digest in Mexico. And then Manuel Noriega will be on. I don't know whether Nicky Colada will get on again or not. He might. Andy Rooney on the whole Rather situation. Apparently something's come up involving Tim Russert, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Appearing in some situation which doesn't...
Well, yeah, that he had appeared at a private meeting of some Democrat legislators. Not a fundraiser, though, as it was carefully pointed out.
Right.
But yeah, he had also...
Offering them some strategic advice?
Well, I guess he did. I guess these several lawmakers told this is in the New York Post, at the time that Russer's remarks were helpful and that he offered strategy and public relations tips. John Corzine, the New Jersey Democratic senator, said he said things like, you have to be strong, you have to be precise. He encouraged us to present our own tax proposals more sharply, with more precision, more focus, I suppose. This is run in juxtaposition to Tim's remarks that he made here on the Imus in the Morning program when he said that Dan Rather, in appearing at a Democratic fundraiser in Austin, Texas, had made, in his estimation, a mistake. But nevertheless, he went on to defend Rather, as you said, because Rather's offspring was involved, his daughter, who's going to run for mayor. And, you know. But then it's pointed out that Russert, though, last month, also headlined this private luncheon for Democratic senators at the Capitol building. But nevertheless, it was not a fundraiser, but it still was an appearance with... So I guess they see some disparity there, perhaps, in the estimation of the Post.
Well, you can't be going and offering him advice, can you? If he...
No, I see what they're saying, yeah. I see. But Russert was not paid.
Well, no, that's fine.
Right.
And it was Rather.
Yeah. Nor was Rather.
But has he ever met with a bunch of Republican senators and offered them any similar advice?
I believe he is going to be speaking, according to Russert, he will be speaking, in fact, to a group of Republican senators soon.
When?
I don't know. No date.
What will he be telling them?
I have no idea. But perhaps something similar.
Telling the Democrats they got to stay strong and come up with their own tax cut plan and sharpen
their arguments.
Their arguments. What is he going to tell the Democrats or the Republicans?
Maybe something else.
Back off a little bit. Well, I don't think you can do that, can you?
Well, I
mean, I don't know. I'm not making any...
Well, you don't want to see something like that you would rather not have that in the paper.
No. Bernard's at Mott Canal in Chinatown in Lower Manhattan, trying to assess the feelings of our Chinese-American brothers and sisters with no success. Let's go to Bernard again. Good morning, Mr. McGirt.
Good morning, Mr. Imus. Yes, I'm here in the heart of Chinatown in New York City, Mott Street and Canal Street. And let me just say before I proceed that remember that curbside execution, the famous one from Vietnam that everybody saw? Well, if you keep it where it is, you might see one in reverse right here, where I'll be the victim of some angry Asian person because nobody wants to talk. They get angry, they get scared when you run up to them. They think I'm some kind of an INS person, I think. However, I did see Woody Allen a little earlier handing out lollipops to little girls. He, too, refused to comment on the air. So here we are standing on the corner trying to get some people. Let's try this right here. Let's walk up to this van. They're trapped now. I got them. Huh. Can you roll the window down, please? Come on. See, Nisa. How you doing?
Hi.
Hey, can I talk to you for MSNBC TV?
Oh, I don't speak it.
What do you think about the Chinese spy plane, the American spy plane being held by the Chinese? Should we give it back or what? Are you down with the People's Republic of China or Taiwanese people? What's up?
Oh, sorry.
Come on. See what I mean? Not a word, not a peep. I can't get anything out of them. They're hiding something. Now I'm almost getting run over by some white people. It's terrible. All right, here comes a whole slew of people. Maybe somebody will speak. Watch the fear on their faces when I walk up to them. Sir, can I speak to you about the spy plane that's being held by the Chinese?
No.
Why not? What are you hiding?
I don't know.
Come here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, here we go. Can we speak on TV? Ma'am, hey, how are you doing? Come here. Sir, come on. You speak English, right?
Yeah.
You know about the spy plane incident?
No.
You don't know about that? You know, did you ever hear of China? See, nobody will speak, nothing. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Can I talk to you on TV? You want to speak on TV? MSNBC TV? Nah, the brothers won't even talk to me.
And say what?
About the spy plane that's being held by the Chinese, the American spy plane. What do you think should be done about it?
I have no comment.
Come on, you're a voter. Hey, they voted the brother off Survivor last night. What's up with that?
I have no idea.
No justice, no peace. He has no idea. I have no idea. Nobody has any idea. Hey, we have another captive audience. They're looking at us. You want to get a shot of these people? Come on over here. Put your window down. Come on. Roll it down. We'll get on TV. Yo. Oh, yo, Ho Chi Minh, what's up?
Yeah, I don't know English.
What do you think about the spy plane? Are you going to give it back to us or what?
So we are just beginning Chinese.
You speak Chinese? Are you Taiwanese or communist?
Communist.
You communist?
Yeah.
How come you won't give us our plane back?
What's happening back?
The plane that you guys are holding on our people. What's up with that?
Airplane.
Yes.
Well, airline is good.
See what I mean? It's time to start building in the internment camps. They're all communist sympathizers.
No, I don't think that's kind of the
I think that's evident.
area we want to
He
go.
just admitted he was a communist.
No.
We'll get back to Bernard McGirt here in Mott and Canal Street, which is not going, of course, well at all.
Ill-conceived mission.
And a hideously ill-conceived mission, Mark.
You want the inside information.
I'm going to ask you the toughest questions of the night. These are hardball. Don't squirm, don't hide, don't cry.
The lowdown from powerful people.
I'm not going negative on your show.
There's some political lowballing going on.
Get ready to play hardball.
I'm Chris Matthews. Let's play hardball.
Hardball with Chris Matthews. Tonight, live at 5 Eastern on MSNBC.
Satan. He's a mysterious biblical figure with a huge following. Join Forrest Sawyer as MSNBC ventures inside the world of evil. It may surprise you. Meet the people who believe the devil is still with us. Understand why. Learn how the internet is attracting a new generation. Get closer than you've ever been as MSNBC goes in search of Satan. Monday, 8 Eastern on MSNBC.
Some rain continues to move out of the Great Lakes toward the northeast. We have the prospect for severe weather. We're going to be watching out for that. High risk for that, for large hail, damaging winds, and even some tornadoes, Nebraska to Kansas, Oklahoma, and the Texas Panhandle this afternoon. Looks like cool weather will be in the north as we see a high-pressure system. It's going to be a foggy start there. Warm and humid in the south.
Come celebrate with The Wiz for the grand opening of its 42nd store in Milltown, New Jersey, with celebrity guests, sweepstakes, and giveaways this Thursday through Sunday at the Riders Crossing Shopping Center in Milltown, New Jersey. Or join the fun at The Wiz nearest you, as each and every tri-state area location celebrates with a grand opening sale, featuring incredible deals on the latest technology. But the celebration ends soon, so rush on over and get it right at The Wiz.
Introducing the best place to pray for your life and for your soul. The best place to climb a cliff and the best place to jump off. Location, the world. Find out where to go and what to bring. Tune in to World's Best, only on the Travel Channel. Bringing there, here.
World's Best is brought to you locally by the City of Beverly Hills.
Need to learn how to operate a computer? Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. You know, our product is quick and it's easy to learn with, and you can try it for free. You know, over the years, millions of people have learned how to operate their computer using our product. We get happy letters every day from people thanking us. But the most rewarding thing for me is having people stop me on the street and telling me how easy it was to learn with our product. If you just want to learn how to run a computer once and for all, save yourself a lot of time and energy, try a product. Let me show you how simple this is. You put this CD in your CD tray, the lesson plays right on your computer. It works just like a VCR. Just follow the step-by-step instructions. I'm so confident this product will work for you, I'm going to send it to you free. The reason I'm going to do this is because I know once you try our product, you'll come back to us for all your computer learning needs.
Call 1-800-477-8110.
I didn't quite hear that. Could you please read back the last statement?
Today, millions of us are living with the disadvantage of a mild to moderate hearing problem. Again? Introducing Songbird, a hearing aid so technologically advanced, it's disposable. Yes, disposable, just like the contact lenses. If you or someone you know might have a hearing problem, call. Find out more.
Wonder if they have a website.
The Songbird Disposable. It's going to change the way you feel about hearing aids.
If what I'm saying sounds muffled to you, this telephone number can change your life.
Well, in my case, my hearing was only a little off. I can hear okay, just not great. Songbird changed everything.
Introducing Songbird, the hearing aid so technologically advanced it's disposable. Yes, disposable, just like the contact lenses. And that changes everything.
It's so simple I don't have to do anything. Just put it in my ear and go here.
Call us or visit our website and learn how Songbird will change the way you feel about hearing aids.
At the Westchester Bound Tappan Zee Bridge. Our weather cloudy with scattered showers today, the high near 60, chance of drizzle tonight, low in the mid-40s, and at the moment it's 48 degrees. This report's brought to you by Getty. Getty is the value leader in fine gasolines and more, better mileage and high performance. Getty's a great performer at home or on the road. Fill up with Getty gasoline today. I'm Lori McNichol for the Hagstrom Maps Van Highway Patrol.
Coming up on 17 at the hour here in the Imus Morning program. Ron and Santa's on the phone. We're going to talk to him in a minute, and then Jim Maseda is in Hong Kong, where if I had my way, he'd be standing in a smoldering hole. But we'll talk to him about what's going on with all that situation. First, Bernard, we sent Bernard down to Mott and Canal Street, which was a big brainstorm production meeting yesterday in my office, in which Mark and Bernard both thought this was a great idea. And, of course, I, at the time...
Heart of China.
Agreed to it.
I agreed to it, but I acquiesced. I'm sick as a dog. I'm sicker today than I was. And this idiotic doctor that I have is, I mean, it just... anyway, so well, anyway. So let's go back to Bernard now at Mott and Canal, see what's going on. Good morning, Bernard.
Good morning, Mr. Imus. Yes, we're here in the middle of Chinatown trying to get a sample of how our Yellow Brothers feel about this spy plane incident. We did manage to corral this young man. What's your name, yo?
Yeah, my name is Paul Lee.
Paul, what do you think? Should we get this plane back from China by force, or should they give it back to us, or what?
Well, I think the United States is complicating the issue, and I think if the I-Man really wants to know about this stuff, he should come down and ask us himself. We're down here in Chinatown.
No, but seriously, though, should the United States apologize, or what?
You know, other people have asked us about that, and an apology is no big deal, you know. I'm born and raised here, and we're all concerned about the American flyers, but I don't think they were in any imminent danger over there, and by the U.S. getting all worked up over it, they made themselves, sort of dug themselves a hole.
So you're sympathetic to the Communist Chinese is what I'm hearing?
No, you're not hearing that. Not at all. You know, I think the United States doesn't understand the Chinese mentality over there, which is that we're spying on them, and we should, you know, and we feel we have the right to do that.
Bottom line, should Taiwan be returned to China, yes or no?
Oh, no, I'm not going there. I don't know.
I think you think it should be, and that's basically what you're underlying. Hey, let me ask you this question.
What's this guy's name, Bernie? Paul?
His name is Paul Lee. He's a big
What's Paul whooping on me for?
I'm a big Iman fan. I heard you couldn't find anybody to talk to, so I came out here and talked to the Iman.
You're the man, Paul. Thank you very much.
Hey, let me ask you, Paul, have you ever seen a stray dog here in Chinatown?
Oh, come on.
Plenty of stray dogs.
You know, the Iman used to live around here. You ever see him stumble around drunk in years past, looking for some young men or what?
No, we haven't, but I'm sure he was out here.
You guys should be euthanized at this point or what?
Iman, I think, he needs to get down here and sample the Chinese food. And
let me ask you, do you ever eat dog?
Ask him if he knows where Big Wong's is, Bernie.
You know where Big Wong's is?
From Jamaica. Yes, I know where Big Wong's is.
He does. Geez, have you ever eaten dog meat?
I've eaten dog meat from Jamaica, but there's none in Big Wong.
How about
I'm not going there. No.
All right, Bernie, thanks. That's great. 20 minutes after the hour here in the Imus Morning program. Here now, Ron and Santa from CNBC, who I saw on the NBC Nightly News last night, trying to run some jibe by Brokaw, who you know when Brokaw asks a question, you're not even listening to the answers. So, the next question written, he's just waiting for Santa to take a breath so he can ask the next one.
That's nice. Another enlightening cross-cultural experience this morning, by the way.
That was a great idea, wasn't it?
Oh, my God.
I know. Well, what are you going to do? Hey, market's up 402 points yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, so what's going to happen today?
Well, you know, we've had, I think, 9 one-day wonders like this since the bear market started a year ago, which, you know, leads some people to be a little bit cautious about whether or not this is going to be a sustainable rally. The futures this morning are down a little bit. Dow futures down about 40, NASDAQ down about 16. But that may not mean anything. We got a big employment number coming out in just about 6 minutes. The unemployment report for the month of March is due out, and that number may tell us a little bit more about whether or not the Fed's going to lower interest rates anytime again soon.
If the unemployment is up, they will. Well, tell me.
Well, this is where it gets a little bit dicey because the number can cut a couple different ways. If it's too strong, then it could.
What do you mean by too strong?
Well, let's say that payroll employment grows by in excess of 100 or 150,000 jobs. That might deter the Federal Reserve from lowering interest rates anytime soon,
right?
Which might be deemed as a negative. If it's too weak, people will begin to worry again that the economy is slipping. Now,
what is the figure we're actually going to see? We're going to see something like on the screen that says 4.2 or what? What are we going to see?
Somewhere between 4.2 and 4.4% for the unemployment rate.
Okay, and what are we looking for? Well, what do we want it to be?
Well,
for things to be going well, not
Well, the unemployment rate could tick up a little bit. What I guess
to
the
4.5.
I'm sorry.
To 4.5?
No. I mean, I think the only reason that would be reassuring to the markets is that it would force the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates again if the unemployment rate were to jump dramatically and if the number of jobs created in the month were small. In fact, smaller than 60,000 or so,
right,
which is the expectation on the street today.
Uh-huh.
So it's this game of expectations, really.
What is unemployment now? 4.2?
Yeah, 4.2.
Okay. So what do we want it to be?
Well, in the best of all possible worlds, it would stay right about here, and the Federal Reserve would still cut in.
God, can you answer our question?
This is not simple stuff.
Well, obviously. What's the matter?
He said the best of possible scenarios would be for it to stay at 4.2%, so that the
Fed he didn't exactly.
And the Fed then go ahead and fiddle with the interest rates a little bit.
Thank you, Charles.
Good grief.
Now, what if it's up?
Well, look, I mean, to the extent that it fosters lower interest rates from the Federal Reserve, it's fine, and the market will handle that fine. We had some interesting comments from Federal Reserve officials yesterday.
What did they say?
They said that they think the economy is stabilizing and likely to improve in the second half of the year, and then suggested that it's possible the unemployment rate could go up in the short run because it's a lagging indicator.
How much does this whole China thing have to do with it?
Well, you know, it created some uncertainty earlier in the week, and then what appeared to be yesterday some diplomatic progress may have been a background positive, just like the whole event so far was a background negative when the market was going down. But unless we're to escalate and get to the point where trade relations were truly threatened, the market's probably going to look past it, assuming that there would be a relatively speedy resolution to this process.
I think Brokaw looks fat in his suits.
Not in the least.
Okay.
The man's in great shape.
All right. Well, according to him, according to Meredith, Mrs. Brokaw, he needs to lose some weight. But Denise Austin's coming out. She's got a book called Fit and Fabulous After 40, and you just turned 40.
I just turned 40, yeah.
What kind of shape are you in? Probably hideous.
I'd whoop you in a heartbeat.
That's not the question I asked. You know what you should do, by the way? I was thinking last night.
What should I do now?
You should put your rug back on. Occasionally.
Backwards, I imagine, is what you want this time.
What?
Backwards, right?
No. I'll tell you who's done that very successfully is Carl Reiner. You know, Rob Reiner's father.
I know who Carl Reiner is.
Okay. Did he just kind of cop an attitude with me?
No, he just said...
Well, I'm not that young that I didn't see him, and, you know...
Carl Reiner is.
Well, it has nothing to do with your age.
He was a writer for your show of shows. He was producer Dick Van Dyke.
Okay, fine, yeah.
2,000-Year-Old Man skits with Mel Brooks. I get it.
Sometimes he wears his rug, sometimes he doesn't.
I have no interest in wearing that thing ever.
And he looked good either way.
Exactly. It's a great rug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never again.
And I was just thinking that...
As was yours, Ron. That
Yeah.
was a good
But
one.
in just seeing you last night on the NBC Nightly News, it was, well, I don't know, maybe the lighting was bad or something, but there was a huge glare. Didn't you see that, Joe?
It was almost required going for the
Ray-Bans.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for your continuous support.
Well, first of all, you're not going to get this honest evaluation of your appearance from anybody but us. It's because we care about you and like you. Everybody else around CNBC and these other places, you're their boss. They're all afraid of you, and they're going to suck up to you. We are not. We're going to tell you what the real deal is. You looked buffoonish last night on the NBC Nightly News.
Oh my
God! So you won't get that from your cohorts there because they say what they think you want to hear.
Yes.
You're wearing a 5.5-gallon hat.
They know that you're delusional to start with, so they just feed to that.
Mop of straw on the top of your head.
Well,
you got a neck that's touching your knees, and you're giving me grief?
No, I just...
No, not grief.
Not grief, advice.
Good counsel.
Advice?
Yes. Grooming
Let me
tips.
give you some advice.
Yeah.
Embalming.
25 after the hour here in the Imus Morning Program. That's Ron and Son, and an ugly exchange, one you'll not witness on the NBC Nightly News with Brokaw, where he frequently appears. Well, if he's still here, here's Jim Maceda, who's in Hong Kong.
I'm still here.
Good morning, Jim. How are you?
Hi, Imus. I'm fine, but I'm not touching nothing about hair, please.
I want to apologize for you having to hang on through all of that nonsense, but I'm a very poor manager of time on the program, and so please accept my apology. Now tell me what's going on there.
I fully accept it. What's going on is that I'm sure you know that there was a second meeting finally between the U.S. diplomats on Hainan Island. They met at around 5:20 today, 5:20 a.m. Eastern. That meeting, we understand, is just about to wrap up. This is the second meeting since the incident occurred on Sunday, local time, Saturday evening, your time. And it's quite encouraging. We understand that there'll be a couple of statements, one from the U.S. side and also from the Chinese side. There are already leaks coming out of that meeting suggesting that progress has been made on releasing the U.S. crew, the 24-member flight team, but of course no clear time or timetable has been set yet for a release. But it is interesting and encouraging that they have already spoken about a meeting tomorrow, Saturday. So these meetings now, which were the exception 5 or 6 days ago, have now become almost routine. They're the rule, and there's something good coming from that. In terms of what today's meeting brought, I would think that what the U.S. diplomats are trying to do is not only checking on, obviously, the health and well-being of these 24 individuals, and also to make sure that they're getting the clothes and toiletries and supplies and what have you that have been given to the Chinese to present to them. But I think equally, if not more crucial, is the debriefing that the U.S. Side is trying to do, meaning what kind of questions. We know that the Chinese have been interrogating these people. What kind of questions have they been asking them? What kind of answers have the Americans been giving to them so that the U.S. diplomats can try to piece together what the Chinese know. We know that they know a lot about the equipment, but what kind of answers have helped the Chinese in piecing together this intelligence and in figuring out what the real intelligence loss has been with this EP-3 downing. Now, what's the third interesting and crucial aspect of these ongoing meetings now between the diplomats and the crew is just what actually happened up there 60 miles off the coast of Hainan Island late Saturday night local time. I mean, we were hearing a lot of speculation. The Chinese jumped the gun immediately, saying that it was the Americans' fault. The Americans said, "There's no way we're going to provide any kind of apology since it's your fault." The Chinese, it's the blame game back and forth, but based on no facts at all. So what the American side has to do is figure out what exactly happened. They haven't, until now, had a chance. We're not even sure that they had a chance to speak to the Americans without a Chinese presence. But if they did, rest assured that they tried to get some of the facts so they can begin to formulate a response to this ongoing Chinese demand for an apology and taking responsibility.
How long before this crisis reaches the point where the nitwits at MSNBC start running graphics that say, Day 1, China hostage crisis?
Oh, the famous timeline.
Yeah. That happened. Does that start happening after the weekend or what?
Yeah, I mean, the buzz is, on a civilian level and even military sources are saying that the buzz is if it goes beyond, if there's no serious development where there's clearly going to be a timetable for a release before Monday or Tuesday, then it takes a quantum leap and goes from an embarrassing incident to a crisis. The sense from military intelligence sources in the United States is that one sees the Chinese already ratcheting down the rhetoric, especially in the press, especially in the national press, and also based on comments coming from the Chinese ambassador in Washington and what have you. So they're already trying to perhaps take it from the front headlines to maybe the bottom of the fold, and maybe even page 2 or 3 by, let's say, the end of next week. So the guess is, from military intelligence, is that the release could happen within a week, but it may last longer. It may take 2 or 3. What has to happen for this to prevent this from becoming a crisis is clear indication that a release is going to happen soon.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Maceda, Spanish.
Thanks for appearing on the program. Thanks for hanging on.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Jim Maceda here on the Imus Morning program. He's in Hong Kong, where, well, if it doesn't resolve itself, I would suspect, as he does, and said, there's not some clear indication of what's going to happen here by the time Russia goes on with these hideous shows. Sunday morning I meet the press. Why? Then we got a problem. We got a hostage crisis.
Yep.
It is 31 minutes after the hour. Denise Austin will be in here in just a second. Tiger Woods shot is 5 off the lead at the Masters. He shot 2 under 70. Somebody you never heard of and won't is leading. Shot 5 under. Yeah, Chris DeMarco. That's not going to happen. And Tiger being 5 off after the first round is nothing.
Yeah. He says, I will be in contention come Sunday.
Phil Mickelson, a guy a lot of people picked to win the thing, shot a 67 or 68, I'm not sure. So he's doing all right.
He's tied for 4th.
Yeah, the Yankees won, the Mets won. The 7'2" Chinese guy who plays for the Dallas Mavericks went in the game in Dallas last night, was introduced to the fans there in Dallas, and got I guess the game was in Dallas. Yeah, it was in Dallas. And got a standing O. Well, that's pretty good. All those rednecks down there. And then they have a local promotion where if the team scores 100 points, they give all the goobers in the crowd a free chalupa.
Yeah.
Which is some hideous concoction that Taco Bell serves that will jack your cholesterol up to right around to match your zip code. So that's kind of what that's on. I'm sicker than 5 dogs today.
This is not good.
I just don't feel well at all. Did you call Fred? Mark?
No. I thought we'd do some spots.
Well, then we got to talk to Denise, so.
How about we do Fred at 9:05?
Well, Fred should be on earlier anyway, but I don't know why.
You were very busy this morning.
It's idiotic. Anyway.
What?
You know, I go to Dr. Gwen Corbin, is one of the best specialists in the world, one of them.
Yes, absolutely.
And she hasn't got a clue. The woman's a moron.
What do you mean?
She's an idiot. Not an idiot, but I mean, she doesn't have any idea. She's more interested. If you go in her office, she has all these pictures of famous people she treats.
Right.
In fact, I remember a couple years ago, Celine Dion, a hideous creature, won a Grammy, and one of the people she thanked was Dr. Corbin.
Yeah.
So she treats people, you know, all these opera singers. And
Oh, certainly. Pavarotti and Placido Domingo, and I mean, all of them.
So,
Julie Andrews.
Yeah, so you wonder, does she have any clue? And she put me on some antibiotic. I mean, I don't know. And I feel worse today. I absolutely feel worse today than I feel.
You're wrung out, man.
So then I'm trying to explain to Deirdre Wyatt last night. Well, Deirdre understands, but I explained, I said, I just don't feel well. It's your mother to read this hideous Cat in the Hat to you.
Yeah.
But you can't say no if they want you to read to them, and that's what his source of entertainment is reading.
There you go. Open the book, read the thing.
But I just... I've got this jury duty thing. It's
staring you in the face.
Hideously annoying that it's just ridiculous.
Coming up Monday.
So I'll have to go down for that.
Yeah.
And I've gone down there lots of times over the years. It's not that I've never gone. Of course I've gone.
It's not that you're unwilling.
Not at all. It's not a big deal, by the way.
I understand that.
But it's such a total waste of time, and it's not like I don't have a regular job.
Wheel spin deal.
I mean, if they call Trump, he doesn't have anything to do. Or these actors or these people, they don't have any jobs. I mean, they do a film once a year. So then it's not an inconvenience to them. But it's a hideous inconvenience to me. And they should recognize that. And they tried to get me to come the week we're doing the radiothon.
Crazy.
I mean, it's just insane. Now I'm over at Ken Slinger's and in the midst of pulmonary rehab, and I can't do. I mean, it's just. So I'm going to go down and talk to Norman Goodman. He's the county clerk, and
no one's going to put you on a jury. That's the bottom line.
So then I had some clerks say, well, they put Susan Sarandon on a jury. They put somebody. Well, maybe they will. But I can just tell you, I've been interviewed by
very unlikely
dozens of lawyers down there for these various cases, and they just laugh. So I don't know. It's just. Everything's wrong. Everything.
Imus in the morning.
How do you punish a child who has committed a very adult crime? MSNBC investigates Mercy for Murder. Tonight, 8 Eastern on MSNBC.
It was 1969. Peace, love, and music were in the air. And these guys?
Anyone see my slide rule?
Were nowhere near it.
Give it a whirl.
They were busy developing what would become the Internet. As the Internet evolved, so have we. BBN became GTE Internetworking, and today, we're Genuity, providing e-business solutions from the people who started it all. Genuity.
Come on, Billy. You got it, Billy. Take your time. Take your time. Oh.
Doesn't Billy remind you of Grant at his age? He's got the height. He's gonna be over 6 foot.
Yeah. All net.
Told you. I told you. Billy, go. Yes.
Oh.
I think we should be considering an agent.
Oh, agent? What Billy needs is a really good retirement plan.
TD Waterhouse provides the online tools to help you plan your retirement and real people you can actually talk to. How easy is this?
My dad works at International Paper. He thinks of stuff all day in ways that people never think of. He calls it thinking out of the box. Dad says problems don't really exist. Only solutions.
International Paper. It's not like other places. People say good day instead of hi there. And good times are the order of the evening. And you can get a taste of the place just by watching an onion bloom. A great night out that feels like a holiday. Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
When I had started, we could walk into the back of production and say, Scott Bill Johnson's computer. And someone in manufacturing would say, I do, Mo. And they you know, that's got to go today. You know, I promised my firstborn that would be on a truck tonight. And they'd say it's done. And people that work at Gateway are extremely passionate about working with people and helping people.
Dreyfus presents a continued tradition of tax-smart investment solutions to defend what's yours. The power of you, your advisor, and Dreyfus.
With $140 billion in managed assets, Federated could help you pursue your financial goals. Ask your investment professional about our American Leaders Fund.
member NASD, SIPC, New York, New York.
20 minutes till the hour here in the Imus Morning program. Please welcome now to the Imus Morning program, Denise Austin.
All right.
What the hell are you so happy about?
Well, I'm here with you, honey. I hope you feel better.
How are you?
I'm good.
Denise has that picture. Man, back my picture of Wyatt so I don't
he's
lose
the
it.
cutest little boy. Wyatt is so adorable.
You ever see his picture of Wyatt, Charles?
Yes, I did. And he...
So cute.
They can't see it, can they?
Unbelievable.
He's a cute kid.
Good-looking little boy.
He's sitting in the
Still red hair, huh?
Yeah, sitting in the back of his mother's pickup out at the ranch eating strawberries.
Oh, that's
Pretty
great.
cute kid.
So did he get in the school he wanted?
Yeah.
Yeah?
He did.
Oh, good. I'm happy for you. I know what that's like. I have 2 kids myself.
I had to, but I was the one who had to take him for his little audition, you know.
Good.
Because I'm the only one he will...
Listen to?
Well, no, it's not that.
You
It's
looked at him and gave him the eye before he went in?
I don't know why he torments his mother as he does, but he's great with his nanny and me, but his mother, he just...
Oh, she loves him to death.
Now, Denise has a new book called Fit and Fabulous After 40.
Yes. I just turned 44, hi, man.
You did?
Good. Oh,
Holy cow. You look great.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
When was your birthday?
Oh, it was back in February.
That's right.
I'm Aquarian.
A 5-part program for turning back the clock.
Yes. 5 different ways that you can do it.
I need
Eat
it.
right, you got to exercise. Muscle conditioning exercises now we know is what really helps to shape you and tone you and really keeps your metabolism up. So you got to do that.
Still have your TV show?
Oh, yeah, it's the #1 fitness show in the history of television.
It is?
The longest running. I just hit 16 years.
Good
16
grief.
years. Longer than my friend Jack Boyd.
Wow.
You're kidding.
Yes. I just
Man.
had
Well, that's
16th
great.
anniversary, yeah.
Congratulations.
Never been
yeah.
off the air for 16 years straight.
Hey, Fred, have you ever seen Denise Austin's fitness program?
Well, you know, I have.
You have, honey?
Yeah,
You liar.
Have you?
I swear to God, I've seen it.
No, he would not say he had a
No, I
video.
have seen it. I think it's good. I think it's great, actually.
Well, I filmed from all over, and I've been down there in Santa Fe. I filmed all over in Tucson.
Yeah, no, I've seen that stuff. I mean, I've never participated, you know, when you're doing the
That's okay.
exercises.
As long as the TV station's on Lifetime TV and you're watching, it helps.
Come on, baby, take it off.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
This is
Wait a
God,
minute.
just
You're married
Where
now,
that
Fred.
came from. I apologize. I
That's
don't know what's
okay.
wrong with me.
No, way up there.
It's early out there.
Come on, baby.
Yeah. Come on.
Sure.
Push up.
In, honey. Come on.
Suck it in, baby.
Anyway,
Show something to the eye man's bro.
Fit and Fabulous After 40 is published by Broadway Books. Denise is the best-selling author of Jumpstart and Lose That Last 10 Pounds.
Yes, that's it. And you know what's great? There's all kinds of yoga exercises in this. You know, it's how to condition your body without punishing your body. Because as we age, we'll make it a little easier on the joints, easier on the knees, easier on your back. So you got to condition the ab muscles. Have you ever heard of Pilates exercises?
Oh, sure.
These are great because they really zero in on the powerhouse, your abs. Because if your abs are strong, the rest of your body is fit. Hey, did you see see my new Pilates tape? Can you believe it?
You know, we have a Pilates machine.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, Deidre does it? She loves it? Do you do it?
No, neither one of us do.
Oh, really?
Just got the machine.
Well, this is without a machine. This is all mat exercise, like on the floor, all tummy exercises,
Right.
lower back. It's a great way to get rid of those love handles that we all hate. And it's a
What
good
role does
workout.
diet play in all your stuff you do?
Oh, definitely important. It's
Right.
half and half. 50% is what you eat, what goes in your body,
Right.
and then how you move. And attitude is important, good health, getting your checkups. So I kind of touch a little about that.
Right.
And I touch a little on soy and spinach. There's 10 great anti-aging foods to really help keep you young and keep you feeling good and vital. And it has vitamin C. Blueberries are really good. Spinach, oatmeal helps to lower your cholesterol. So there's lots of things you can do to feel good and get your energy up there.
I'm
Yeah,
sick.
live another 10 minutes.
do you have diet? Do you have recipes in
Yes,
here?
I've got 50 recipes in here.
Oh, you do?
Plus, I've got a 28-day plan to kind of give you a jump start on how to feel good. And I teach you exercise all the way from your chin to your kneecaps and everything in between. We have over 640
Is there meat,
muscles.
fish,
There's fish, a little
chicken,
meat,
or
chicken,
dairy
yeah.
products in your diet?
There's a little of that. Okay, for
Well, there
instance,
shouldn't be any of it. So not a little. There shouldn't
a
be any.
little meat. You can have a little meat.
No, you can't.
Well, if you're
How come
trying...
you go to the Midwest? All them farmers back there out working in the fields every day and they eating meat and drinking milk, and they're all 90 years old. You know?
Yeah, there's something to do
Explain
with
that to me.
I have some great sunrise smoothies, really good fruit smoothies. Also good, you eat tuna, don't you?
No.
You don't?
No.
So where do you get your protein? Soy.
From soy.
Soy, that's good.
I have one of these protein drinks every day that Deidre makes. It has a huge thing of protein
Oh, good.
powder in it.
Some whey protein.
Yeah, with soy milk.
Good.
And then some banana.
Oh, so you're getting all your well-rounded. I'm into
Yeah.
trying to really be well-rounded in your foods, nutrient-filled foods.
Well, how difficult though is this to follow, Denise? I mean,
It's easy. It's everything that's in the grocery store. You know, potatoes to broccoli to hummus and carrots. And,
we've got logs here.
yes, this
That's
is
a pretty cheesy way to fill up a book, isn't it?
No.
Put in here blank logs. Come on.
People love these tests. How to
Well, that's
find
something
out
I'd do.
how old you are in your body. It's an age quiz to physiologically how old you are. Because I feel like I'm 28 still, and I'm 44, and I feel pretty good.
How's your hideous husband and kids doing?
Oh, Jeff is great.
What is he?
He's working on getting new basketball players. You know,
Yeah.
he's got 20 NBA guys. And he's not going after Wah Ming or Wah, you know, the new guy. He's
Yeah.
7'6", could you imagine? Well, the Chinese won't let him out for the draft. See, they were expecting him to come in the NBA draft in June, and now they're saying he can't come out. They want him back in the Sharks there in China. So, see, but...
Your husband's a sports agent, right?
Yes, he's and an attorney, the sports attorney. I use the word agent.
Oh, okay, well.
But, yeah. He's doing great. My kids are great.
Do you have an aversion to the word agent?
Well, it sounds a little sleazy to me. It's like,
It does?
Yeah. Doesn't it? Don't you think
like
that
attorneys?
sports attorneys sound a
No,
little better?
there's no lower form of life on the planet than an attorney. What are you talking about?
That's true. I don't like
Attorney?
lawyers either.
You know why New York has all the attorneys and New Jersey has all the toxic waste dumps?
No.
Why?
New Jersey got the pick first.
It's 13 to the
That's
hour.
a good one, Fred.
Talking with old Fred
You got
Imus,
another one for us?
Reader's Digest of Mexico, and Denise Austin, who essentially lives in Washington, D.C., right?
Yes.
And Denise's TV program, which is the #1 fitness program in the history of television, been on 16 years, is on the USA Television Network.
No, Lifetime, honey.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Big difference. We're for women.
It's
you
on
know.
Lifetime, and it's on at 7 o'clock every morning.
Yes, and 7:30. I have two
And
shows.
7:30,
Yeah.
so there's a whole hour there of trying to get them abs straightened out and all that.
That's right. Suck it in, baby.
More of them coming up.
Baby, let me bang your box. 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 Baby, let me bang your, baby, let me bang your, baby, let me bang your box. Imus in the morning.
A U.S. spy plane sits in China.
Our servicemen and women need to come home.
As both sides heat up, MSNBC is there.
What's going to happen from this point?
We need to bring this to a resolution.
Turn to MSNBC for around-the-clock coverage of the U.S.-China showdown. MSNBC, the whole picture.
A dramatic search for a lost piece of Civil War history reveals an archaeological gem sealed in time. Raised from the ocean floor, America's first submarine. What or who will be found inside? Racing the Hunley on National Geographic Explorer special event. Premieres Sunday at 8 and 11 Eastern on CNBC. Bathroom light, bedroom light, or even daylight isn't the perfect light for putting on your makeup. Now there's Magna Bright, the 5 times magnification mirror that has been especially designed to always give you the right light to apply your makeup professionally. Lit from both the top and bottom, Magna Bright surrounds your face with a radiant, even glow, designed to reflect your magnified image back to its powerful 5 times magnification mirror.
Now I don't need glasses to put on my makeup.
You'll see every detail, banish problem areas, and accentuate your most flattering features. Your Magna Bright makeup mirror has a sleek design and cordless electronics. Set it on a vanity, attach it to a wall, or even use it near water.
This is great. No electrical cords.
Or use the optional AC adapter. The sturdy neck easily adjusts to an infinite number of angles and heights, so you can find the most comfortable position no matter where you use it.
Now I never miss a spot.
Plus, Magna Bright folds for easy storage. It's compact and lightweight. Take it wherever you go. Now you'll always have the perfect light and mirror at the office, in poorly lit rooms, and even the bright outdoors. Why spend over $200 for just a 4 times magnification mirror? Magna Bright's 5 times magnification is just $19.95 and comes with a full money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, return it for a full refund. Order now and we'll also include the purse-size Magna Bright mirror, a $10 value absolutely free. Take it along for whenever you need a quick touch-up. You get both the Magna Bright 5 times magnification mirror and compact mirror for just $19.95. Magna Bright, the magnification mirror without the magnified price. Call now.
Don't wait. Order your Magna Bright magnification mirror now for the incredibly low price of just $19.95 plus shipping and handling. Have your credit card ready and call toll-free 1-800-650-8282 or send check or money order to the address on your screen.
Hi, my name is Frank. Hey, Frank. I'm a junkaholic. Started with Lincoln logs, and then I moved on to the hard stuff. Floors, hammers, handsaws. One day, I laid eyes on my first power drill. I knew there was no going back.
You're not alone if you're addicted to TLC's Junkyard Wars. Tune in. Tons of junk, amazing machines.
Junkyard Wars, Monday nights at 8 on TLC.
Get connected to New Jersey with a click of a mouse. News12.com is your all-inclusive, information-packed neighborhood website with community info, lead stories, and local weather that you won't get anywhere else. And a new design that's super accessible and easy to navigate. News12.com is the perfect complement to watching News 12. The news you need about New Jersey is at your fingertips. News12.com, as local news gets.
So we design your kitchen for you. Anything else? Have all kinds of neat ideas, all kinds of interesting products and stuff. Neat stuff and, good stuff, not junk. Classes every type imaginable of for example, cabinet handles. They have lighting and the selection is huge. Class, America's most intriguing store in South Norwalk and Danbury, Connecticut. Check them out on the web at klaffs.com.
Good morning, I'm Lori McNichol for the Hagstrom Maps Fan Highway Patrol, checking Westchester. The eastbound side of 287 is very heavy from the New York State Thruway to exit 5, and again past exit 8E where collisions being cleared. 5 to 10 minutes at the Westchester-bound Tappan Zee Bridge. Northbound 684 is crowded and sluggish between exits 2 and 6 because of left lane construction. And Manhattan 6th Avenue is backed up through the 50s to 59th Street because of roadwork tying up 3 lanes from 56th to 59th Street. Also, Lexington Avenue backed up from 57th to 69th Street, and that's due to an accident that's just been cleared. I forecast a 90% chance of rain today, warming up to about 60. Scattered drizzle tonight with a low in the mid-40s, and right now it's 48 degrees. This report's brought to you by the Food Emporium, with the very best features, the full juice taste of assorted Tropicana Pure Premium grapefruit juices. The 64-ounce container for just $2.49 with a bonus savings card just for you. I'm Lori McNichol for Hagstrom Maps Fan Highway Patrol.
We need to have a little sign printed up that we put over here for the guests so they know when I have my headphones on I can't hear them when they talk to me, because they all talk to me. I mean, I can see them, their lips are moving, but I just...
Good idea. An advisory sign.
He cannot hear you when he has his headphones on, so shut up.
Can't hear you when they're off either.
Well, Denise Austin's here, and her new book is called Fit and Fabulous After 40. How many books have you done?
This is my 6th book. Can you believe it? It's a long book.
You know,
it took me a long time because I wanted to make sure I got all the important health information. So I talked to many women doctors, a lot of them here in New York. I put together a whole nutrition plan for women, mainly for women, but it's a really good plan to eat right and to exercise on a regular basis. There's over 150 exercises in there to really target your muscles through weight training, through stretching, because as we age, we lose flexibility too. So I teach you how to stretch and how to tone up in just minutes a day, so it doesn't take a long time.
How's your mom doing?
Oh,
No.
My mom passed away.
She's not doing well then, is she?
No,
she's not.
in
When did she
November.
pass away? Oh, she did?
November. Yeah, I was with her for 4 months.
Oh,
She got she called me in June when you got hurt and said, Imus, you know, she listens to you every day. Imus got hurt. He got hurt on the horse. And so I sent you balloons for a while. And then the next week, my mom said she couldn't reach with her left hand. So I flew out to California where she lives. And we took her to the doctor. He said, oh, we think you had a little stroke, but let's get an MRI. Well, it came back she had a brain tumor.
Oh, man.
And it was a glioblastoma. And you don't live too long with those. So she lasted 4 months. So
How old was she?
she was young, healthy, vital, 74 years old, in perfect shape, never smoked, never drank, ate well, exercised, but the doctor said this type is random. I mean, it doesn't matter what type of lifestyle you lead. It just happens. It's just totally random. So it was horrible, and I miss her. I reached to call her every day like I used to.
Yeah, I bet you do, yeah.
And she brought up 5 kids,
Yeah.
so she was our hero.
Well, it's sweet you dedicate your book to her.
Yeah, she was my life. She still is. She had lots of energy.
That's an awful story.
Yeah.
Jesus, God.
Yeah, it was sad. She was a big listener and lover of yours. She listened to you every day. She would laugh her
I
head
wonder what
off.
she found about this went on.
Look at her diary. Oh, she's dead.
I always wonder why some of these older people listen. I don't know what they, I guess they
Oh, she
something
loved you,
like
your
about it.
politics. She was right, everything. He's exactly how I feel, he said exactly what I would like to say.
But we're just jerking people's chain. We don't even know what we say.
Yes,
They don't know that, do
you're
they?
very, very smart.
They think we're serious.
No.
Well, I'm glad your TV show's doing well.
Yeah, it's
People can buy the book at bookstores, Amazon.com, everywhere,
Yeah,
right?
everywhere.
What's the new Pilates video? What's that
Yes, this is a new DVD and Pilates video.
Oh, it is?
And yes, this is a great one because it's 2 20-minute Pilates workouts all on the floor, and then I do a little yoga too, so it feels good. And it's only 20 minutes, so you can do it. Anybody can do it.
Well, anybody can do it. I mean, of course you do. I mean, I do an hour a day on a treadmill, a half hour on a
Great.
Stairmaster.
Keep it up.
But-
And then do you do any toning exercises?
No, of course not. Well, you know, actually, I'm in pulmonary rehab now.
Yes, I know. So,
Where they're
that's
stretching out everything and trying to get me to so I
Yeah.
can breathe better. So.
so that'll help you. You
Well,
got to get better now. Come on, drink lots of water.
Well, yeah. So you've got the right idea.
Good, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Flush that out of you, honey.
Always nice to see you.
You too.
Good luck with this book and all that.
Thank you.
Denise Austin here in the Imus Morning program.
Did you see that TV commercial where Grant Hill, the big basketball star, and his family are barbecuing in the backyard, and Grant's dad is trying to teach that little kid to shoot baskets? Well, when it comes to our own personal finances, you and I are probably...
You're watching MSNBC.
At Pearl Vision, we'll help you select eyewear as individual as you are. Right now, save $75 on glasses with micro thins, the thinnest, lightest, most scratch-resistant lens in sight.
Nobody cares for eyes more than Pearl.
Is that messy bathroom making you shudder? Are you sick of all that disorganized kitchen clutter? Then you need the incredible Snap Hook, the revolutionary new self-installing hook that